Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Abandoned by Family and Became the Cursed Destroyer Movie 1. Before we start, please go support John 354 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Born into a family full of talent, a member appears without much to stand out, being forgotten without knowing that this child can choose between saving or destroying the world. Chapter 1. Many years ago, every living being lived its life naturally, or rather, each species. Some worked to get ahead and others struggled to see the sun rise again. And that was the case especially for three races, being the angels, fallen angels and demons, who for many years had been in conflict where all three groups suffered losses. But there's always a reason why the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that was the appearance of the apocalyptic beast, or better called Trixa, which began to attack everyone it came across without mercy. The most powerful beings decided to meet because Trixa was attacking their homes for mere amusement, bringing them all together in the same room for the first time. Obviously, everyone was arguing, with more people than people who didn't get along very well, until someone slammed their fist on the table, destroying it in the process. Everyone remained silent, mostly because he let out some of his power. A few seconds passed until that person let out a sigh. "I'm glad you'll keep quiet. If you don't know, right now we have time against us. It's not time to argue. Elohim, I don't intend to work with this guy. Who knows if he won't stab me in the back. Elohim, I know everyone has that fear, even I admit it, since I have to fight alongside my own son. Lucifer, you're right, we shouldn't waste opportunities, but I wouldn't want to defeat him like that. I have my honor too, just like you. My brother is right, just for this one time we are all comrades who will watch each other's backs. I will fight. Many of my people are being killed, mostly civilians. I don't like the idea, but I have no choice. I agree, but after this battle, everything will return to normal. Do you have a plan, Elohim? That beast will not be easy to defeat. Elohim, the two heavenly dragons will help us." The gods, upon hearing this, did not know what to say, for they knew that those two would never help another race, much less their own. "And the dragon gods will too. Elohim, I spoke to them, but it will not be possible. They do not care what happens. As always, but those two are more than enough." Elohim, okay, then we'll make a plan and attack. The faster we do this, the more lives we can save. Nobody said anything since they partly wanted the same thing. The days passed and the gods and their soldiers came out prepared for battle. Many were confident of their victory, seeing so many allies. But that confidence was gradually destroyed as they saw how those who were once called the most powerful beings were falling to the great power of their enemy. With no other option, they had to retreat while listening to their enemy's laughter. They were in the room again, only this time in great silence because of all the losses and injuries. "Lucifer, damn it. Michael, everything we did was for nothing. Trixa's power is growing ever stronger. Our abilities managed to hurt him, but Albion, we only made it stronger. I lost thousands of my own. What will we do now? If we fight again, the only thing that will await us is death. I lost many of my brothers. Elohim, we're going to need more help in addition to sharing our skills." "You're joking, right? That's impossible. If we do that, we're just creating future enemies. Elohim, what future only holds death for us? If it's the only option to live, that's fine, but what do you mean by more help? We're all here already." "I know what you mean, and seriously, are you crazy? Do you want to use them as cannon fodder? Who are they talking about? Humans, it's a joke." "Elohim, for you, most humans are weak and their life is short, but there are also exceptions. Some are born with abilities." "You're right, I've seen some in my territory. Most of mine are good at using swords, or rather katanas. Elohim, that's why I ask that we recruit those who have talent and train them. It's the only option we have left. I hope it works." Raising their hands like everyone else, as the days went by, many of the gods began to recruit talented humans who were initially surprised to learn that they existed. But when they learned the situation, many became frightened and escaped, but those who stayed decided to fight. While some contained the beast, others trained humans day and night, making great progress. One afternoon, Elohim was walking when he saw a couple in a shop making some magic circles. Without thinking, he decided to go in. "Elohim, they should rest." "Elohim Sama," the couple bowed. "Elohim, don't do that and tell me what you were doing. The truth is, we know that this beast is very powerful and many are dying because of it, since it is almost impossible to kill it. We are working on a spell that will be able to lock him up for the rest of his life. If things get complicated, it will be our only salvation." "Elohim, one last plan sounds good, and how are things going so far?" "It's weak, it won't hold up." "Elohim, I will help them, and I will also ask for help from some friends." Leaving the place to go in search of the rest, where they started working on a plan B, time passed, and the battle continued, with everyone giving their all until the last drop of their power and abilities. "Trixa, you bastards think you're going to win? You forget that I'm the one who will destroy everything." "Elohim, we cannot defeat you, but we can seal you now." Starting to create a magic circle like the others, Trixa didn't understand what was happening until chains enveloped him and began to take him towards a dark place. "Trixa, they won't get away with this, I'll kill them all." You will never get out of this prison, you damned monster. You will never hurt our families again. Trihexa family, that's stupid. Sooner or later they'll stab you in the back. That will never happen to us humans. Our family is the only thing we have. Trihexa, ha 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 ha, you say that now but later you'll hate her. Elohim, do not return. Seeing Trixa's smile before being locked up, everyone shouted with excitement at the victory. A big party was held where everyone celebrated amid laughter. Elohim, thanks to your idea we were able to end this war. All of this, what are they called because of all this? I don't even know their names. My name is Sadu Hyoudou and she is my partner Eli Hyoudou. Elohim, I understand a great future awaits you. What do you wish to do? Sadu, we want a normal life, but if you need our help, don't hesitate to call us. We want our children to grow up in a peaceful world as well as my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Eli, you already know, right? Ha 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 ha. Elohim, I'll be honest about one thing. Trihexa was right. Sadu, in what? Elohim, you see, I am able to see the future, obviously only fragments, they just appear out of nowhere. That's why humans united, since that's how I saw it, but I wasn't sure of victory. Eli, so what's he like? Elohim, I only saw a brown-haired boy in tears. Sadu, we will be on the lookout to make sure he doesn't have that fate. We will take care of our children, we will teach them everything we know, and they will teach their children and so on. Eli, no more wars, especially not within the family. Elohim, I understand, I hope you all do well. Time passed, and just as they had agreed at the beginning, everything went back to how it was supposed to be. The wars started again. The Hyoudou couple trained their children who had unique abilities in magic, where they were known by all factions. They gave advice to their children and grandchildren until their lives came to an end due to old age. They followed that advice and also helped many times, and so the years passed where those words gradually disappeared, mostly due to reputation. Chapter 2. Present, a brown-haired boy knew from childhood that his family was not normal. Obviously, he felt proud as well as of his brothers. But that pride he had for them turned into fear as he realized that his family was leaving him out. Big brother, why don't our parents love me? What did I do wrong? Issei, you know our story. Issei, yes, then you know the answer. Our ancestors were great mages, renowned by many factions. You are the first in history born without a single drop of mana. Issei, so I'm not welcome here, am I? That's right, all our relatives are well-known people. To date, nobody knows you exist except for us. Issei, what do I have to do? You're marked, Issei. If you're still alive, it's pure luck because the truth is you're a mistake. Words hurt, but the truth is better. You need to know that you'll never be acknowledged by our parents. Issei, I know you're with the Nordics, the second brother possesses the Red Emperor, and my younger sister is following in your footsteps, not to mention my parents. I'll give you two options, Issei. One, you live here, but obviously you'll be used by our brothers as a puppet. The other, you leave and make a new life. Issei, what do you think of me? Your last name comes first and you know it. It's better if nobody knows about you or the whole family will come after you and kill you. Live like any other human being. Issei, I understand, clenching her fists, wanting to cry. His eyes widened slightly as he saw his older brother giving him 10,000 yen. It all depends on you now and it's best if you leave now while they're gone. Issei, thank you. No. Issei, but remember Sadu Niyasama that I will return and I will return everything you gave with interest. Sadu, what nonsense are you talking about? Issei, for as long as I can remember I've been their toy because I have no power. Sadu, death awaits you, and remember, if you try anything against the family, everyone will be against you. No matter how strong you become, in the end, what matters are your allies. Issei, I understand. Turning to leave, Sadu only saw the 10-year-old boy slowly walk into the forest until he disappeared. Sadu, you were unlucky to be born into this family, Issei. It's best if you forget everything and try to rebuild your life. Entering the house. Minutes later, little Issei lay down against a tree. Some might think he would start crying, but that wasn't the case. Issei, well, at least I'm free now, I think. Now the problem is what I'll do with my life. He let out a sigh, stood up, and continued on his way. Night fell and little Issei lay down to gaze at the stars. He extended his hand upwards, trying to grasp a star. Issei, perhaps my life would be different if only I had been born with mana Sai, but just as one thing is taken away, another comes along. Noticing something approaching in his direction at great speed, he quickly stood up to see in the distance that a deer was heading in his direction. Without much difficulty, I managed to evade him and punch him in the face, making the deer stagger. Issei, I'm hungry and your meat is good, so as they say, the strong must survive and I won't be the exception. He lunged at the deer, beating it to death until he achieved his goal. An hour later I was sitting in front of a campfire enjoying venison. Issei, it needs a little something, but oh well, something is better than nothing. Now that I'm free of so much suffering, I'll have to find something to do, closing her eyes to think until something came to her mind. Issei, I'll train, and when I'm a little older I'll earn money that I can enjoy. But for now I can only eat, taking a big bite out of the deer's leg. The days passed and young Issei began his training, focusing mainly on improving his reflexes and strength. I arrived in the city where for the first time I met more people except for my family and my servants. I walked a little to explore until I entered an alley where there were homeless people. Issei, hello, I'm new here, how are you? Child, you are lost. What nonsense are you talking about? Issei, running away from home is nothing out of the ordinary. Kid, you don't know what life is like out here, you're going to regret it. Issei, sir, for me this is life and don't worry, I'll only be here a few days to adapt. Do whatever you want. Issei just settled in to watch people go by, and so the days passed, during which Issei noticed many interesting things. I passed through many places where young people trained, where Issei imitated them and noticed that it was very easy. He went to many academies where he obviously only looked around for a few moments before being kicked out of the place. A few days later, he was walking down the street until someone put their hand on his shoulder. Issei, you're sick. You're not afraid. Issei, the opposite is exciting. For the first time I see a rogue demon, and I'll be able to use this. Removing the sheath from a piece of metal that I sharpen until it takes the shape of a sword. What an interesting kid, ha 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 ha, but I can't. Opening her eyes in surprise as she saw her arm cut off in an instant. You damned child, how dare you. Issei, that's strange, I thought you'd be faster but you're slow. I'll kill you and eat you, brat. Issei, try it. He took a leap back to create distance as the demon changed its appearance to begin attacking him. Issei, you're slow. Cutting off one of his legs made the demon scream even more. He was about to say something, but he noticed the piece of metal dripping water. Holy water like. Issei, that. Well, as a vagabond, I'm allowed to enter the English-speaking world, and well, I took advantage of it, but I didn't think it would work, ha 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 ha. You damned sick child. Issei, not at all, but well, let's put an end to this nonsense. What do you want? He only saw Issei with his sword extended as his head was cut off. Issei, it was fun, letting the blood fall from the metal. Issei, this place is full of renegades, I have a lot of fun ahead of me, starting to walk where at the same time it was a little late. Days, weeks, and months passed as Issei faced some renegades. At first it seemed fun, but then the same routine became boring. Please don't kill me. Issei, are you seriously going to beg? That's so sad, especially when you're asking a child for mercy. You're not a child. Issei, tell me something interesting and maybe I'll let you go. With your skills you can gain more reputation. Issei, yes, and how? I have contacts and you can be a mercenary. Issei, interesting. Right then, you forgive me and I will help you. Issei gave him a smile that the demon liked, but the brunette cut off his head. Issei, it's interesting but boring, I'd better leave here. Maybe later there will be people I can have fun with, taking a path without a destination. Chapter 3. Time passed and little by little the young Issei adapted to his new life being mostly blood. Little by little he became known in the underworld mostly for his smile, something that scared many because of his age. Furthermore, every enemy encountered was killed, maintaining a 100% success rate in their missions. One day, like any other, a 17-year-old was sitting on a bench looking at the stars when he let out a sigh. Issei, 7 years doing this, I'm already bored, what do I do now? I've already done what I wanted in the past, I traveled, I gambled, I slept with one or two, I tortured, I have no more options left, forming a smile. Issei, there's only one thing left for me to do and that's to return to the Hyoudou family. It's time to repay them for what they did for me. He put a hand to his chin to think until a leaflet fell on his face. When he took it off, he was about to throw it away again, but when he saw it properly, he started to laugh. Issei, well then, fate wishes me to pay a visit to my brothers. This will be interesting. Standing up to start walking towards her house. A few days later, I was in front of Ku Academy where I went in without thinking to go to the principal's office. Issei, good day, director, how are you? I don't remember having an appointment so early and how I get in. Issei, I came here to study. That's not how things are done. Issei, perhaps this will help him think. Passing an envelope in his direction, the man thought he was giving money, but when he opened it, he began to tremble upon seeing some photos. As Issei, not just anyone gets into this academy because of how I know it. I pity those students who give their all just for a better future. What do you want? Issei, director, I already said it, I want to study here. That's all. Issei, that's all, it's just that I really want to see my brothers. Who are you really? Issei, he will or he won't, because if he doesn't, I'll get up early tomorrow to watch the news. The older man clenched his fists and all he could do was nod before handing over some papers. Go to that address and get your uniform, you can start tomorrow. Issei, thank you very much, you're a good person, I won't post anything. Issei, I won't do anything, I'll only be here for a few days, so goodbye. Leaving the room the next day, they were entering the academy to get to their classroom, being in their second year. Issei, hello sensei, my name is Hyoudou. Issei, my pleasure. Hyoudou is impossible, that's not a very common surname. Issei, he says that because of the family's fame, but the truth is I was traveling and I recently returned to Japan. Wait a moment, I'll call you back in a few seconds. Issei, sure, I'll be waiting. After closing the door, a few seconds passed and he could only hear the teacher silencing the students and explaining things until she called him. He opened the door and took a few steps until he was standing in front to give his new colleagues a smile. Issei, hello, my name is Hyoudou. Issei, I hope we get along well. It was complete silence since they knew nothing about another child of the Hyoudou family. Upon hearing that name, a brunette quickly stood up, walked to the front, took Issei by the hand and led him out of the room. Leaving another great silence in the academy, they walked for a few minutes until they left the academy and were behind it. Issei, Isabella, it's been a while, you've grown quite a bit. Isabella, what are you doing here? Issei, you know I worked hard these past years to save up and get into this prestigious academy where a bright future awaits me. Isabella, you know what your family will do to you when they find out you're here. You know this is demon territory. Issei, I only came for a better future. You're mean to your older brother. Isabella, we are not siblings. You were rejected by the family. Issei, that's sad, but what can I do? Anyway, it's best to get back to class, and you should know that what you just did will only confirm everyone's suspicions. Imagine the future news about how the great Hyoudou family kept their son hidden. It'll be an exclusive. Isabella, you're here for money. How much do you want? Issei, money comes and goes, so I don't need it. Isabella, Sadu Niyasama wouldn't allow you to be here, least of all our parents. If it weren't for him, you would have been dead a long time ago. Issei, I'll go back to class. Goodbye, little sister. He patted her on the head, something Isabella didn't like because she had a feeling he had something up his sleeve. Upon returning to the classroom, he simply took his seat in silence, as did Issei. No one asked anything, since no one would say anything. Later, the Hyoudou family was having dinner in great silence until it was broken. Isabella, Dad, Mom, Issei is at the academy. A great silence fell until they heard a fist slamming on the table. It was Goru. Goru, what? Isabella, I'm arriving today. Soon everyone will know what we're going to do. Mickey, don't worry, daughter, nothing will happen. Seeing his butler, who simply nodded, he left the room. Goru, he's still alive. It's clear he wants to die. I didn't do anything these years because he hadn't given any news. Dad, I can take care of him. I won't leave any clues. Isabella, Toji Oniyasama may have introduced himself before everyone knowing that we would do something to him. Toji, they'll forget about it soon, don't worry. Isabella, what will she look for? Elsewhere, the dark-haired man was walking through the streets of Ku until he stopped when he saw a dark-haired girl sitting under a lamppost. He continued on his way home without paying much attention to it. They said you're strong. Issei, huh, who said that? You want power, I can give it to you. Issei, how scary you talk about giving something away as if it were nothing. I want my home. Issei, and what do you want me to do? I want silence. Issei, I don't understand. Besides, I charge a lot, you know. The woman tilted her head to one side, not understanding. Issei, you know, money, gold, or even jewelry, as they say, money makes the world go round. What is money, gold, jewels? Issei, you're stupid. Seeing the woman's lifeless expression, I realized she was serious. Issei, I see you're not lying, this is it. Taking a banknote and a gold coin out of his wallet, the woman stood up to see it up close. Issei, go home, I have things to do. But at that moment, a breach opened up in front of him where a golden wave hit him full force. When I came out of the mountain of gold, my eyes were wide as saucers. That's enough. Issei, wow, more than enough, but are you sure you'll give me everything? It's no use to me, what's it for? Issei, you really are silly, but fine, I accept the job. By the way, can you keep it safe? I don't have a wallet that big. The woman simply nodded and returned the gold to its place. Issei, well, employer, what do you want from me? Baka red. Issei, who? Great red. Issei, having an expression of confusion. Issei, ha, wow, I didn't expect such a request. It will be interesting. Because, Issei, my own things, but well, I'll do it. My name is Hyoudou Issei and you are Miss Employer. Offis or Roborus. Issei, I understand, so you're the dragon of infinity. I heard about you just like you heard about me. Offis, you are strong. Issei, a little, but well, how much time do I have? Offis, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Issei, I understand. Well, if this is all, I'll go home. Seeing how Offis simply turned around to open a dimensional rift to enter. Issei, that's weird, but whatever, great red. I have a lot to think about. Chapter 4. At the academy, many people approached Issei to ask him many questions about why he had gone abroad. Issei, it's because I'm very talented and I had to go to a boarding school just for special people. Seriously, what's his name? Issei, it's a secret, as you know, rich families have their secrets, right? Giving them a smile that made many laugh. Isabella, who was just watching, was also somewhat curious about where she had been for so long. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice when Issei was sitting next to her with his face resting on the table. Issei, little sister, what are you thinking about so much? Isabella, how did you get here so fast? She was surprised because she didn't sense his presence even though she was always on alert. Issei, the job, you know, right? Isabella, just tell us what you're looking for. Issei, wow, it's obvious you don't trust me and they say family comes first, but I see they lied to me. Isabella, okay then, tell me where you've been all this time. Issei, running errands, I had to survive somehow, but the situation in the country left me without a job, how sad, right? Isabella, stop the nonsense. Issei, you have such a temper just like the old folks. Isabella, have some respect, you should know that they have many allies in the factions. Issei, that's good for them. You know the reason I don't have a penny right now is because, well, is money better than a favor in the future? Isabella. Issei, tell me, little sister, I know you're intelligent. Tell me the answer. Tell this stupid brother that you have the answer. Isabella, one favor. Issei, you're so smart, little sister. Here's a sweet, giving her a chocolate bonbon. Isabella, what are you playing at? Issei, I want to make up for lost years. Giving her a smile, Isabella wanted to ask another question, but she heard a lot of shouting from the girls, getting an idea of who she was mostly from her. Seconds later, a blonde man entered the room and stood in front of the brothers. Isabella, Kiba, is something wrong? Kiba, it's nothing. Miss Rias, Gremory and her brother wish to speak with Hyoudou Issei. Issei, seriously, that's great, a family reunion, let's go, little one. Taking Isabella's hand, who couldn't say anything as she was being dragged along, the three of them later reached their destination. Issei looked around and walked a little until he was standing in front of a chestnut tree. Issei, Toji Oniyasama. Toji, don't call me that. Besides, I can sense the mockery in your words. Issei, intelligent as always, and what do you want from me? If it's money, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I have nothing, but when I get a job, I'll give it to you. Toji, what are you looking for here? Do you know the consequences of showing yourself in this territory? Issei, while it's obvious you don't want to see me and I put so much effort into coming here, I worked so hard for the plane ticket. Suddenly a suitcase fell on the table. Issei saw Toji, who just nodded. Issei stood up and opened it, noticing that it was a lot of money. Issei, wow, that's a lot. It's obvious you're a Hyoudou. Toji, now go away. Don't tarnish the family name any further. Issei, unfortunately, I don't want money. I didn't really want to say anything, but yesterday I was hired for a unique job. It's a lot of money and it's worth it. Toji, if you stay here, death is all that awaits you. Issei, I understand, changing the subject, it's been a while. Gremory, you've grown a lot and I mean it. Although you still have that serious expression, it's clear you're a demon. Rias, East, you don't value your life. Issei, I had childhood memories and wanted to see my family. Rias, you hit your head. Issei, sometimes, but nothing serious, so relax, sister-in-law. Isabella, you'd better sleep with one eye open. Issei, thanks for the warning, but you should know one thing, I never fail. Taking a small knife to throw it, it scraped Kiba's cheek and stuck in the wall. Issei, I failed. Hehehehe, see you family. Leaving the room, leaving a great silence. Later, all the students were going home when Issei went to the store to buy his dinner, but after taking a few steps, he was surrounded by some men in black. You'd better follow us the easy way. Issei, please lead the way. The group, without showing any emotion, began to walk until they left the city. Issei, and they certainly want from me, turning around to notice how they were creating magic circles. Issei are seeing how they started shooting, causing a smokescreen from the explosion. One of them took out his cell phone to call his leader. Goro-sama, mission accomplished. Goro, good. Ending the call, the group was about to leave. Issei, they should confirm first they're new. Upon hearing that voice, they turned around to see Issei come out at great speed with a chain that had a knife at the end, easily cutting two of them. Issei, let's see how good the mages of the great Hyoudou family are now. With a smile on his face, he moved faster, cutting down his rivals from all sides while simultaneously hearing their cries of agony. How are you so strong, you bastard? Issei, just as they take one thing away, they give another. Seeing how the man was heading in her direction at high speed with the help of his friend, Issei, I'll go after her heart, closing his eyes for a few seconds to see his rival's entire body. Issei, I found it. Throwing down his weapon to draw a katana and go against his rival, moving it at great speed before putting it back in its sheath. You didn't do anything wrong to me. Falling to his knees, spitting blood, what did I? Issei, I cut your heart into hundreds of pieces so fast your body took a while to react. Well, I have to go. I need to bake a cake for my two brothers, they'll be very surprised tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Hyoudou mansion, Goro was entering the living room to see his family where he simply nodded to them. Toji, it's good that it's all over, that idiot really caused us problems. Isabella, it won't be long before all the students forget it. Mickey, don't talk about him anymore, it's all in the past, besides the parents' meeting is coming up soon. Isabella, that's true. Goro, one of my contacts told me that some exorcists are coming to Japan in search of some swords. Toji, they want to blame the demons. Goro, mostly fallen. Mickey, I have friends in heaven, I'm going to confirm, so for now don't do anything silly, okay? Both brothers simply nodded in agreement with their parents' request. Isabella, at least peace has returned, without knowing that his days of peace came to an end since he saw Issei. Chapter 5. Isabella walked to her classroom with a smile as her nightmare had finally come to an end. Upon entering, she greeted her classmates and friends before taking her seat. Well, we have an exam today, but as I see Hyoudou Issei hasn't arrived yet. Isabella, can you tell me? Isabella, he left. He managed to finish it as the dark-haired man entered the room with a smile, causing Isabella to stand up in amazement. Issei, sorry for the delay, sensei. I forgot the cupcakes on the table and had to come back. Here, take one, giving one to the teacher. What is the occasion? Issei, you guys have been so good to me that I wanted to do something at least, I hope you enjoy it. I went around to each classmate who happily took it until I got to Isabella, who still had a surprised expression. Issei, little sister, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Isabella, it's just that. Issei, relax, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, but hey, here's your favorite, it's strawberry flavor. Isabella, how do you know that? Issei, how could I not know what my family likes? They're delicious, Hyoudou, you should open a shop. Give me another one. Issei, thanks for your kind words, guys, but it's just a hobby. Give one to Toji Oniyasama, putting another one on Isabella's table before going to her seat. A few hours passed until it was time for a break, and Issei went to the cafeteria. He had his lunch, but just as he was about to take a bite of his sandwich, he was taken by the hand and led out of the cafeteria. Issei, what's wrong? Toji, damn it, what did you do to them? Issei, what are you talking about? Toji, I know you're not an idiot, tell me what happened to the people we sent to kill you. Issei, don't worry, brother, they're in a better place right now, and by better I mean flying in the sky. Isabella, you killed them. Issei, before we continue, tell me how the cupcake was. It was delicious. Toji, stop talking nonsense. Issei, despite all the harm they did to me, I forgave them and I want us to start all over again, but you're not doing your part. That's sad. Isabella, you don't belong to our world. Let's investigate to find out what happened to our people. Someone must be watching your back. Issei, I can go now. I'm actually a little hungry. Also, I heard that the parents' meeting is coming up soon. Isn't it exciting? I'll finally be able to see the elders after 7 years. I'm actually a little nervous. Toji, you really are an idiot. Leaving with Isabella, Issei just watched as they both left. Issei, wow, they really like me. Anyway, there's a lot to do today. Returning to the cafeteria after leaving class, I head towards a restaurant. Issei, good evening. Can you bring me a hamburger, French fries, a large Pepsi, a burrito, a personal pizza, just that? Wait for someone? Issei, yes, but they'll ask when they come. The waitress left with an expression of astonishment at everything she ordered. A few minutes later, part of her order arrived where she began to eat. After taking a few bites, 2 people sat down next to him. You are the Issei. Would you like something to eat? My treat. Seriously, then I accept, raising her hand to ask for more food than Issei, just like her companion, leaving the waitress even more shocked. The 3 ate in great silence, and at the end, Issei let out a burp. Issei, well, we can talk now that our stomachs are full and our minds are fresh. By the way, I'm Hyoudou Issei. My name is Zenobia Quarta. Shidu Irina, I thought you'd be older. Issei, and I thought the exorcists they were going to send wouldn't be such idiots. Irina, hey. Issei, we're both disappointed, no? Irina, you are the conductor of the orchestra. Zenobia, how did you get so far? Irina, can you teach me something? Issei, we're here on business, so talk. Zenobia, we were ordered to search for the rest of the blood swords and… Issei, that's the least of it, you know what I'm talking about, I want my share of the pie. Irina, desserts, you're still hungry. Issei, please tell me that you're the smart one of the two. Zenobia let out a sigh as she placed an envelope on the table. Issei opened it a little to take a look. Issei, what we agreed on, 2 million, not bad. Irina, I couldn't do it for a good cause. Issei, you're joking, right? Because from what I saw, you just ate like a pig. You think that food pays for itself. Irina, I'm not referring to that. Issei, I'll fight for whoever offers the most. Irina, Hyoudou, are you part of that family? Issei, yes, but let's leave that aside. We'll start the mission tomorrow. I usually work alone, so everyone should go their own way and I'll let you know when I have some information. Zenobia, that wasn't the deal. Issei, that pigeon already knows how I work, so it doesn't matter, and without further ado, goodbye, leaving the money on the table to leave the restaurant. The next day, Issei acted as usual, doing nothing except that he saw both women at the academy. Issei, how stupid they are. In the occult club, the Gremory and Citri group were facing both exorcists. Rias, that brings them here to demon territory. Irina, we have a mission to recover the fragments of the sword, that's all we can say. Sona, their mere presence can be the trigger for a war. Zenobia, if you don't get in our way, we won't do anything to you. Toji, you have a lot of exorcist courage, you'd better not get too cocky. Irina, we don't want any problems, besides we'll do it quickly, we have help from a strong person. Isabella, who? Irina, the conductor. Rias, I don't understand. Irina, he's a mercenary and well, that's what they call him. Isabella and her name. Irina was going to answer, but I remembered that Issei told her not to say her name since she was working. Irina, I don't know, but he's great. Sona, admiring someone who kills for money doesn't make you a bad person, especially if you're from the church. Irina, no, because… Zenobia, enough talk, everything has been said, we have nothing more to say. Standing up to leave upon seeing Asia, he stopped in his tracks. He was about to say something but noticed how Toji let out a little of his aura. Zenobia, you're lucky, leaving the room with her partner. Rias, I'll investigate that person. Sona, I'll do the same, it's not common for the church to hire a mercenary. Toji, I'll inform my family too. Elsewhere, Issei was walking while a fallen man crawled along, having had his legs cut off. I don't know anything, let me go. Issei, you're making it difficult for me, you know. I'm in work mode and well, I want to finish quickly. The fallen one saw Issei only to begin trembling with fear upon seeing his differently colored eyes. Those eyes, you're the conductor, what are you doing in Japan? Issei, my business first, then yours, okay. Do it quickly now that I'm in a good mood. I follow orders from Kadri Cockabile, that's all I know. Issei, I understand. Turning to leave, he caused the fallen man to let out a sigh of relief. Issei, oh sorry, I forgot. Turning around to shoot her in the head, destroying it completely. Issei, Cockabile, that name sounds familiar, putting his fingers to his chin to think. Chapter 6. A few days passed during which both exorcists searched for the person responsible for the theft of the fragments of Excalibur, but unfortunately they had not found anything. Issei, for his part, continued going to the academy to annoy his sister, who was the closest to him. At night, he would do some investigating while also taking care of eliminating some rogue demons to kill time. As I walked home after investigating, I sat down on a bench to rest for a while. Issei, how boring, I shouldn't have accepted that mission, but the pay wasn't too bad, letting out a sigh mostly out of boredom. Offeyes, when Issei, damn, jumping off the bench in fright upon seeing Offeyes sitting next to him. Issei, when you arrived, I almost had a heart attack. Offeyes, I don't understand. Issei, it doesn't matter, you already told me I had time for yours. Offeyes, yes. Issei, then let's take it easy, I have some things to take care of first. Offai's what things? Issei slowly crushed the people who call themselves my family. Offai's family? Issei, you're starting to scare me, to be honest. Are you playing dumb or are you really that stupid? Offai's. Issei, and those are the consequences of not shutting yourself away for so long, especially in your case since you've been alone since birth. Offai's just turned her head to the side. Issei, for us to get along better, it's time you learn the basics at least. I feel like I'm training a dog in this situation. Offais, if I finish off what you call your family, you'd bring out Baka Red. Issei, yes and no. I don't want you to wipe out my family because I want to have some fun first. And about your enemy, I need to get some things done first, so don't worry. Offais, I see. Issei, well, I have to go, see you another time, starting to walk, leaving Offais on the bench who only looked up to see the stars. The next morning, Issei, Imaudo, your Oniachan is here. Isabella, how embarrassing. Issei, your words hurt me, especially that lifeless tone. Isabella, what do you want? Issei, nothing, I was just bored, but anyway, putting that aside, we went to the movies and spent time as a family. Isabella, no. Issei, that's too bad, you really are cold. Isabella, Issei, looking with a more serious expression. Issei, yes, tell me. Isabella, fight against me. Issei, because, Isabella, I want to see your skills because I still can't believe you'll kill the people we sent to assassinate you. Issei, I understand. Isabella, okay then. Issei, I won't do it for free. Isabella, how much money do you want? Issei, I don't want money, I have something in my pocket. Isabella, and then, Issei, if I win you'll call me Oniachan for the rest of your life. Isabella, you're crazy. Issei, no, but if you don't want to. Isabella, but if I win you'll leave here. Issei, sounds good to me. Isabella, well then the battle will take place. Issei, I'll decide the day, okay. Isabella, well the sooner the better. Issei, yeah, whatever you say, heading towards the exit since it was time to leave studying. A few hours later I was walking through the forest until I came to an abandoned factory where I went inside without thinking. I walk for a few seconds until I am standing in front of a man with several black wings. Issei, Cockabeel, it's been a while. Cockabeel, orchestra conductor. Issei, when they told me your name I thought about it a lot because it seemed familiar and only today did I say who you were. Cockabeel, what do you want? Issei, director, get to the point, it sounds good, well you know work. Cockabeel, I'll pay you double or triple. Issei, you know I don't work like that, one payment per client. Cockabeel, I'm not stupid, I know what you're capable of. Issei, aren't you ashamed to say those words? You're someone who fought in the Great War and you tell me you're afraid of a mere human. Cockabeel, I despise humans for how useless they are, but I also have to admit their abilities plus yours. Issei, Cockabeel, I'm only talking to you because I did a job for you in the past. Otherwise the battle would have started a long time ago. Cockabeel, I understand, then you will die here and this will be your grave. Issei, if that's how things are, so be it. Cockabeel, I will cut you into many pieces and then give them to my dogs. Issei, I understand, drawing out a sword of enormous size and of considerable width. Issei, I'm ready. Cockabeel frowned as he jumped, and once in the air he created multiple arrows with his power which he launched at Issei at full speed. The dark-haired man effortlessly destroyed all of his enemies' attacks, then began to run and leap to cut Cockabeel, but he managed to evade the attack. But I didn't expect Issei to send his sword flying in his direction, wounding him in the arm. When Issei descended, he drew his sword with the chain that was embedded in it. Issei, you weren't surprised, were you? Cockabeel, this won't stay like this. Wanting to leave, but his leg was held by a chain. Issei, I can't let you go, friend, I'm sorry. Cockabeel, no matter what trick I use, you already know everything about me. Issei, obviously you think I've never been betrayed from behind in the past, so I had to investigate my contractor first and then his enemy. Cockabeel, you're a clever bastard. Issei, thank you. Releasing the chain, causing Cockabeel to crash into the ceiling, he turned around as he descended to see Issei pointing a gun at him, which he fired, hitting him in the left side of his stomach. As he fell to the ground, Cockabeel held his injured part while it healed. Issei, it doesn't matter how long you live, in the end you're just a coward who killed from behind, right? Cockabeel, it's not so bad to die at the hands of the best mercenary, even if he has to be human, it's pathetic. Issei, that's just how it is, and you know I don't like leaving loose ends. Cockabeel, first you will tell me your name. Issei, Hyoudou. Issei, Cockabeel, Hyoudou, that makes sense. Issei, don't get confused, Cockabeel, they have nothing to do with this, but anyway, let's drop the subject. Cockabeel, you want to know what's coming next. He was unable to finish his words as he was shot in the head. Issei, I don't care what happens, after all, I already have my targets in my sights. Well, it's time to go home. The parents' meeting is coming up soon and I want to see those faces. Starting to walk towards the exit. Chapter 7. A day later, Issei was at the restaurant again waiting for both exorcists until they both arrived and took a seat. Zenobia, time is limited, so you'd better be quick. Issei simply placed the weapons on the table where Irina removed the bandages and was surprised. Issei, it's all over now, you can leave. Irina, how did you do it? Issei, I asked some questions, they were very kind. Zenobia, I thought it would take you some time. Issei, I don't like wasting time, but oh well, mission accomplished, we're all happy now. Zenobia, anything else to say? Issei, nothing, standing up to leave. Irina, who had them? Issei, someone named Cockabeel was an acquaintance, so I'll contribute a little. Zenobia, the mission is done, it's time for us to return. As Issei went home a few days later, the parents' meeting took place. Issei, how exciting, right little sister, our parents are coming. Isabella, when would the battle take place? Issei, relax little sister, what's the rush? I have time, you should make the most of every minute. Isabella, I've been training since I was a child, I'm always ready and it's time to put an end to this. Issei let out a sigh and watched as the teacher arrived in the classroom to begin the class. Time passed and parents began to arrive to see their children participate in classes until the Hyoudou arrived, becoming the center of attention. Upon arriving at Issei and Isabella's room, they both saw Issei with a serious expression while he gave them a smile. Issei, nice to see you, Mom, Dad. Goro, we have a lot to talk about, Issei. Mickey, wipe that smile off your face. Issei continued smiling and proceeded with the class without any problems until it was time to leave. Issei was on his way home when two men dressed in black stopped him. Before the dark-haired man could say anything, he was dragged into the abandoned building where the Hyoudou couple and some redheads were. Issei, hello. Goro, Issei, you were given a chance to live and this is how you take advantage of it by coming back here. You're an idiot, Issei. Well, I lived everything I wanted. I went to amusement parks, the beach, swimming pools, casinos. I slept with many women. I'm not complaining. I had a good childhood. Mickey, who killed those people? Issei, I did it. Surzech, how did you do it? Issei, you are the current Lucifer. Nice to meet you. I imagine he is your father Zeoticus, right? Surzech, I thought you wouldn't know about me. Issei, I know a lot of things because of my job, but anyway, what's the point? I'm a little hungry and I want to go home and cook since I don't have parents to do it. What a sad life, right? Goro, Hyoudou, Issei, your minutes are numbered. You are the first in the family to be born with nothing and you are tarnishing my family's legacy. Issei, that's sad, isn't it? But tell me, how would you feel if one of your children died one of these days? Goro instantly unleashed his murderous instinct towards Issei, who merely lowered his head under the pressure but still wore a smile. Mickey, don't talk nonsense, our children are prodigies. Issei, good for them. Toji, you're an idiot. Issei, well, I'm leaving, I have things to do later. Leaving the building without caring about anything. Upon leaving the academy, Issei walked a short distance until he stopped when he saw a woman sitting on a balcony. Long time no see, conductor. Issei, Kateria, how are you? Kateria, I have a job for you. Issei, it depends what rank it would be. Kateria, God rank. Issei, difficult but not impossible, details please. Kateria, tomorrow a meeting of factions will take place including angels, fallen angels and demons, and the Hyoudou family will also be present, having a great influence on all the other factions. Issei, I understand, and what do you want? Kateria, if that meeting doesn't take place, some soldiers and I will attend. Issei, I see, taking a notebook and pencil out of his backpack to do calculations. Issei, it'll be 2 billion because we're well known. I gave you a discount because it would normally be 3 billion. Kateria, you don't change directors, you'll do anything for money. Issei, you will pay today or early tomorrow because you should know that I don't do anything without the money. Kateria formed a smile as she pulled several suitcases out of a pocket dimension and threw them in Issei's direction. Kateria, enough. Issei, euros much better, well it will be an honor to do this job. Kateria, I know you never fail, director, that's why I pay that amount. Besides, my leader trusts you. Issei, Risvim, trust me, hahaha, what a joke, not even you believe that. That man doesn't trust anyone, not even his own shadow. Kateria, how do you know her name? Issei, Kateria, let's drop this nonsense and each go our separate ways. Good luck tomorrow, taking the bags to go home. The next day the faction meeting was taking place where Michael and two young people, Irina and Zenobia, represented the angels. Azazel and Vali represented the fallen, Surzech, Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan represented the demons, and Toji and Isabella represented the Hyoudou. Azazel, well, we're here now. The only thing we have in common is the Hyoudou family. Weird, isn't it? Toji, neither of my parents could come because they had things to do. Michael, it's better that we have an alliance, so we can avoid future enemies and support each other. Azazel, I heard you recovered your sacred swords faster than I thought. Michael, I didn't do it cleanly, but it was the only option. Surzech, what are you talking about? Azazel, you certainly have the nerve to do that. You hired a mercenary. I'm surprised someone killed Cockabeel. He was stupid but strong. Michael, hire the conductor. Azazel, you're joking, right? Surzech, who is that orchestra conductor? Vali, stupid nickname. Azazel, you don't know who he is. They call him that because he's capable of using any weapon. From what I heard, every time he went on a mission, he'd take a different weapon and come back covered in blood. Isabella, that makes it so special. Azazel, she has never failed in her missions, and the most terrifying thing is that you know she is small. Isabella, what? Azazel, that he is a human, although I have never seen him in person, but that's what they say. Besides, there are no pictures of him. Surzech, Michael, why did you hire him? Michael, that was the only way I could obtain the fragments of Excalibur. Azazel, how much did you pay? Michael, 2 million. Azazel, that's what Cockabeel was worth for WoW, that's cheap. Seraphal, let's drop that subject and. At that moment the sky turned red and some young people were petrified. Before anyone could say a word, the wall exploded, revealing a brunette. Seraphal, Katerichan, because, Kateria, don't call me that, you fake Mao. Azazel, what a problem. Issei, hey, you really know how to make entrances. Many, upon hearing that voice, turned around to see Issei entering through the door with a cigarette in his mouth and holding a katana on his shoulder and others on his back. Toji, what are you doing here? Irina, I thought you were nice. Issei, wow, it's been days since you left and you're still acting silly. Like I always say, money talks. Michael, you know him. Irina, he is the conductor. No one could believe those words except the Hyoudou brothers. Azazel, wow, Chapter 8. Isabella, you are with the enemy. Issei, you're not a little sister. Didn't you hear what I said to that exorcist earlier? It's all about money. Toji, the only thing you've accomplished by coming here, and especially with that enemy, is digging your own grave. You're really stupid. Issei, well then let's stop talking and please Tojo Oniyasama guide me. He made a slight bow which only annoyed the Sekiryuutei, who instantly stood up but was stopped. Surzech, don't do it Toji, that's what he wants. Issei, Surzech, we're talking amongst family, it's not rude to interfere. Surzech, he's family and he's engaged to my sister. Issei, ah, I see. Well then, sorry for speaking to her like that. I understand, little sister, you don't want to keep our promise. Toji, what are you talking about? Isabella, I challenged him to a battle days ago. I've been waiting for the day. Issei, well you accept it because as you can see, I'm the only one not doing anything. The Hakuryukoi is killing Kateria's army and she's fighting the fallen leader. I'm the only one doing nothing. He doesn't like making money so easily. Isabella, good Surzech, Isabella détente. Isabella, I'll be fine. Walking towards Issei, who was still standing there, the brunette let out a sigh and blinked, but at that moment Issei moved, hitting her in the abdomen and knocking her out of the room. Issei, every second is important, don't let your guard down, watching as the smoke cleared where there had been a barrier covering his body. Isabella, I'm always on alert. Issei, you're amazing. Noticing how he created several magic circles that he launched against Issei where he could only defend himself from each attack, the others could only watch with curiosity to know what he was capable of doing. Issei, not bad, you haven't wasted any time, little sister. I'm proud of you as your older brother. Isabella, shut up already, being somewhat annoyed to see that they weren't doing their attacks in addition to Issei's calmness. Issei, well let's put the fun aside since it's a shame that you're still so weak. Isabella, what did you say? He received a blow to the face that broke his defense and he also spat blood. Upon seeing this, Toji quickly jumped up to go see her sister who was on her knees spitting out a tooth, which she was surprised to see when she took it. Toji, it's okay. Isabella, how is it possible? It was an almost perfect defense. Few people are capable of destroying it. Issei, you almost said it. Isabella, how are you so strong? Issei was about to answer, but he heard a voice above. Kateria, as you can see, director, I'm about to die. You have to keep the deal. Issei, I understand. Kateria, I don't trust humans, but you are an exception because of your abilities and because you never fail. Azazel, what a problem, destroying her arm. Kateria was surprised that the self-destruction had begun. Issei, phew, wow, that was awesome, don't you think? Michael, he doesn't understand what situation he's in right now. Issei, I'm a bit of an idiot, could you explain it to me? Seraphal, you have just made an enemy of all three factions by working for the enemy. Issei, I thought what they were saying was a lie, but it's true, pretty women are always idiots, how sad. Upon hearing that insult, Seraphal was about to say something, but she heard a loud crash. It was Azazel who was embedded in the ground. Azazel, if it's not one, it's the other. I didn't expect it so soon, Vali. Vali, this side is more fun. Issei, well, getting back to the point. Vali, you are a worthy bearer of my Toji Hyoudou. You come from a great lineage just like me. Toji, you're nobody. Vali formed a slight smile where he showed his demon wings, surprising most of them. Vali, my name is Vali Lucifer, descendant of the devil. Issei, while you're all being disrespectful by interrupting me so much, you should know I'm still here. Vali, they say you're exceptional, but I don't see anything special about you. Toji, I agree with him on one thing. Azazel, you have a great reputation, kid, but I think you took a suicide mission by coming here. Issei, it's just a god class, it's not that big of a deal. Besides, I'm not trying to brag, but I have the advantage. Zenobia, and you're such an idiot for showing off. You'll die today, seeing how Issei just started laughing. Issei, if I have to die, so be it, gentlemen. I want to tell you that if I have to give my life to you bastards, you'll first have to go through hell to get it. Toji, I'll take care of you. I'm tired of listening to so much nonsense. Issei, don't forget, little sister, from now on you must call me Oniachan since I beat you. Giving him a smile, Toji, without paying him any attention, activated his armor and went against Issei, who for his part dropped his sword to take out another weapon from his back. When Toji was close, Issei gave him a smile to show his nunchucks and hit him on the helmet and then another that broke it. Isabella, Toji Oniyasama. As he walked towards him, the older man simply extended his hand to stop him. Toji, I'm fine. Issei, we're continuing. Dropping the nunchucks, he then removed the chain from his arm and stuck a knife into the end, twisting it several times. Issei, let's go. Azazel, you know how to use all the weapons just as I heard, being interested to see the outcome of what would happen later. Toji, guided by Issei's provocations, launched an attack only to receive several attacks from a distance. Isabella was surprised to see Issei's abilities, where she understood that he had finished off the people who had walked before. Toji found a blind spot to attack where he formed a smile and made several boosts and went on the attack. Issei, how predictable. Hitting him with his knee, then raising the sword with his leg, grabbing it and giving it a graze all over his chest, making Toji scream in pain. Issei formed a smile as he was bathed in his brother's blood, then he put the sword on his shoulder and watched him writhe on the ground. Issei, how pathetic. Surzech, how is that possible? It's a common sword. Azazel, you're wrong, I can sense a faint blood power of Samuel, how is that possible? Issei, I told you before, Isabella, that money or a favor is better. Isabella, who are you really? Vali, how pathetic, then I'll finish you off myself. Issei turned around and began to slowly pull his middle finger out, then he showed her an expression of surprise. Issei, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't control it. Vali, damned human. Activating his armor to go against Issei, he just jumped, falling alongside his brothers, but Toji was healed by Isabella and Asia. Issei, I'll return it to you later. Nobody understood what he meant until he took the gauntlet to put it on. Dragon, Wesh, Dragon, Balance Breaker. Everyone was in shock upon hearing those words, even Drake himself. Azazel was the most shocked of all. Without thinking, Issei launched himself at Vali. Dragon boost, 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 boost. He went all out against Vali, even destroying his armor and some bones in the process. Issei, get up, Lucifer, the fun has only just begun. Vali, he had it. Issei approached him and took his blue wings. Albion, oh no, watching as his power combined with that of his rival and as the armor turned red and white. Issei turned around to deactivate the helmet and look at the leaders, giving them a smile. Issei, with or without Vaseline. As Chapter 9. Upon hearing what the fallen leader said, Issei could only laugh more when he saw the serious expressions of the others. Issei, well, let's be honest, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Surzech, what do you want? Issei, you see, Surzech, I was paid 2 billion to stop this meeting and I won't leave here until I complete my objective. Michael, I know your code, young Issei. Can I call you that? Issei, I have no problem. Michael, your code is to always complete your missions regardless of rank. Issei, if you understand, then you'd make things easier for me. Azazel, how is it possible that you can use those 2 sacred gears without their wielders dying? Issei, you'll see you've fallen. Starting to walk, making the armor disappear, leaving only the gauntlet and the wings. Issei, you know the Hyoudou family very well, don't you? Seraphal, a family that has lived for hundreds of years alongside others that survived, others that died out over time, but the Hyoudou family kept getting bigger and bigger. Issei, I'm glad you know that. You're not as much of an idiot as I thought. Then you must know about me, or rather, you must know about the only failure of the Hyoudou family. Surzech, very little, but what's the point of all this? Issei, just as it's given away, but the Hyoudou clan only wants mages in their families. And when they realized I was born without a drop of mana, they discarded me, treating me worse than a dog. My rank was lower than a servant. But you might be wondering, and why should I care? Well, the point is, I wasn't born with magic, but I was born with a superior physique and senses far beyond those of an ordinary human. I tried to prove my worth, but since it wasn't magic, it didn't matter, so I stopped trying and accepted my cruel fate of being a plaything for everyone. Both the leaders and the young people could only listen to what Issei was saying as if nothing was happening. Issei, so Shido Oniyasama gave me some money to leave, and that's what I did. I was a vagabond, and I won't lie, it was fun. Then I saw some people training with swords, so I imitated them, and it was very easy. Little by little I learned, and I wanted to practice. By chance, I ran into a rogue and killed him. It was interesting, but I got bored of only using swords, so I tried other weapons, and they're very easy. Why can't humans like you do this? Were you born so weak? Azazel, your self-esteem is through the roof, don't you think? Issei, you know why I'm still alive after falling. Tell me, I want to know your answer. Azazel, the answer is easy, it's for revenge, no? Issei, partly, but I like to make things interesting. You see, I've met many people with talents or miracles like that idiot who calls himself Lucifer, but I possess something called obsession. Isabella, observation. Issei, obsession trumps talent. You always have all the talent in the world, but it obsesses you. It's all you think about, you have to face it, it's you against yourself out there. When you step onto that battlefield, you have to think, I am the best here. It doesn't matter if a god is there too, never give up. I don't care how strong my enemy is, it's fun to see their limits. Surzech, you are sick. Issei, maybe, but well, I guess it'll be option 2, activating the armor again to go against Azazel, who upon seeing him barely managed to create a defense, but it was destroyed by Issei since he divided his power and he was missing an arm. Without hesitating, Michael created a sword of light to attack Issei, but Issei destroyed it, then enhanced it and hit him in the face. Surzech stood in front of Issei with a serious expression, and he also let out some of his power. Issei, you're going to fight Surzech. Surzech, don't play with me, Issei. You know you can't defeat me. Issei, and they say I'm the arrogant one, ha 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 ha. Surzech, Issei, what do you want to stop all this? Issei, you already know the answer, Surzech, there will be no alliance. Surzech, you know that won't happen. Issei, how you really are stupid, then it'll be the hard way. Moving quickly, Surzech took an attack position but noticed that it wasn't going in his direction but towards Zenovia to grab her by the neck. Zenovia, damned, Issei, can I borrow it? Reaching out to pull out Durandal, he then threw Zenovia, destroying part of the building. He then moved again to go towards Kiba, take his sword, and leave him on his knees from the blow he received. Surzech, this is bad. Issei, not yet Surzech, since you decided to do it the hard way. Standing before Azazel, he had a bad feeling, which proved to be true as Issei grabbed his face to deliver several blows and take his orb. He moved towards Sagi and took his sacred gear, then went towards Asia, where upon seeing Issei's smile, he began to tremble with fear. Issei, boo. Watching the nun fall, he took her ring to drop her and finally went to Tsubaki and took her mirror. He stood still for a few seconds in his mental space facing 3 chained dragons. Drake, how is it possible that you can use our power? Vitra, who are you? Issei, it'll only be a little while, just relax, okay? Then you'll go back to your companions. Stepping out of his mental space to pick up his weapon and stick it in the ground. Surzech was about to say something, but Issei raised his sword and plunged it into the armor, which changed colors, becoming red, black, white, and gold. Issei, I'm ready. Azazel, what the hell? He could barely speak, his eyes swollen from the combination of so many Longinus and sacred gear. He took a step, and as he did so, the whole place became a field of swords of all styles, both demonic and holy. Surzech, now more serious, looked at his queen and received her nod to take up an attack position. Seconds later, the 3 launched into the attack, where Issei used one of his purple ribbons to catch Grafia and throw her away, and then clash fists with Surzech while dividing his power. Seraphal tried to help her friend, but as she took a step, a cage of swords stopped her in her tracks. Isabella, how much? He shouted it, causing Surzech to stop, as did Issei, who put his hand on his chin to think. Issei, nothing, giving him a smile as he connected his fist with Surzech's face, which had traveled through the entire academy. I waited a few seconds while Surzech returned in his armor of the power of destruction and without hesitation used one of his greatest attacks against Issei. He simply formed a big smile internally. Tsubaki quickly understood what Issei was trying to do from the beginning. Tsubaki, it's already late. Sona, what are you talking about? Issei extended his hand to make a mirror appear where some quickly understood Tsubaki's words. The attack was instantly absorbed and returned to its owner, only with greater force. Surzech quickly activated a barrier, but it fractured, receiving some of the damage. Issei started walking in her direction, where Grafia stood between them to stop him, but Issei threw Durandal, which pierced Grafia's shoulder, making her scream in pain. Surzech and Rias were horrified to see such a scene. Issei, you should have stayed in the kitchen, woman. Surzech, you bucking kill yourself. Issei, I gave you 2 options, but you decided to do it the hard way. Surzech, that's all. Issei, the mission I was given was to make sure the leaders didn't sign the peace agreement. You understand, Surzech, giving him a few taps on the forehead. Seraphal, if that's the case, we won't do it. Toji, they'll let him get away with it. Seraphal, what else can we do? Isabella, you should have died back then. Issei, little sister, now I'll tell you what I really think of you all. You're all ambitious and selfish, and you hurt others very easily, yet you can't tolerate your own pain. Despite being human, you discriminate against, envy, and hate others simply because of their abilities. You worship something or someone to justify your weakness, and all your crimes are done for yourselves. Humans are selfish beyond redemption, stupid and unpleasant beings. He snapped his fingers to make the armor and weapons disappear, returning them to their owners. Before anyone could say anything, the barrier was destroyed and a chestnut-attired man entered, surprised by the situation. Vali, Biku sent you. Biku, what the hell happened? Looking around until his gaze stopped on Issei. Biku, it can't be, you're the conductor, you're incredible, can I have your autograph? Standing in front of Issei with paper and pencil. Issei, sure, I have no problem. Giving it his signature, he then started walking towards his house. Surzech, what a humiliation. Michael, we must be more careful knowing that he can use other people's sacred gear. Azazel, one of the worst enemies in history. Michael only had a drop of sweat when he noticed Azazel's swollen face and serious expression. Isabella, we'll have to talk to our parents and tell them everything that happened. Toji, damn it, I will not forgive this humiliation. Clenching his fists in frustration. Issei, on the other hand, walked home whistling as if nothing had happened, as if it had been just another day. Chapter 10. After Issei left, a great silence fell, which Biku used to take advantage of the situation to grab his partner and leave, thus avoiding a battle. Toji, Leviathan-sama, are you serious about not signing the treaty? Seraphal, only in this way could we end this battle. Azazel, he also said that we didn't have to sign the paper so we can have an alliance based on words. Surzech, you 2 know more about him, and if everything he said before is true, he is a very dangerous person. Michael, he can be very dangerous, but he's also someone who keeps his word. Obviously, if we bother him, he'll respond in kind. Seraphal, it's been a long night. Zenovia, how she was able to use so many weapons means she's not an ordinary human. Azazel, but he was right when he said that by taking something away, he was given something else. It's truly incredible. The Hyoudou family of this generation had many geniuses. Isabella, we can't let him live and walk around like nothing happened. Surzech, we'll find a way to stop it for now. From what I can see, we're all tired and it's best to go home and rest. After going to Grafia's to leave and have her healed, everyone gradually went back to their homes. When the brothers arrived, they told their parents about the situation and showed them a hologram of everything that happened, leaving their parents shocked and upset by everything that occurred. Goro, this isn't going to stay like this, I'll call some people. Toji, father, I'll take care of him, I just need to train harder. Isabella, please show me your skills, we have to stop him, he will be a danger in the future. Mickey, okay, by showing his cards right now he must have left the country to avoid being sought. Toji, it's the best thing I could do, I'd be an idiot to stay. The next day. Issei, good morning everyone, how are you this morning, especially you my dear little sister. Giving him a few pats on the head. Isabella, what are you doing here, we thought you had left. Issei, and why would I do that? Isabella, are you an idiot? Don't you know that all three factions are your enemies now, especially my family? Issei, I don't know what to say, I'm happy that you care about my safety, little sister. Isabella, I'm not worried about you, you damn monster. Issei, what language anyway, let's take a seat, classes are about to begin. Going to their posts, the hours passed and everything was normal for everyone, and so the days continued until the holidays arrived where everyone jumped for joy. One day, like any other, the Gremory group and the Hyoudou brothers were cleaning the pool until they heard a scream. Issei, today guys, I already came and brought fruit for later. Rias, what are you doing here? Issei, a little bird told me you were having a pool party and I've never been to one before so I wanted to come. I brought fruit for everyone, I hope you like it. Toji, what's your plan, Issei? Just tell us what you want. Issei, nothing, I just want to be with my family and take better care of my little sister. Don't you know that older people take care of younger ones? I didn't receive that treatment so I want to at least take care of her. Isabella, you're just talking nonsense. Issei, well, let's get cleaning, putting on a headscarf and the cleaning supplies and going to the pool. The young people didn't know what to say about her attitude despite what had happened a few days before. Issei, come on guys, help me, otherwise we'll never finish. Rias, it's worth getting your hands covered in blood just for money. Issei, it's worth using humans for fun, sister-in-law. Rias, what are you saying? Issei, I'm talking about the raiding games, they reincarnate humans just to fight. Rias, that's a lie. Issei, you're right, since your sister-in-law has a half-fallen girl in your group who hates her father because he didn't save her mother, a gay vampire, a cute boy traumatized because his friends were killed, a cat who doesn't accept her true self, and a nun who is completely useless and only knows how to cry. I forgot someone. He said it as if it were nothing, the young people just frowned upon hearing those words. Issei, the truth hurts, it's true, but that's reality. Kaneko, how do you know all that? Issei, I'm worried about my brother's friendships, so I investigated, it's a habit because of work. Toji, I will kill you myself with my own hands. Issei, Toji Oniyasama, the only way you can kill me is if you become an expert in magic and abandon that lizard, because otherwise I could kill you with your own weapon. Isabella, then I will kill you. Issei, it's sad to think we're having a conversation about killing, that's not normal for a brotherly chat. Help me out, I want to take a bath, it's hot. With no other options, Rias gave the order to her companions to begin the cleaning. When they finished, they filled the pool, with Issei being the first to jump in. Issei, this is great, come on guys, the water's refreshing. He floated for a few minutes until he heard his cell phone ring, he swam to shore to pick it up. Issei, well, who's speaking? Conductor, I need your help. Issei, I understand, wait a minute. Looking around until he saw a backpack. Asia, it's mine, Issei, it will just be a quiet leaf, okay? Taking a pencil and pulling a pair of glasses out of his backpack, he surprised everyone by wearing them. Issei, I'm here, tell me what you want. To kill someone. Issei, I understand what rank it is. Semigod rank. Issei, I understand the payment will be 1.5 billion, you know how I work money first. I'll see him in Russia in 2 days to clear everything up. Issei, okay, see you later. Ending the call. Issei, too bad, I want to enjoy my vacation more with my brothers, but duty calls. Isabella, what will you do? Issei, there are some things that are better left unknown, little sister. Taking the backpack to start walking. Toji, your days are numbered, Issei. Just wait, Sadu Oniyasama will know everything you did. Issei, I can't wait to see it. Continuing on her way, she left a plate of strawberries for her sister. Isabella, what on earth is going through your mind, Issei, that you're acting like nothing's wrong? Thinking about it for a while, he realized he was eating the strawberries without even knowing it, and then it was too late. Isabella, at least they're delicious. Chapter 11. In an unknown location, a silver-haired man was exercising by hitting a punching bag until he burst it from the force he used. Albion, that defeat still affects you. Vali, I will never forget that humiliation. Albion, to be honest, Vali, you don't stand a chance against him. Vali, because you think that. Albion, once you have me, he will attack you with my own power. The only way you can beat him is by improving your own strength and magic. Vali, I need to investigate that type more. Leaving the training room, I arrived at the living room and saw Biku sitting on a sofa looking at the wall where he had a picture marked with Issei's autograph. Vali, you know who it really is. Biku, who are you talking about? Vali, from the idiot who gave that. Biku, ah, you mean the live orchestra performance, obviously. Vali, how do you know about him? Biku, he's a renowned mercenary, you don't know about him because you're not interested in anyone just like everyone else. As soon as he said those words, the rest of the group entered only to see Vali holding Biku by the collar of his shirt. Leffe, what's happening? Biku, he is still upset about the defeat. Arthur, are you affected by the defeat against the Sekiryuutei? Vali, it wasn't that idiot. Biku, he was the conductor. Kuroka, who? Biku, it's obvious they all live in a cave. He's the one who gave Vali the beating of his life. Kuroka, it sounds harsh, but the nickname doesn't help much. Biku, you know you're lucky today is the day. Arthur, what a day. Biku, every month someone tells their story. Leffe, that's why he always disappears one day out of nowhere. Biku, come on, follow me. Leaving the house, the others followed him mostly out of curiosity. Later, they arrived at their destination where they entered the mercenaries' place. Some were laughing, others drinking, and others looking at the mission wall. Biku, hello Caroline. Caroline, Biku, punctual as always, it's a pleasure to see you guys too. Leffe, it's a pleasure again. Biku, since they always send me to look for the missions, they don't know about the director. Caroline, seriously. She said it in surprise. The others, upon hearing that, remained silent and stared at the group. They had to be brats except for you, Biku, you know what's up. Explain to them who Caroline is before starting the story. Caroline got up from her seat to go to the mission board. Caroline, these are the mission ranks the orchestra conductor accepts. Rank humans, rank renegades, rank B demons, fallen angels, exorcists, etc. Rank anobles. Rank S dragons, demigods, low-ranking gods. Rank S Smaus, cadres, archangels, gods. You know that class. Rank SS top 7 most powerful beings in the world. Special category a commission in progress. The group didn't know what else to say. Vali, upon noticing the level of power that Issei had faced. Kuroka, what does special category mean and why is it in progress? Caroline, it's because I recently accepted an assignment. In short, a special category refers to the 3 most powerful in the world. Biku, I didn't know that. It's great. I respect you more and more each time. Arthur, someone asked him to kill Great Red Ophis or the god of destruction Shiva. Caroline, who knows? Silence, the story will begin. Biku without hesitation went to the front, being first in line, the rest just stayed behind. Hello everyone, my name is Issei. Most of you already know me, so I'll begin. This happened a few years ago. A boy between 10 and 12 years old entered through that door with a sharp piece of metal. He walked straight to the board without a care in the world. We who were there that day just thought he was lost until he took a mission that in today's terms would be an S rank. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. Leffe, sorry to interrupt, but why do they admire him so much? Issei, that kid took on a mission from an old comrade, so I confronted him and well, the director cut off his head. That man's comrades rushed at him only to lose their heads too. It was a complete massacre while he just had a smile on his face and his colorful eyes glowed. Caroline, I've never felt so scared, to be honest. Issei, we thought he wasn't coming back, but he did, and the amazing thing is that he came back eating a piece of dragon meat, and do you know what he said? Leffe, what, Issei, it needs salt. Little by little he earned his reputation. Kuroka, but why that nickname? There are better ones like Dragon Slayer, especially since it's his first job. Issei, it's because he's capable of using any kind of weapon, there are no exceptions. Whenever he went out with one, he would return with it covered in blood and with his enemy's head. Plus, he always buys the beers, ha 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 ha. Vali, I'll finish him off. There was a long silence until everyone started laughing. Ha 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 ha, dude, you fell when you were little. Even an idiot knows he doesn't stand a chance. What a great joke, I've never laughed so much. Were you born by a donkey? Vali, damn it, I'm going to. Doors were opened and Vali instinctively turned around only to frown as it was the person who had humiliated him. Issei, Caroline, I came to cancel the order from Russia. Caroline, yes, director. Issei, oh, and beer for everyone except me. Caroline, yes, sir, you're the best. Issei, who wants to fight? We're not idiots. Issei, that's too bad. Anyway, I'll just cancel this and leave. I have something to do later. What kind of job? Issei, nothing important, SS rank, I think. Seeing how some were giving each other money since they had bet. Issei, and my part, going to claim what was his as usual. Vali, this time I will kill you. Issei, you're the same guy from last time. What are you doing here? Issei, he is a mercenary and also SS rank just like his companions. Issei, gee, seriously. Looking at the group from head to toe, Biku gave him a smile. Issei, they should change their ranking system. In my opinion, they're rank A at best. Arthur, who do you think you are to say that? Biku, this is interesting. Issei, I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I have to meet with my client, so goodbye. Leaving the place before the group launched their attack. Issei, don't get angry. He classifies people too. You should be happy to have a high rank. Most of us in his eyes are rank B or lower. Biku, now that we're talking about that, Rango is him. Caroline, he's never been interested in that. We gave him the special rank because he's unique. I'm curious who he'll kill. It's been a while since he's done a mission of that level. Biku, I bet 1,000,000 he wins. That's the spirit. Starting the betting time. Just like the rest, there were few people who were against him. 2 days later, Issei was having coffee until a black-haired woman sat down in front of him. Issei, we didn't have much time to talk last time. I was busy and well. Kill my father. Issei, wow. Chapter 12. A while ago, a man was waking up, and as he did so, he saw around him where there was only rubble. Little by little, he began to hear footsteps. Who's there? Issei, it was easier than I thought. Who are you? What do you want? Issei, I was hired to kill you. You're a mercenary. How much were you paid and who was it? Issei, you should know that I didn't reveal the names of my clients and the sum isn't much. You're not worth mentioning. I'll pay you more, let me go. Issei, it's shameful that someone of your level is begging for mercy, but that's why I dislike supernatural beings. At first they think they're invincible, but when they encounter someone older than them, they act like children. Please, Issei, wait, my phone is ringing, taking it out to see who it was. Issei, hello, who's speaking? I need you to do a TR. Issei, I'm a bit busy right now. See you in 2 days in England, okay? I understand, ending the call. Issei, okay, where were we? Present. Issei, well, tell me what you need from me. Kill my father. Issei, well, family problems, it's been a while since I've done one. You will not ask questions, Issei, I don't have any, and besides, I'm not interested. How much do you want, Issei? Rank, I don't know how you would classify it. Issei, how did you find out about me? I investigated the mercenaries, they don't belong to any faction, so they aren't afraid of the consequences. Issei, I understand. How much do you want? Issei, you really do hate him from what I can see. He made me a monster, can't you see, taking off his robe. Issei, that's right, hella you will, Issei, Loki, right, hella that's right, Issei, and I thought they had a good relationship, well I know a little about him and well I already thought about it. Hella and then, Issei, I'll do it without payment. Hella there's a but, Issei, you'll owe me a favor. Hella, what kind of favor? Issei, who knows, I'll think about it in time and then. Extending her hand, Hella hesitated a little longer upon seeing that smile but still took the dark-haired man's hand. Issei, anything else to say? Hella, the meeting of the Nordic faction and the 3 factions for an alliance will take place soon. Issei, I see, so in the end they will form an alliance through the Nordics, that's smart of them. Hella, my father is not in favor of this alliance, so he will do everything possible to stop it. Issei, he'll attack at the meeting, that doesn't surprise me anymore. Hella, so that's it. Issei, you hate him because of the way you look. Hella, both he and the Allfather Odin locked me up in that place. Issei, I see. Hella, how much for Odin? Issei, 1 job at a time, girl. Hella, you're quite confident to call me that, knowing I'm much older than you. Issei, it doesn't matter, I grew up on the street so I lack manners. Hella stood up, but not before putting on her robe, she stopped walking. Hella, good luck. As Issei left, he simply took the cup of coffee to take a sip. Issei, and I wanted to have some vacation time, but oh well, work is work. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Toji was on his knees after a tough training session. He was about to fall, but he remembered the moment when Issei humiliated him, and once again he stood up to continue his training. Isabella, meanwhile, was in the library looking for new types of magic with which to destroy her brother. Isabella, how are we going to stop you, Issei? The good thing is that I'll see Sado Oniosama soon, he'll have an idea. I should learn Nordic magic too. Time passed and the young people just trained as usual while the leaders did the paperwork and also had to prepare for the youth meeting. Seraphal was getting up from her seat to stretch her muscles. Issei, it must be hard work, huh? Seraphal looked to her right to see Issei at the window with his usual smile. She didn't know what to say since she didn't feel when he entered. Seraphal, what do you want here? Did you come here because of trouble? Issei, a somewhat deformed little bird told me that they will have a meeting with the Nordic faction. Seraphal, how do you know that? Issei, I already told you, someone told me. Seraphal, so what do you want? Issei, they made a wonderful move by becoming allies through the Nordics. Seraphal, what will you do? Issei, nothing. Seraphal, Issei, the mission I was given was to stop them from signing and I did it. What happens after that has nothing to do with me. Seraphal, why are you doing all this? Issei, what do you mean? Seraphal, because you work for the enemy. Issei, you know what it means to be a mercenary, right? Because if you don't, you'll scare me. Seraphal, of course I know, but they are the enemy. Issei, I just came to say hello and tell me how my brothers are. Seraphal, you don't hate them. Issei, because, Seraphal, what they did to you. Issei, that's boring, besides I have better things to do, you'll hear from me later, sayonara. Jumping out of the window, Seraphal approached to see him, thinking he had disappeared, but he just walked away. Later, Isabella was walking through the garden getting some fresh air after studying so much. Issei, good night, little sister. Isabella, Issei. Issei, don't forget Oniachin, you promised me. Isabella, I'll never tell you that. Issei, you're a sore loser while you embarrass me and you're a Hyoudou. Isabella, what do you want? Issei, I just wanted to see my little sister, can't I? Isabella, no. Issei, you're so mean, I can tell from your face that you have a lot of questions. Tell me what you want to know. Isabella, you have no heart for doing everything you've done, you've killed so many people and it doesn't affect you.
Issei.
Isabella, you've never loved anyone, death doesn't affect you, don't you have a heart? Issei, no, I have no heart, I feel no love, no fear, no joy, my pain is empty, hollow. Isabella, don't say that. Issei, what did you expect to hear from me? Did you want me to tell you that I'm sad inside or some corny thing? For God's sake, little sister, put those ideas aside. Isabella slowly began to crouch down until she was on her knees and lowered her head. Isabella, forgive us for everything that happened, don't hurt my family. Issei, it was sooner than I expected, to be honest. You already know my answer, little sister. Besides, why should I forgive you? You didn't do anything wrong as far as I know. Isabella, don't hurt them. Issei, I don't know what's on your mind, but forget it. It's getting late, I'd better go, I have some things to do, see you later, starting to walk. Isabella, I know we did wrong, but you have to understand. Issei, I understood perfectly, little sister, so relax, we have plenty of time, right? Raising his hand to say goodbye, he left Isabella with a bad feeling that something bad was about to happen. Isabella, I have to be stronger. I'm afraid he'll do something to my parents and siblings. I can see the desire for revenge in his eyes. Returning home to continue his studies. Chapter 13. A meeting was taking place in a building with young people being the most present. Each one was elegantly dressed for the occasion. Some nobles were alone, others were accompanied. Some spoke freely while others managed to resist the urge to fight because they did not have good relationships. Toji, Isabella, I've noticed you've been acting strange lately. Is something wrong? Don't lie to me. Isabella, I recently spoke with Issei. Toji, where? Isabella, here in the underworld. Rias, how did he get here? It's impossible for him to enter without being seen. Sona, we need to inform the leaders about this, but Isabella, why didn't you say anything before? Isabella, some things happened that I'd rather forget. You all go ahead, you have to talk to your council soon. I wish you luck. Going to a table so I can rest. Most of the young people were on their way to the room when a wall exploded during a fight between young people. I can smell the virgin from here, let me help you Augars. Sekiryuutei, Zapiador, you'd better be ready for the consequences for insulting my family's honor. Zapiador, ha ha ha, look how I'm trembling. Rias, I was starting to find all this calm strange. Toji, I will stop this nonsense. Issei, why would you do that? The fun is just getting started. Toji opened his eyes as wide as he could as Issei was by his side enjoying some popcorn. Issei, you want to Toji, how did you get here? Issei, I was just passing by and got hungry, so the guards were very kind to let me in. Toji, you're dead. He wanted to hit him, but Issei stopped him and then threw him against Zapiador, where both fell to the ground, attracting more attention. Issei, that's how it's done, Toji Oniyasama, always saving the day, hehehe. Zapiador, you damned bastard, how dare you touch me? Toji, you'd better calm down or you'll know the consequences. Having a serious expression, something that frightened Zapiador since he obviously knew the Hyoudou family and their influence. Issei, you're not happy that he saved you. With his arm around Sekiveria's shoulder, she just gave him a serious expression. Issei, you should smile more often, honestly. Well, I've already eaten, so I'd better go. He started walking, but Zapiador stopped, standing in front of Issei with two of his friends. Issei, you've got guts for stopping me. Zapiador, you damned human, I will kill you. He lunged at Issei, but Issei evaded his attack, then grabbed his arm and turned him around. Issei, you know what it sounds like when a bone breaks in two. Zapiador was about to say something, but Issei twisted his arm, making Zapiador scream at the top of his lungs. Issei, how noisy, giving him a kick in the face that sent him back to his two friends. Issei, well, I'm leaving. Sekiryuutei, stop, you should know that you won't just leave here like nothing happened. Issei, you're strong, I can tell. Sekiryuutei, who are you? Issei, I'm Hyoudou. Issei, a pleasure. Everyone started murmuring when they heard that name since they didn't know that another Hyoudou existed. Sekiryuutei, I didn't know about you. Issei, well, I don't like to stand out too much. Sekiryuutei, I'll have to take you to the leaders for what you just did, taking an attack position. Issei, you are someone who knows himself and has a burning soul, so there is only one thing to do together until our hearts are satisfied. Let's burn our souls to the bone. Taking the first step, Sekiryuutei instantly launched an attack to strike Issei, but he evaded it and hit him in the ribs. Sekiryuutei quickly recovered to attack, but Issei ducked to knock him down with his leg. As the demon fell, Issei kicked him, dragging him backward. Issei, I can tell your fists are powerful, but it's a shame you lack experience. Sekiryuutei, then I will be under your care, going against Issei again while forming a smile and punching Issei in the face. Sekiryuutei, my name is Sekiryuutei Bale. Issei, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I am Hyoudou Issei, the one known as the best mercenary. I will not yield to anyone. The previous attack was beautiful, always meeting the expectations of others. It is the greatest of existences. Grabbing Sekiryuutei by the head with both hands to knee him before Sekiryuutei regained his senses, Issei delivered a flying kick that made him fall to the ground. Sekiryuutei was getting to his feet, but Issei kicked him again, making him fall, but he kept getting up. Issei, I admire your fighting spirit, grabbing him by the hair to lift him up. Issei, you have my respect, Sekiryuutei, but I don't see your spirit of death in you. After punching him in the stomach, Sekiryuutei only spat out blood. Toji, let it go. Issei, as you wish. Releasing him, and before he touched the ground, Issei gave him another kick that sent him flying, taking some people with him in the process. Issei, someone else, looking around but no one. Issei, well then I'll be going because I have some work later, starting to walk past Sekiryuutei. Issei, Sekiryuutei Augars, I won't forget your name, we'll meet again sometime. The aforementioned person could not answer for what had happened previously. Later, the guards arrived to take away the wounded and then informed the leaders that upon learning that Issei was there, they had a bad feeling. Azazel, how the hell do I get in here? Surzech, what will he be looking for? Serafal, he already knows we're allies. Surzech, how is that possible? Serafal, I don't know, but she won't do anything. Surzech, and how do you know that? Serafal, she visited me a while ago and told me her job was to prevent us from signing, and since she succeeded, she doesn't care what we do later on. Michael, so what did he come for? I don't think he just came in to fight those two young men. Surzech, I'll look into it further for now. Noticing that Odin was arriving through a portal where upon exiting he was accompanied by two other people, a Valkyrie and a young man. Before the talk began, the doors were opened by two brothers. Isabella, Sadu Oniyasama, it's been a while since I've seen you, going towards him to give him a hug. Sadu, it's been a few months. Toji, welcome Oniyasama. Sadu, everything is fine, Tauji. The person in question did not know how to respond to those words. Odin, I sense tension, something's up. Surzech, some things have happened. Isabella, Oniasama, Issei is still alive. Sadu, as it is possible, I was given the opportunity to live and I decided to return. Toji, forgive me, Oniasama, but he is very strong. Sadu, I don't understand. Surzech, he is a mercenary, and Azazel, he is someone very, very dangerous. Thanks to him, we were unable to form the alliance in the past. Odin, that's the talent he has. It must be normal for the Hyoudou, right? Michael, he's not good at magic. Surzech, you'd better look. Showing a video of the battle and what Issei was like, something that surprised Sadu and Odin even more when they saw how he humiliated the two wielders of the celestial dragons and the three leaders. Odin, you can't be. Azazel, he is capable of using any weapon including the sacred gear, which is very dangerous. Odin, Sadu, yes, Odin-sama. Odin, I'm not referring to you, I'm just saying he looks a lot like Sadu. Surzech, what does he mean? Odin, since we're going to be allies, I suppose it's time you knew a few things. I imagine you two don't remember, right? Azazel, we were waiting for the right moment. Surzech, what are you talking about? Odin, there was once an alliance where we all fought hand in hand just like humans, and that was only to stop the beast of the apocalypse. Michael, those were very dark days, many died. Odin, a human couple devised a spell to imprison him and improved it with the help of the best. Both were excellent. Isabella, they were. Odin, that's right, your ancestors. Showing a hologram where the three brothers couldn't believe it since their ancestor was identical to Issei except for his eyes since he possessed one of the man's and one of the woman's. Seraphal, it's identical. Odin, he was a good person. Elohim told me it doesn't matter if you're evil or good, a true powerful warrior has a determined heart and Issei is someone like that. But why does he act like this? Sadu, he doesn't belong to the family, he was born without talent. Odin, throughout history I have seen great wizards like yourself, but you should know that at some point there will be an exception, and as you can see it was this young man's turn. Michael, to be honest, I had already forgotten everything from that time. Azazel, I didn't want to remember anything from that time. Odin, I hope I can speak with him sometime. Sadu, what's done is done, there's no going back. I'll stop him so he doesn't cause any more trouble. Isabella, I will help you, Oniasama. Toji, I'll be ready. Odin, I see, going to his seat to put the matter aside and begin the meeting the moment he sat down the wall exploded. Chapter 14. The leaders stood up and other people stood in front to protect them. Sadu, Lakasama, what are you doing here? Loki, I've come to prevent our faction from having any connections with those three. Odin, you know it's necessary. Loki, I don't accept it, no matter what method I use, it's not going to happen. Odin then. He wanted to continue, but Ajuka beat him to it and sealed it away. Ajuka, it will give us time to think of a plan. Odin, this is my fault. Surzech, don't worry, we're going to support you. Odin, thank you. How long will the dimension last? Ajuka, about 2 days. Falbium, if we go, the civilians might get worried. Azazel, we need to think of a plan. Odin, not much to think about. I see the looks on those brothers' faces, besides they'll have help, right? Toji, that's right. Surzech, look for Rias and Sona. Isabella, I understand, I'll be right back. Odin, Rossweisse will also give them more information, as will Sadu. Michael, Irina will come with you. Surzech, I'll talk to the Phoenix family to see if they can give us some tears. Maybe I can get some because of the little time we have. Michael, everything will be all right. In a cafe, Issei was enjoying a coffee with a piece of cake until Offai sat down in front of him, and they were the center of attention mostly because of her. Issei, what do you want? Offais, you already know how to get it out. Issei, come on, tell me, do you want something? Receiving a negative response from the dragon. Issei simply took a small piece of her cake and fed it directly to her. Issei, it's delicious, isn't it? Forming a smile, minutes later the dark-haired man had a tick upon seeing many desserts on the table. Issei, and I thought you didn't like it. Offais, I like it. Issei, I'm glad to know that. Sir, no offense, but how will you pay for that? Instantly a wad of banknotes fell on his face. Issei, bring her everything she wants. Hi, returning to his place. Issei, you're interesting, Araburos. Offais, because, Issei, you're easy to manipulate. Offais, I just want to go back home. Issei, and thanks to what you did, a great war is coming, although for me it will be better, I will have more money. Offais, I don't understand. Issei, you know it would be better if you went to a library for a while to study and then walk around the streets to see how people act. Offais, okay. Issei, well, I have to go, as they say, he who doesn't work doesn't eat, although in your case I don't know what to say, see you later. Offais, you will achieve what I asked of you. Issei, calm down, yes. Patting her on the head and then stepping back, Offais raised her hand to her head still with her lifeless expression. Offais, it's warm. A few days later the young people were ready for their first big mission. Some were nervous and others excited. Surzech, I only managed to get 3, I wish you luck. Odin Mjolnir will arrive, so you just have to hold out a little longer. Sadu, I understand. Azazel, good luck to all. Ajuka took a few steps forward to teleport the entire group to the battle zone. Sadu, alright, Rossweisse and I will be the leaders. We know more about Lakasama, so don't do anything stupid, okay? Receiving a nod from the group. Minutes passed until they noticed the pocket dimension beginning to crack. Loki emerged and frowned at the sight of so many children. Loki, you're underestimating me by sending the children. Sadu, you have one last chance to make him surrender. Loki, I taught you many things and you know what I'm like. Sadu, I understand. Starting to create magic circles just like his sister, Loki formed a slight smile to summon his children. Seconds later, the battle began as both groups launched an attack. In the distance, Vali and company were watching the battle, waiting for their moment to attack. In the room, the leaders were attentive to everything that was happening and hoping that nothing bad would happen to their young people. Minutes passed and the battle was even until they defeated Fenrir and Jörmungandr, causing them to form a smile. But their hopes were instantly erased when they saw Loki raise them up again with even greater power. Toji, damn it. Sadu, you must resist and not use your power more than necessary, otherwise you will tire faster. Loki, I expected more from you, more specifically from the Hyoudou. You should train more. If it weren't for Sadu, you would all be dead. Rias, the reinforcements will arrive soon. Loki, by then they'll all be dead. Vali only had a slight smile as he watched how badly things were going for the group until he heard a voice. Issei, I'll borrow it for a few minutes. Taking Arthur's sword and then leaving, the blonde man didn't notice when it was snatched away from him. Issei, help has arrived. He said this while taking a bite of an apple. The leaders, upon seeing this, quickly stood up. Sirzech, who called you? Michael, this is bad. Back on the battlefield, Issei was enjoying his apple, much to Loki's annoyance. Issei, any problem, Loki, and that filthy human? Issei, what did you say? Biku, oh, I call him a pig. Issei, are you talking to me? Biku, I don't know anything. Issei, are you talking to me? Biku, all hell broke loose. Issei, I am a decent human, I am not a pig, drawing his sword to leap while Biku recorded every moment. As he fell to the ground, Issei began to run to plunge his sword into Fenrir's head, causing him to scream for a few seconds. Issei, you see, pup, my schedule is full since I'm on vacation, so keep your kids and brother quiet while I go get your father, okay? Extending his fist, which was received by Fenrir, he then went on the attack. Loki, you damned human, what did you do to my son? Issei, nothing. He started running in the same way while dodging all of Loki's attacks with jumps. Loki, stop moving, you damned human. Issei, okay, standing where Loki launched many attacks, Issei for his part formed a smile to move his hand, making a mirror appear. Tsubaki, at what point? Loki, seeing his power disappear, didn't know what to say, but before he could protest, his attack returned, hitting him full force. Issei, poor stupid god. Loki, who are you? Issei, excuse my manners. But he was interrupted by Biku, who let out a shout to attract attention. Biku, I will answer that, he is, clearing his throat and taking a microphone. Biku, a single man who can make an entire army tremble, the nightmare of his enemies. The most lethal mercenary in history, Hyoudou Issei, or better known as the Conductor. Issei, what he said, Loki, you won't get away with it. Issei raised his eyebrow with a slight smile. Rossweisse, Mjolnir is coming, all saw how the hammer was defending. Rossweisse, Sadu is configured for you to use. Issei, what a waste of time. He reached out to summon the hammer, and when he had it in his hands, his smile widened. Issei, how many candies will this piñata have? He began to strike Loki, simultaneously releasing lightning bolts that made Loki scream in pain. Ode, stop. He said it all in a scared voice, but it was no use. Issei continued for a few minutes until he left Loki half dead, then took him by the arms to sit him down. He pulled out a katana he had behind his back. Issei, if you're wondering if you're worth it, maybe the pay is a little good. Moving the katana to cut off his head, he then jumped to kick him, which fell into Rias' hands, who upon seeing Loki's head dropped it instantly to vomit. Issei, I should have been a soccer player in my past life, ha 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 ha. Sadu, Issei. Issei, Ara is Sadu Oniyasama, it's been a while, wait, I'll call the dog. Whistling where Fenrir arrived, Issei took the sword from his head and then threw it wherever Arthur arrived at the place to pick it up. Issei, it will hurt, removing some of Fenrir's teeth, who could only scream in pain. Issei, it's all yours, guys. Leffe, I thought he would keep it. Issei, lots of hair, starting to walk aimlessly. Sadu, you're not going anywhere. Issei, I warned you, if I saw you again you were going to die, throwing a fireball as a warning. Issei turned around, giving his brother a smile that startled most of those present, and others felt chills. Issei, then I'll just say a few words. Toji, what stupid thing will you say before you die? Issei, cheer up, everyone's going to get through this, just kidding, they're going to get screwed super bad, ha 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 ha. Chapter 15. Sadu, can't you stop saying so much nonsense? Issei, what are you saying, Sadu Oniyasama? I'm just telling the truth. Sadu, there will always be someone above you. Issei, above me only the stars. Toji, today is the day you will disappear, you have only brought us misfortune. Issei, I understand, then this is inevitable, watching as the young men prepared their weapons. Vali, this will be the only time we'll fight on the same side. Sekiryuutei, Toji, if it's to get rid of this one, it doesn't matter. Biku, seriously, I don't want to die. Vali, which side are you on? Biku, about life, but well, in the past I'll let you know that I was going to support you, and that's what I'll do. Arthur, it's time to end this. Issei just watched as the group gathered. Issei, wow, 20 against 1. Rias, you're a dangerous person, you work for the enemy. Issei, like I always say, treat friends and enemies alike and wait to find out who's who. Sadu, those will be your last words. Issei, no, and I hope you think of your own. Grabbing his katana, he started running towards Arthur to clash swords, forcing the blonde man to his knees from the pressure. Vali lunged at Issei to attack him from behind, but Issei evaded the attack, causing the silver-haired man to collide with his companion. Kiba lunged at Issei, but he evaded the attack and instead cut him in the chest. Issei, come on friends, do your best, okay, taking an attack stance as his sword dripped Kiba's blood. Lefei, then I will give my all too, starting to create a magic circle from which a golem emerged. Issei, incredible but also pathetic. Lefei, watching as Issei started running to jump and pierce through the golem, tearing it to pieces. Issei, it's not my first golem, keep practicing. Moving his head to the side to avoid an ice stake. Sadu, you won't get out of this one. He began creating a spell in an ancient language until he created a large sphere which he compressed until he had it in a sphere. Sadu, just die already. Launching the attack, Issei began to run, then raised his katana and split it in half. Issei, pathetic, giving him a kick in the abdomen and then a kick in the chin. Kiba again lunged at Issei, who evaded the attack to stab him with his sword, but Isabella created a barrier in time, but it was useless as Issei passed through it and then pierced Kiba's neck. Aloes opened their eyes in surprise at such a scene. Rias, Kibf, Issei, if you want to kill me you must be ready to die too, right? Toji, you bastard, I'll make you pay. Issei simply formed a smile as he began to slide the sword downwards, making everyone watch as Issei destroyed the blonde's body until he fell to the ground. Instantly everyone launched into the attack while Asia did everything possible to heal him. Issei, you're pathetic, I'll teach you how to use it. Taking Biku's cane away, he began to spin it around several times. Seconds later, Biku was hit with his own weapon, knocking all the air out of him. The dark-haired man glanced sideways to see how Kiba was healing. Issei, it's kind of annoying to be honest. He started running, and everyone, seeing his destination, began to follow him as he was heading towards the nun. Issei, hello. Asia looked up only to start trembling with fear upon seeing the big smile on Issei's face. I lifted her by the neck to make her stand up and started slapping her repeatedly. Issei, I know you're aware of how useless you are, so rest. Toji, leave her alone, you bastard. Issei, okay, giving him a blow to the chin. Issei, KO. Zenovia, I will kill you, standing in front of Issei to attack, but he imitated all of his movements. Zenovia, how is that possible? Issei, you're strong but stupid, you have no brain. Zenovia only saw as Issei extended his hand to place it on her chest, then held her chest and applied pressure. Issei, I learned this in a small town, it's great, isn't it? Seeing Zenovia fighting in the air, Issei was going to finish her off. But the others arrived to stop him, so he just punched her in the face to knock her out of the fight. Aquino began attacking from a distance where Issei destroyed every attack with his staff. Isabella, you must die, creating several attacks with Rossweisse support. Issei, what good is being strong if they have no experience? That's sad. Cutting off one of Fenrir's legs, making the wolf scream. Issei, well, and you won't attack Cat. Kuroka, I don't have a chance from what I can see, I'd better relax a little. Issei, I like your intelligence. Evading an attack. Rias, because the leaders aren't coming, they should be here already. Issei, easy, and it's because I got paid for a favor. Flashback. A few minutes before killing Loki, Issei took out his cell phone to call his contractor. Issei, hella, you're done. Issei, almost there, but I need you to pay me sooner than I thought. Hella, what do you want? Issei, my brothers and their friends are going to want to play with me and well, I don't want any trouble, so I'm leaving it in your hands. Hella, you know my power isn't enough against them, I won't be able to hold out that long. Issei, long time no see. Frost, 10 minutes. Issei, more than enough. End of flashback. In the room, the leaders were doing their best to get out and go help the young people. All they could do was watch as they were massacred by Issei. Odin, this power, Hella, is you because, Hella, business, being somewhat surprised to see Issei's abilities. On the battlefield, Irina went against Issei, where he allowed himself to be wounded by her sword so he could grab her by the neck. Issei, I liked you, I won't lie, but oh well, that's how things are. Taking a wing from Irina. Irina, no please. Issei just smiled at her and started to take it off, causing her to scream in pain until it was ripped off. To avoid hearing her screams, Issei threw it away, hitting the unconscious Zenovia and Asia. Toji went against Issei again, but he evaded his attack, grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground. I looked up to see Isabella and gave her a smile. Seconds later, she broke his arm, making the brunette scream. Sadu, damned. Launching attacks alongside all the other mages, but Issei destroyed them all with his sword. He started running to grab Ria's face, and Surzech, seeing this, clenched his fist. Issei, I hope you're not pregnant, sister-in-law. He began to hit him repeatedly in the abdomen, causing Issei's entire face to be covered in Gremory's blood. Toji, you won't get away with it. Issei, you swear to me, right? She said it with a smile. Issei, I see that most of you have lost the will to fight, what a shame. Isabella, I don't know how you can enjoy all this suffering. Issei, a smile is a valuable tool, little sister. It inspires your enemies, keeps them guessing, and ensures that no matter what comes, you're the one in control. Saji, how are we going to defeat someone who was born with talent? Issei, born with talent. I cried, I suffered, everyone made fun of me, having a slightly more serious expression. Issei, tell me, Sadu Oniasama, do you forget how everyone humiliated me? Although you never did it physically, you did it mentally, which is much worse. Sadu. Flashback: Issei was on the ground with several bruises, barely able to look up at his older brother. Sadu, understand that you cannot win this fight. Issei, shut up, you damn hypocrite. I know I'm an amateur who has no talent, but I'm fighting with everything I have. Sadu, so much courage and stupidity at the same time. Issei, it's always the same, everyone making fun of me and putting me down. What's wrong with a nobody aspiring to become stronger? End of flashback. Issei, tell me now if I can win the fight, Sadu Oniasama. Sadu, you're just a stain on the family. Issei, seriously, then I'm glad to be the black sheep of the family. Not just anyone has the courage to change history. Isabella, this isn't over. Issei, oh right, I still need to do the victory dance, starting to move the body. Isabella, I won't let you go just like that, starting to create a magic circle. Issei, I didn't mean to hurt you, but oh well. Standing in front of Isabella, where he took out his kanata to cut off her fingers, Isabella could only make an expression of amazement at his speed. Until he began to feel the pain, he fell to his knees holding the hand where he was trying to heal it. Issei, well, I have to go, I have work to do. It was fun playing with you guys and your friends. See you at the academy, bowing as he was teleported away. Chapter 16. T was completely silent in the place, except for the groans of pain from some people. Biku, because I listened to you, Vali, and here are the consequences. Arthur, stop complaining. Biku, don't complain, I was hit by my own weapon which destroyed 3 of my ribs. Vali, Lefe, get us out of here. The witch only created a magic circle because she felt the presence of the leaders and other people nearby. As soon as they left, the leaders arrived with many doctors who began to work. Odin, the good thing is that they're okay. Sadu, Odin-sama, am I so weak? Odin, that's not right, you have a lot of skill. Sadu, so why couldn't we kill him? There was only one of him, it shouldn't have been difficult. The worst part is that he only used common weapons and his fists while we used our best skills and weapons. Azazel, he was right about one thing. Sadu, what a thing. Azazel, he has more combat experience. He has perhaps experienced death and that is why he gives his all when he fights. Sona, someone will be able to stop him. Surzech, he has a weakness and that is that to be defeated he must face someone like you, Sadu, or people who only use power, no weapons. Because if someone like Toji is around, he'll be able to take his weapon. Toji, then I'll never be able to kill that bastard, approaching while he was being healed. Azazel, we have to accept reality. Surzech, for now it would be best if you went to rest, you had a long day, nobody said anything and everyone left except for one person. Odin, Rossweisse, what do you think of him? Rossweisse, Odin-sama, he is someone to be feared, he is very dangerous. Odin, I understand. Michael, he is upset about Loki's death. Odin, there's no point in bothering him, that boy was just doing his job, in the end he only received an assignment. Surzech, he's untouchable. Odin, how can I contact him? Azazel, excuse me, but what the hell are you saying? Odin, in Asgard we are receiving attacks from all our enemies and I need someone to go and investigate. Michael, but he really will. Odin, he said it before, he treats our friends and enemies equally. How do I contact him? Michael, I have your number, I'll give it to you, but I'll tell you one thing first. Odin, tell me. Michael, he only does one job per person, no matter how much you offer him a second time he will refuse. Odin, I understand. Rossweisse, let's go, I have a lot to think about. Receiving a nod from the Valkyr. A few days later the young people were entering the academy where 2 black-haired girls upon seeing Issei simply began to tremble. Issei, good morning, President, Vice President, Sona Hyoudou. Issei, he thought I wasn't going to come back, that's impossible, I like this school, entering without any problem. From that day of the battle, most of the young people began to have nightmares about Issei where they could barely sleep. When Issei arrived at his classroom, he entered greeting everyone. Issei, hello my friends, how were your holidays? I went to many places. I also had a lot of fun and what did you do, Issei? Issei, I spent my time working like a donkey, ha 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 ha. It must have been heavy, right? Issei, not so much, on the contrary, it was boring. At one of my jobs I ran into my brothers and their friends where we played a little right Imaudo. Standing next to Isabella, she tensed up upon hearing Issei's voice again and kept her gaze lowered. Isabella, yes, Issei, well the fun's over, now it's time to return to our sad reality. Ha ha ha, you're right, but that's life. Going to his seat just like Issei, recess time arrived where Issei went out to buy bread and juice and go to the courtyard. Upon arriving he sat on the grass until Isabella stood in front of him. Issei, everything's fine. Isabella, what are you playing at? Please stop, you've made us suffer so much. Issei, what are you talking about? Isabella, you've already humiliated us, it's not enough, you've already shown that you're superior to everyone, so stop. Shedding a few tears. Issei, what are you talking about? Isabella, please don't hurt my brothers and my friends anymore, I don't want to see any more blood. Issei, tell me little sister, are you afraid of me? Isabella, yes, Issei, because, Isabella, you are a monster who kills without fear of the consequences, aren't you afraid of dying? Issei, once someone asked me, aren't you afraid of dying? I answered, I'm not afraid of dying because life has killed me more while I'm alive than death itself. Life has taken everything I loved, left me alone and without hope, made me suffer and cry, stolen my dreams and joy. Life has betrayed and deceived me, placed obstacles and trials in my path, made me fail and fall, denied me opportunity and justice. Life has wounded and hurt me, made me feel pain and anguish, made me sick and weakened, taken away my health and strength. Life has hated and despised me, made me feel guilt and shame, humiliated and rejected me, taken away my respect and dignity. Life has killed me more while I'm alive than death itself. That's why I'm not afraid of dying, because I know that in dying I will find peace and rest, because I know that in dying I will stop suffering and crying. Isabella just kept her gaze lowered because of everything she heard, as she remembered everything she had done to Issei in the past. Issei, I see you thought about all the bad things you did in the past. Perhaps this could be called karma. Isabella, did you know that one of our ancestors was identical to you, only he is considered a hero? Issei, what does that have to do with me? Do you want me to be a hero? You know I don't care about that stuff. I work for money, I don't care what other people think. Isabella, when you get bored of playing, then you'll kill us, right? Issei, am I such a bad person in your eyes, little sister? While you have a bad impression of me. Isabella, tell me. Issei, I don't know, I'm not able to see the future. We'll see what happens later on. For now, relax and train for your raiding games with Kaicho. Isabella, it was interesting to see what you knew. Issei, so you can see how much I appreciate you. In one of the battles, someone will attack, so good luck. Isabella. Issei, you say the sin, not the sinner. Good luck with your games, little sister. Standing up and kissing her forehead before leaving. Isabella, what do you want, Issei, by doing all this? Chapter 17. A few days passed during which the young demons began their rating game. Isabella, not wanting to worry her companions, said nothing. In the end, Issei was right as they attacked Rias during her fight. The dark-haired man, for his part, did nothing noteworthy since he didn't feel like working much. Well guys, as you probably know, the day of your trip is almost here. Issei, what a trip, sensei. Oh, you don't know? Well, every year the second-year students have a trip to different places to relax a bit before entering their senior year. Issei, seriously. Wow, that's great. Where are we going, sensei? Hyoudou. Issei, it sounds even cooler when we leave. In 2 days, Issei, great vacation, leaning back on his table while he thought about what to do in that place. Time passed until it was time for the trip, where some were saying goodbye to their friends and family at the train station. Issei, don't worry, Toji Oniasama, I'll take good care of our little sister. Toji, don't you dare touch her. Issei, that'll be fine, right? We're going to have a good time, little sister. Isabella, don't talk to me. Getting on the train. Issei, she must be on her period, but oh well, see you guys, going to the train. Rias, it'll be fine, Azazel-sensei will be there. Toji, I hope so. A few minutes later the train started moving and some people were talking about trivial things to pass the time. Issei, and I told him Hakuma Matata ha. Only you come up with those stories. They're hard to believe, to be honest, but they're entertaining. Issei, but it's the truth, I never lie. If you say so, but hey, can I tell you something without you getting angry? Issei, go ahead. Do you think I have a chance of going out with your sister? Issei, as far as I know, she doesn't have anyone, you try it. I thought you were going to refuse and protect her. Issei, she's already grown up, so there's nothing I can do. You're the best brother-in-law, he'll be my brother-in-law. Issei, ha. After talking a little with his companions, he stood up to go for a walk until he stopped. Issei, you're still alive, Hyoudou. Kiba, you'll pay for this won't end like this. Issei, whenever you want, Princess Kiba, next time you'll die. Issei, I like that they have a lot of trust in each other, that helps a lot. Anyway, see you later. Continuing on his way until he sat down. Issei, why so quiet, little sister? Isabella, what do you want? Issei, these days I've seen you very distant, what did I do wrong? Isabella, don't play dumb, you know what you've done. Issei, just be a good brother. Isabella, how did you find out about the raiding game that would be attacked? Issei, in the world I live in, you find out about a lot of things unintentionally, plus they called me to help ha. Isabella, who? Issei, a nobody, but hey, do you have any places in mind to visit so we can go together? Isabella, you want to torture me so much. Issei, changing the subject, what are our parents saying? I haven't heard anything from them. Isabella, they're busy. Issei, talking to the Hindu gods, no. Isabella, if you already know, why are you asking? Issei, they'll tell Shiva to come and kill me, no. Isabella, at least you know your death is near, you must know that he is not like the others you have faced. Issei, I know, but I don't think he'll do anything. Isabella, it's obvious you're an idiot. Don't you know the reputation of the Hyoudou family? Besides, we're good friends. Issei, anything can happen, but anyway, I'll sleep for a while. It's a very long and boring road. You'll wake me up. Leaning against Isabella's shoulder, she just stood there unable to do anything. Isabella thought, when you act like that, it's because you have something on your mind. After a while, they arrived at their destination to be guided to the hotel where every student was given the best room except for one person. When Issei arrived at his room, he noticed that it was very small, containing only one bed. Issei, they do like me, but well, at least they gave me a bed, I appreciate it. Entering, lying down, and looking at the ceiling, which had no light. Issei, I'll turn off my phone so I can relax better. I've had a difficult few days. Closing her eyes to get some sleep. The next morning, many split into groups to go out and explore, take photos, and make memories for their families. Issei, for his part, did the same except for buying souvenirs, so the day went on until Issei separated to go for a walk alone, where he climbed some stairs until he reached a temple where he knelt down to pray. But he felt something sharpening on his neck and slowly opened his eyes with a calm expression. Don't move or you'll die. Issei, I understand, but what do you want from me? You have my mother, tell me where she is. Issei, what are you talking about? I just came here on vacation. Don't lie to me, where is my mother? Issei, girl, I don't know anything. Slowly taking out her ID to give it to her, the girl took it to give to one of her guards to go and investigate. About 10 minutes later, I returned and informed the girl that it was true. I understand, I apologize. Issei, okay. He stood up slowly because his knees hurt from being there so long. Issei, because you thought I'd know I have your mother, don't tell me you threat everyone who comes in here. Nobody gets here, there's a barrier, you're the first one in. Issei, oh I see, what's your name? Kanu, and you? Issei, Hyoudou. Issei, nice to meet you, little one. Do you have any idea what happened to your mother? Kanu, one day a group of humans took her away, they were very strong. Issei, let me guess, one of them had a spear. Kanu, how does he know? Does he know them? Issei, something like that, I have a pretty good idea of what they have in mind. Kanu, please help me if you know anything. Issei, I thought this was a vacation, but I was wrong. Anyway, I'll make an exception and help you, but it won't be free. Kanu, what do you want? I'll give you everything you want. Issei, you know I've lived alone for a long time and I mostly buy my food. What I'm trying to say is that it's been many years since I've been able to eat a home-cooked meal. Kanu, then I'll call the best chef and… Issei, I want you, my little one, to cook me something, that's what I want as payment. Kanu, but Issei, there's a deal or there's no deal. Kanu, okay, I accept. Issei, I usually take half first, but I'll make an exception and collect after completing the mission. Kanu, because it helps me. Issei, I'm a mercenary, so I do what I want. Anyway, how can I contact you? Kanu, this is my number, call me if you know anything. Issei, I understand, starting to walk. Kanu, thank you so much for your help, Issei-sama, really. Issei, you're welcome, I guess things happen for a reason, right? Hehehe, giving him a smile, then going downstairs to look for his companions. Chapter 18. The students were arriving at the cafeteria to eat quickly and then continue exploring new places. Issei sat alone at a table near the window, gazing at the scenery and lost in thought. Issei thought, I have an idea of where those guys might be. It'll be annoying to see them, but oh well, work is work, remembering Kanu's sad expression where she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Issei, well, let's get to work. Picking up the cutlery to leave and then going for a walk. In a place in the middle of the forest, a group was sitting planning their next step. Issei, hey guys, I found them. Emerging from the bushes, the group quickly pointed their weapons at him but lowered them when they realized who he was. Issei, Cao, Siegfried, Jorg, Heracles and Jean, it's been so long, my friends. Cao, orchestra conductor, what are you doing here? Issei, you know what Cao is doing, so you know the answer very well. Cao, who sent you and how much did they pay? Issei, I'll say it again, you know how I work, so it's impossible for me to tell you. Jorg, we gave you the option to join our group in the past, together you would be much stronger. Issei, you all just want fame, something I don't want. Siegfried, hehehehe, this will be interesting, I've really wanted to fight you. Issei, guys, I'm on vacation and well, I accepted this job because I have a weak heart, so return the Yakai leader to me and then we'll all go our separate ways. Do an old friend a favor, okay? He gave them a smile, but all he received was the sensation of a sword scraping his cheek. Issei opened his eyes and his expression changed to a serious one. Issei, then it will be by force. Cao, I respect you, but you should know who we are too, driving the true Longinus into the ground. Cao, with just a few movements of this weapon, I would make you disappear into hundreds of pieces. Issei, I understand. Then tell Four Eyes to create a barrier so you don't have to ask for help later. Heracles, hahaha, this will be so much fun, my blood is about to explode with excitement. Issei, it won't be out of fear, but well then it's time to fight, but I forgot my weapon so I'll borrow one, okay. Jean, today the legend of the director ends, hahaha. Siegfried could no longer contain his excitement and launched himself at Issei using all his swords. Cao had a slight smile when he saw that Issei had a smile on his face, letting him know that he had achieved what he wanted. Cao, Siegfried returns is a trap. The aforementioned did not pay attention to raise one of his swords to attack Issei, but he evaded the blow, took one of his swords and then kicked him. Siegfried, how is it possible that no one is capable of wielding these swords? Issei, his name is Tiefing, isn't it interesting? He plunged the sword into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and a green aura seemed to envelop him. The entire group of heroes was in shock when they saw Issei encased in armor. Siegfried, how is it possible that these weapons have no armor? Issei, all weapons love me, raising the sword then letting it fall, causing great destruction. The group split up to avoid the impact. Issei, wow, it's amazing. Starting to run to clash swords with Jean, who could barely defend herself from Issei's powerful attacks. Issei, come on girl, be more serious. Upon hearing that, Jean became very upset and began creating many more swords. Issei let out a sigh as he deactivated the sword and stuck it in the ground, leaving only the hilt in the dream. Upon seeing this, Jean formed a smile, thinking her luck had run out, but Issei stood in front of her and grabbed her by the neck. Issei, it looks like that effeminate guy's weapon, throwing Jean away. Jorg, are you okay? Jean, I'm fine, he has a limit, he must be very far away, trying to create a sword but nothing. Issei, you're looking for this. Creating a standoff that left the group speechless. Issei, interesting, stabbing the sword into the ground, activating a new armor. Jean, the balance breaker, even I haven't achieved that, how is that possible? Issei, a dragon, raising the sword, a dragon made of swords began to form. Issei, take them out of the fight. The dragon let out a roar and then charged at Heracles, thus beginning the battle. Jorg, now I understand why they call you the director. Cao, what do you mean? Jorg, he's capable of using any weapon including the Longinus. Simply put, we're his toys now plus you. Cao instinctively saw his spear where he held it most tightly. Issei, okay, let's get to the action. Going against Siegfried to start clashing swords at high speed where Siegfried looked for a blind spot but found nothing. Issei, I have it. Removing the Gram sword, I raise it to activate its full potential. Issei, second round. By hammering it in, it caused a tremor until it resulted in a huge explosion. The group barely managed to defend themselves from the explosion, leaving some injured. Cao discipled the smoke to search for Issei but found nothing until a hand touched his shoulder. Issei, since I'm not working seriously and I'm not torturing you, you should be grateful. Cao, shut up you bastard. He was moving his spear but Issei caught it to give Cao a smile. Issei, thank you, giving him a kick causing Cao to drop his spear. Issei, so this is the Spear of Destiny, a weapon capable of killing even a god. It's pathetic. Cao, what are you saying, you bastard? Issei, relying on a weapon is pathetic. A god can be killed anyway. But fine, I'll show you how to use this staff, turning it over until he nailed it to give Cao a smile, making him have a bad feeling. Issei, O lance, the true holy lance that pierces God. Draw out the ambition of the king of domination that slumbers within me and pierce the chasm of blessing and destruction. You proclaim the will and become a radiance. O divine spear, bearer of supreme truth. That pierces the veil that separates the mortal from the divine. Absorb the ambition of the king of domination that lies within me. And pierce the abyss between blessing and destruction. You who proclaim the divine will with your radiance. Become a luminous guide in the darkness. Illuminate the path to redemption and transformation. O holy lance, instrument of the divine will. As a golden pillar formed, the group of heroes disappeared, unable to say anything. Issei, well, I'll put some Vaseline on them so it doesn't hurt. Extending his spear to launch an attack, Jorg stepped forward, creating several barriers, but all of them were destroyed. Issei, that's all, making 7 orbs appear that surrounded him. Cao, how is it possible that you can use all of its power without any problem? Issei, it could be called a blessing as well as a curse. Moving quickly, he began to strike everyone with the spear, breaking several of their bones and ribs. After a few minutes, the group was on the ground complaining of pain. Issei, how boring. Deactivating the armor and then thrusting the spear in. Issei, I'll return it to you. Cao, you can have so much power in your hands because you give it back to me. Issei, it's yours, I only borrowed it. Once I stop using it, I must return it. If I kill you with it, this spear will seek a bearer. Jean, you're a monster. Issei, yes, whatever you say, passing over them until reaching the old cabin and seeing the yokai leader lying in a conscious state. Issei took her in his arms, then wrapped her up like a sack of potatoes and left. Chapter 19. In a large room, a blonde woman was waking up, and as she did so, she sat up in bed and looked around. Many memories came flooding back until he remembered the kidnapping. He got up to go to his daughter's room, but unfortunately, she wasn't there. She started looking everywhere, already somewhat worried, but found nothing until she went to the kitchen. That's where she heard his voice. I was about to go in, but I hear a laugh. Issei, ha, that's the 10th time you've burned the food. At this rate, I'm going to starve to death. Kanu, don't say that, I'm doing my best. The truth is, I've never cooked before. Issei, no, seriously, don't tell me I hadn't noticed that fact. Ha. Wiping away a tear, a tomato fell on her face. Issei, hey, Kanu, don't continue, okay? Be quiet, I need to concentrate. Outside the room, the yokai leader didn't know what to say about what she was hearing. She let out a sigh and went inside. Upon hearing footsteps, they both looked towards the entrance where Kanu smiled upon seeing his mother. Kanu, Mom, you're awake. I missed you so much. I'm glad you're okay. Yasaka, how I got here. Kanu, he saved you, Mom. Issei, hello, my name is Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you. Yasaka, I'm Yasaka and thank you very much. Issei, no problem, Yasaka, if you need anything don't hesitate to tell me. Issei, I'm fine, I'm just waiting for the payment. Yasaka, I pay. Kanu, I'm almost done, just wait, okay. Returning to his post, Yasaka walked a short distance to take a seat at the table. Yasaka, what happened to them? Issei, we talked a little, I knew them so we just negotiated. Yasaka, do you belong to that Hyoudou family or is it a coincidence? Issei, I'm from that family but they reject me. Yasaka, I understand, but what do you mean by payment? Issei, I'm a mercenary and I asked her for a homemade meal as payment. Yasaka, because doesn't he want money or a title? The truth is I could give it to him. Issei, I have money I think and titles are something that frankly don't help me. Yasaka, but a meal that's weird. Issei, tell me, do you know what an inugami is? Yasaka, of course I know. Since time immemorial, dogs have been spoken of as the most loyal of animals, considered companions, friends, and defenders of the well-being of their master and family. In many other cultures, dogs are considered magical beings capable of speech. Issei, I see. Yasaka, but why are you asking that? Issei, I'll tell you a short story. Once upon a time, there was a boy between 10 and 12 years old who was walking through the streets with multiple injuries, and... Yasaka, you're that boy, Issei, he's intelligent. Yasaka, no wonder those eyes seemed familiar. You're that boy I met that time, but why did you leave? Issei, that day I had just completed my first mission. My intention was perhaps to die so I could rest, but I lived. I just wanted to wait, but he saved me. For the first time in my life, I noticed concern in an adult's eyes towards me. Yasaka, I was wondering why a child had so many war wounds. Issei, I left because I didn't want to bother anyone, and well, I read a lot of things and discovered that thing about the Inugami protector. Yasaka, I understand. Kanu, I'm almost done, you're going to like it, giving Issei a smile. Issei, I hope so. Yasaka, you mentioned that you're a mercenary, it must be a dangerous job. Issei, I have to earn a living somehow. Yasaka, I see. Issei, to be honest, I had no intention of fighting or working since I'm on a school trip, but when I saw your daughter I thought about it for a bit and accepted. They look very much alike. Yasaka, thank you very much. Kanu, I finished. Placing the plate on the table, Issei took the spoon to take a bite while Kanu was worried about the taste. Issei, it's edible, you did well, little one. Kanu, it'll be better next time, he said it with great determination. Issei, there won't be a next time. Kanu, because, Issei, who knows, maybe we'll meet again. Kanu, you have to do it, and also so I can practice with you. Besides, I like the color of your eyes, they're unique. Issei, it's the first time anyone's called me that. Usually they call me demon eyes, monster, psychopath, and other things. Kanu, because he seems like a good person. Issei, I can tell you're smarter than other kids, so I'll tell you, I'm not a good person at all. I've killed so many people I've lost count. 4 factions hate me with a passion for humiliating their best warriors, if you can even call them that. Kanu, it's a dangerous world. If you want to survive, you have to do some very bad things. Issei, wow, what a cool girl, you're very smart, she must be proud of you. Yasaka, much is the most important thing I have. Issei, I'll finish eating and then I'll leave. Yasaka, which factions hate him? Issei, angels, fallen angels, demons, and Nordics, plus I know they want to form an alliance with you. In short, the Yakai will also want me dead. Yasaka, that won't happen. Kanu, mom's right, that'll never happen, you're great. He said it with great admiration, something that surprised Issei since it was the first time in his life he had heard such words. Issei, your father must love you very much. Upon hearing that, Kanu lowered her gaze with a sad expression. Issei glanced sideways at Yasaka, who simply avoided his gaze. Issei, I understand, I'll leave you alone. Yasaka, he's very direct. Issei, that's just how I am, what can I do? Yasaka, she left. Kanu, she didn't want me, but that's okay, I have my mom, that's more than enough. Issei, I understand. Yasaka, but seriously, if you really want something I won't accept, no. Issei, since you insisted, I'll accept your offer. Yasaka, I'm glad then. Issei, I want to go into the lake. Upon hearing that request, both kitsunes opened their eyes to know more power. Yasaka, how does she know about that? Issei, forget that I said I'm a mercenary, I had to deal with a lot of people and well, I found out by chance. Kanu, but if he goes in there, Issei, I will live many years, no. Yasaka, that lake has been forming for thousands of years. The truth is many have entered it to live for many years, but they died because of their greed, so we decided not to talk about it. Issei, I see, but still. Yasaka, but why would you want something like that? Issei, you know my parents, or rather the Hyoudou. Yasaka, I knew your grandfather Max, he was somewhat arrogant. Issei, Vera, my mission is to torture that family slowly and painfully, and I don't just mean them. When I say torture that family, I mean their descendants, their children, and so on. Kanu, you won't get bored. Issei, of course not, I will never forget the pain, both physically and mentally, so well I will. Yasaka, okay, but you must remember that if something happens to you, I am not responsible. Issei, okay. Yasaka, but remember one thing, you will live for many years, but you will still be human, you can be hurt as usual, you know what I mean. Issei, of course, if I receive a fatal wound, it's game over, don't worry, fighting is just part of everyday life. Yasaka, then let's go. Issei, thank you. Kanu, good luck, Issei-sama. Issei, I just don't like formalities, standing up just like Yasaka to start walking. A few minutes passed as they went downstairs until they reached the bottom of the building where Issei saw many roots connecting in the center and a drop falling into the large lake. Yasaka, it's safe. Issei, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be here, taking off his shirt, causing Yasaka to cover her mouth upon seeing several scars all over his body. Issei, see you, starting to walk into the water and cover herself to the last hair. Chapter 20. Minutes passed and Yasaka was getting worried as there was no sign of Issei. Yasaka, I can't do it in the end, this is bad, deciding to wait a few more minutes, but just as she was about to leave she saw some bubbles and how he was coming out of the water still with his war scars. Yasaka was surprised that she had managed it. Issei, it's so cold it feels like I've bathed under a frozen lake. Yasaka, you managed to get out, that's great. Issei, I won't die that easily, I have a lot to do. Well, it's time for me to return to the hotel. Yasaka, it's a bit late, you can stay, there are plenty of rooms. Issei, okay. They both walked until Issei was taken to his room, took a hot bath and then fell asleep. The next day he was having breakfast when Kanu arrived and sat down next to him. Kanu, seeing it here means 2 things, 1 that I succeeded and 2 that I didn't. Issei, which one will it be? Kanu, I did it, sir. Issei, ha, you watch a lot of movies, I got the reference. Kanu, I thought I wouldn't know. Issei, I'm aware of everything. Kanu, and when he returns home. Issei, I don't really have a home, but I'm returning to Ku tomorrow, so today is my last day here. I'll see what I do. Kanu, I can show you the city, I know it very well as its history. Issei, really small and intelligent. Kanu, thank you. Issei, okay then, ask your mother for permission and we'll go. Kanu, okay, see you at the entrance in 10 minutes. Issei, good, watching as Kanu practically ran out of the room. Later, they were both walking through the streets of Kyoto. Kanu, my mom told me that she watched this city grow and fall all these years. Issei, of course I would, he's already a bit older. Kanu, he lacks manners, to be honest. Issei, I grew up with bums, don't expect much, kid. Kanu, I understand. Following the path, visiting places and eating at some stalls where Kanu had a smile the whole time. Kanu, can I ask you a question? Issei, tell me, maybe I can answer it. Kanu, do you love someone or have you loved someone? Issei, you see, Kanu, jerks like me don't get the reward in the end. There's no room for love, there are already too many sins. Kanu, you're saying that you're so bad you don't deserve to be loved. Issei, while you're such an intelligent girl that my brain is going to explode. Raising his hands to his head to pretend that his head is exploding. Kanu could only laugh at how he was acting, since it was strange for her that an adult would act that way, as they always treated her with respect. They continued on their way, but a group saw them, making them angry. They quickly created a barrier that alerted Kanu. Before he could say anything, a purple ribbon wrapped around Issei's body and he was surrounded by several swords. Isabella crouched down to Kanu's height, placed both hands on his shoulders and gave him a small smile. Isabella, little one, are you okay? Did he do anything to you? Kanu frowned and forcefully removed Isabella's hands. Kanu, who are you and what right do you have to do that? Issei, little girl, let me introduce you. This is my little sister and her friends who are just extras. Isabella, what do you plan to do with this child? How low you've fallen. Issei, do you think I'm a lolicon or what? Kanu, let him go or you'll face the consequences. Zenobia, this guy is dangerous. He doesn't hesitate to show mercy to anyone. Kanu, it's my problem, not yours, so let him go free or you'll all know the consequences with the future leader of the yokai. Showing off its ears and tail, which surprised everyone, they quickly let go of it and took a few steps back. Isabella, but what does he do with it? Kanu, miss, that's my problem, not yours, so you'd better leave, you're ruining what should be a very fun day. Issei, while being so short and having such a temper. Saji, don't you have any manners? Issei, aha yes. Irina, he's just playing with you, he must have something in mind. Issei, all these compliments make me want to cry. Kanu, Issei were leaving. Taking Issei's hand to leave, she left the group in shock over what had happened. Further away, Kanu let out a sigh. Issei, what's wrong with you? Kanu, why is he acting so calm after everything that happened? Issei, you're joking about everything I did to them. It's normal that they act like this, and if you're asking if I regret what I've done, the answer is no. I would gladly do it again, and each time I would do it differently. Kanu, wow, you're really bad. Issei, thank you, little princess. Kanu, he mocks my truth. Issei, who knows? Kanu, have you ever been to the beach? Issei, what's that about? Kanu, I've never been, I've been so busy with my work and other things that I haven't been able to do much. Issei, well, I have gone to the previous one, although, remembering how the water carried away the corpses. Issei, I only saw nothing else. Kanu, it's beautiful. Issei, I don't know if I could tell the truth. Kanu, I'd like to go someday. Issei, you, damn, what a shame, the beach Ricky at the sea, life is tastier at the sea, one wakes up at the sea, one gets a hick. Kanu could only laugh out loud because of the way she was laughing, she even held her stomach from laughing so much that she shed tears. Kanu, I didn't understand. Issei, I'll give you lessons, girl, so relax. Kanu, ha, we'll see. Issei, well, it's best if you go back home. Kanu, we'll meet again someday. Issei, who knows? Kanu, I could tell from their eyes that you are very hated, you must not have any friends, right? Issei, you're absolutely right. Kanu, I know, then I could be her friend. Issei let out a sigh to get down to his level. Issei, girl, you're right. I've never had friends and honestly, I never needed them. I've always been alone, I do what I want when I want and it's best if you forget everything that happened. Kanu, I don't want to, you're the first person who treats me normally and not with so much respect, so you'll be my first friend just like I will be yours. Issei, you're persistent, aren't you? You won't take no for an answer, will you? Kanu, nope. Issei, okay, let's be friends. And as a token of our friend. Looking around until he saw a food stall, he returned and brought a piece of paper with him to give it to her. Kanu, upon seeing it, only noticed a number. Issei, it's my private number, nobody can call me on it. If you ever need my help, just tell me. Kanu, why do you have a private number if you don't have any friends to talk to? Issei, ha, wow, your intelligence always makes me laugh. Kanu, thank you very much anyway, I'll keep it. But if I call him, I'll have to pay since he's a mercenary, right? Issei, I don't usually work with the same person, but I'll make an exception for you and you know the payment is non-negotiable. Kanu, then I'm going to practice a lot. Issei, I hope so. He started walking while being followed by Kanu, who took his hand. Issei lowered his gaze only to see the kitsune's big smile. Issei thought, this girl is causing me trouble, but oh well, I can't say no to a child. Because when I saw that smile, I knew it was the only pure thing in the world. Chapter 21. Later, Issei was arriving at the large mansion with Kanu in his arms. The guards opened the door when they saw him. Upon entering, he walked a little until he bumped into Yasaka. Issei, here it is. Yasaka took her daughter in her arms to carry her to her room so she could rest. Upon leaving, I returned to the room where Issei was drinking a glass of water. Issei, well, I'm leaving. Yasaka, Serafal came so that we could form an alliance. Issei, and why should I know that? Yasaka, I was informed of a person who is very dangerous and that was you. Issei, I see, so what do you want me to do? Yasaka, nothing. Issei, well, I'd better go. Yasaka, I've heard so much about you, but why do you treat me and my son normally? Is your attitude just a facade? Issei, Yasaka, I always pay for what they do for me. Yasaka, it's not necessary. Issei, that doesn't mean I'll come running like a dog whenever you need help, although I did give the brat my number. I don't think she'll use it for everything. Yasaka, you like children from what I can see. Issei, who knows, anyway I'm leaving, who knows when we'll see each other again, goodbye. Yasaka, be careful. Watching as Issei left for the hotel after a long day. The next morning, all the students were boarding the train to return home and get on with their lives. As the train departed, Issei lay back in his seat to get some sleep. Some time later, everything was normal at the academy where Issei was walking through the hallways until he saw a redhead in the distance. Issei, hello sister-in-law, how are you? Rias, Issei, what do you wish? Issei, I heard you made it to the finals of the rating game. You'll be fighting against that guy named Sekiryuutei. I wish you the best of luck from the bottom of my heart. Rias, your words are not sincere. Issei, wow, it's obvious you hate me. Rias, and how could we not? Issei, you're still bitter about those punches I gave you in the stomach. While you're very bitter, let's start over. Rias, I'll never forget that. Issei, I'll be supporting you in your game. Good luck. Rias, don't even come near me. Issei, see you. He continued on his way, leaving Rias annoyed at seeing that smile. In the afternoon, the students were on their way home until Issei's path was stopped by a silver-haired girl. Issei, I know this one, I have to remember or I won't sleep. Wait, no, I don't know you. Who were you? Rossweisse, my name is Rossweisse. I am Odin-sama's bodyguard. Issei, you don't mean nanny, but what do you want? Rossweisse, Odin-sama wishes to speak with you. Issei, I have a full schedule, so goodbye. Rossweisse, it's about a job, you can come with me. Issei looked at his watch and let out a sigh. Issei, good, lead the way. Rossweisse started walking, followed by Issei, but in the distance a brunette saw the situation and decided to follow them. After several minutes of walking, they arrived at a cafe which they entered to get to a table and see the Norse god drinking a coffee. Issei, what do you want, old man? Taking a seat to order coffee and cake. Odin, straight to the point. Issei, obviously, anyway, what do you want? Odin, I want you to do a job for me. Issei, you want me to do a job for you? Wow, are you brave or incredibly stupid? You want to hire the person who killed your stepson, you're something else. Odin, of course I hate you and that's why I want you to do this job. I know you'll accept since you'll do anything for money. Issei, right, so what do I have to do? Odin, I don't know if you know, but Asgard has many enemies and I want you to go and investigate their plans. Issei, a spy is a joke, right? Don't you know the meaning of mercenary? If that's what you want, hire an investigator. Odin, if possible, I want you to bring me the heads of their leaders. Issei, that's another matter. I want to see your reports. Odin saw Rossweisse where she gave him several papers. Issei looked at them for a few minutes before taking out a paper and pencil. Issei, after reading all this, I can make a calculation. I'll do it for 6 trillion. Odin, who was drinking coffee, spat it all out in Issei's face. Odin, that's a lot, and what on earth are you going to do with so much money? Issei, that's my problem, not yours. I know your intentions are for me to die, but at least give me some motivation. Odin, good. Issei, half now and half when the job is finished. Odin, good. Issei, well then, when will the task be carried out? Odin, tomorrow if possible. Issei, I understand, but I need a guide. I won't go to an unknown place. Odin, Sadu will accompany you. Issei, I see. Rossweisse, Odin-sama, let me go. I know your territories very well. Odin, it's a suicide mission. Rossweisse, I am a Valkyrie and it is my duty to protect my home. I want to be of help. Odin, it's all right, I know your abilities. Issei, if you come with me, I want to see your information to see where I can take advantage of you. Rossweisse, I understand, taking out another piece of paper which surprised Odin a little since she was prepared. Issei took it, looked at it for a few minutes, then put it on the table and let out a sigh. Issei, not bad, you'll be useful, but you'd better help or I'll leave you lying there. Rossweisse, I understand. Issei, well, I'm off, thanks for the coffee, see you later. Odin, do you want something in particular? Issei, you provide the money and I'll provide the desire to work. Rossweisse, he's not afraid of dying. Issei, woman, the smell of death is my daily bread, you'd better not get in the way. Taking her backpack to leave, she walked a little way before stopping. Issei, you were so worried about your brother, sweetie. Isabella, what did Odin-sama want from someone like you? Issei, little sister, you know what I do for a living, so you probably already have an idea. Isabella, you will die. Issei, you'll make me cry, you care so much about me. Isabella, what I want most is for you to die. Issei, if you wish it every night, perhaps your wish will come true. Anyway, do you have a message for Sadu Oniasama? Isabella, what plans do you have with Princess Kunu? Issei, there you go again. What if I told you I'm a potential lolican? Isabella, you're a sick bastard, I'll tell the yokai leader. Issei, ha ha ha, you're easy to fool, how fun. Isabella, your days are numbered. Issei, you better be prepared, my parents haven't got involved for some reason. Issei, I understand, I'll be well dressed for the occasion. Anyway, see you later, little sister, I have some things to think about, get some rest. Continuing on their way, Isabella let out a soft laugh. Isabella, you don't know what awaits you, Issei. Your days are numbered, laugh as much as you can. Chapter 22. Is was arriving at the house to take a seat at the table and take out the papers with the given information. About 2 hours passed before he stood up to stretch his arms. Issei, well, work is work, it will be something exciting, walking to the fireplace to throw away the papers and then going to his bed to rest. The next day Issei did not show up at the academy, something very strange for everyone since he never missed a day. He, on the other hand, was in the park practicing some fighting styles. Sometime later I was outside the academy until Rossweisse arrived. Issei, well, we're leaving. Rossweisse, okay, we'll go to Asgard first to get the map and then we'll be sent. Issei, just do it. Being teleported to Asgard where they began to walk, Rossweisse thought he would have an expression of amazement, but he had a serious one. They continued on their way until they reached Odin's great throne where they were expected. Issei, Odin, let's do this quickly. I have a lot of things to do. Odin, good, Heimdall will send them, they must be careful. Issei, is it coming for both of us or just for her? Odin, both of you take care of her, she's like a daughter to you. Issei, you're such an idiot to think I would do such a thing, taking the map to leave with Rossweisse. Once in front of the Guardian, they were teleported to a forest that was burned, signs of war. Issei, well, anything to say, Valkyrie, Rossweisse, we are in the territory of the Dark Elves in Svartalfheim. Issei, what's the leader's name? Rossweisse, his name is Aratha, he is good at magic as well as weapons, but he excels most with the bow, he never misses. Issei, I understand. Rossweisse, what's the plan? Issei, how many elves are there? Rossweisse, there are thousands of them and they are in contact with each other. Issei, I see, they started walking followed by Rossweisse. Several hours passed as they walked in complete silence, which made the silver-haired woman uncomfortable. Rossweisse, may I ask a question? Issei, what do you want? Rossweisse, because I accept killing Lakasama or this mission. Issei, money. Rossweisse, because she wants so much money. Issei, to gamble and sleep with women as good-looking as you. With a smile, Rossweisse instinctively placed her hands on her body. Issei, relax, I won't do anything to you, it's obvious you hate me. Rossweisse, because she thinks that. Issei, because I hurt Sadu, I can tell you like him, but he's not interested in you. Rossweisse, how do you know all that? Issei, I've seen so many women that it's easy to figure out what they want. You have weird tastes, but hey, to each their own. Rossweisse, I've known him since he was a child and… Issei, I didn't ask you to tell me your story, I don't care if he treats you like a dog. Rossweisse, you have no heart, you lack tact. Issei, well, sorry for being tactless, but I don't have time for that kind of thing. Rossweisse, because you hate your family. Issei, look, Valkyrie, I know you're not an idiot. That family only wants mages, they don't want someone who was born with nothing, and I don't care about that. Everyone has their own path. If the reason you came here is to kill me from behind, fine, do it. If it makes your sweetheart happy, then do it. Rossweisse, I would never do that. Issei, fine then, shut up, just walk. Quickening her pace, Rossweisse could only notice that Issei was someone who didn't like to talk about himself. After a while they began to find elves where Rossweisse activated her armor. Issei, don't draw attention to yourself, time is limited, so wait, surrounding the place to take their enemies by surprise, cutting their throats, leaving one alive and taking him away. Issei, okay, where is your leader? I don't know. Elvish language. Issei, what did he say? Rossweisse, he doesn't know. Issei, wow, you were useful after all. Then tell him that if he doesn't say anything, I'll make him suffer and I have so many methods. Rossweisse explained to the elf, but he only gave Issei a smile, which Issei returned. Seconds later, Issei pulled out a knife and stabbed the elf in the private parts, making him scream in pain. Issei, look elf, I don't have time for games, speak. Rossweisse, no matter what you do, he says he won't betray his leader. Issei, that's admirable, but I don't care about that. Cutting off one of his fingers, making the elf scream even more, then he opened one of his eyes and took it out with his own fingers. Rossweisse only stepped back a little to vomit at what she was seeing. Issei, and will you speak or not? He didn't understand anything, he looked to his left but Rossweisse wasn't there, he walked a little until he saw her with her head down. Issei, what are you doing here? Rossweisse, because you didn't look for another way. Issei put his hand on her shoulder to turn her around and when she did, she only saw a hand belonging to Issei that slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground. I looked up in surprise because I couldn't believe it. Issei, look woman, you'd better be serious, I have so much to do and your vomiting isn't helping. Rossweisse, sorry. Issei, you're not a brat, you're an adult who fights like this. Stand up and translate what that thing is saying. Rossweisse, I understand and I'm sorry. Watching as Issei extended his hand to help her up and return to her place, the elf said nothing, so Issei continued his torture until he decided to speak. Rossweisse, he says, and this is bad, their leader is on his way to meet with the ice giants and the trolls. Issei, I understand. Cutting off the elf's head to continue on her way. Rossweisse, what's the plan now? Issei, we finally got some good news, 3 of the leaders are in the same place, which is much better. Rossweisse, you're crazy, it's suicide. Issei, if you want to leave, go ahead, I'll manage to get there. Rossweisse, you hate me. Issei, again, what I hate are your stupid, meaningless words. What do you want from me? Do you want me to go to Sadu and kneel with my head bowed while he raises a sword to cut off my head? That would make you happy, because if that's the case, that dream of yours will never come true. Continuing on my way, I was already getting annoyed at hearing so much nonsense in such a short time. 2 days passed while they were on their way to the leaders' meeting. Rossweisse decided not to say anything else since she didn't want to make him any angrier. It was late and very cold. Luckily, they found a cave where they were going to rest. Issei, that's great. I was already looking forward to sitting down. Rossweisse, you're hungry. Make some sandwiches. Issei, I'm already bored of that. I'll make something to eat. Taking out pots and vegetables to start cooking, at the end she served something to Rossweisse. They both ate in total silence, which made Rossweisse uncomfortable as she didn't know what to say. Rossweisse, this is delicious, thank you. Issei, that's great. Giving him a smile, Rossweisse noticed at that moment that Issei hadn't even taken a sip of the soup. She dropped her food to stand up, where she began to stagger. Rossweisse, what you gave me? Issei, you're a nuisance, so you'd better stay here. Putting on her coat to leave the cave, Rossweisse just fell to the ground where the last thing she saw was Issei's silhouette. Chapter 23. A few hours later, Rossweisse woke up, stood up quickly and looked around. Rossweisse, damn it, why the hell did he leave alone? That man is crazy. He tried to communicate with Asgard but had no luck, and with few options he decided to continue on his way. In the underworld, the rating game final was taking place between Rias and Sekiryuutei. The leaders were in the VIP room watching the match. Azazel, so you sent him to the end. Wow, you're amazing, that's a sure death. But what will happen to your Valkyrie? Will you let her die too? Odin, of course not. Without her noticing, I placed a teleportation rune on her. If she is in danger of death, she will return to Asgard. Surzech, at least we won't hear his laughter for a while. Yasaka, don't talk about him like that. He's a good person who's had a bad path. Garu, that idiot only caused us problems, entering the room with his wife and children. Azazel, it's been a while since I've seen you all. How are you doing? Garu, okay, so they were talking about him. Yasaka, I say that because I spoke with him and well, he seemed like a good person. Kanu, it's fun. Mickey, little one, you don't know what you're saying. Seraphal, yes, let's go. It's not the time to argue. We're here to support the young people. Garu, that brat is lucky to still be alive. When I see him, it will be his last moments. Kanu, you're the bad person for wanting to hurt him. Isabella, he's like a villain who destroys everything in his path. Kanu, the villain is born from a noble heart that was destroyed by people he loved. Everyone judges the villain and no one stops to ask why he is the way he is, what happened before that. Because I'm sure no one becomes a villain because they suddenly go crazy, because they just woke up one day in a bad mood and said, today I'm going to be a villain. That simply doesn't make sense and people just assume he's evil for no reason. But if they stopped to think and understood that that person was the person with the purest heart that existed, they would stop judging him. Mickey, don't defend him so much, little one, you don't know his true self. Michael, let's calm down, okay? Yasaka, calm down, daughter. Kanu, okay, mom, I'll keep quiet, taking a seat while wondering if Issei was all right. In the high mountains, Issei continued on his way until he reached a large castle. Issei, well, it's time for action. Taking off his coat to start running and looking for a place to go inside. After searching for so long, he finally found it. He quickly entered and started walking, but he could only take a few steps before he heard a loud roar in front of him. Issei, wow, I wasn't expecting this, seeing the leader of the giants in front of him. Human smell. Issei, friends, I don't know what the hell you said, but I don't understand you. You're just a simple human, what are you doing here? Issei, oh, I understand. You're the dark elf leader, right? Your name was Aratha, wasn't it? Aratha, one of the most primitive languages in existence. Issei, and you're the troll, right? Meal, Issei, well, how about we get this started? Aratha, you are the sacrifice before your army comes. Issei, I'm alone, no one has the courage to fight by my side because they're afraid of dying at my hands. Anyway, how about we get this started? Drawing their katanas and assuming attack positions, the three leaders let out a war cry, signaling to their soldiers that they were under attack and quickly entered the castle. Issei, it will be a long night or day, seeing the three races that were going in his direction. In the underworld, the leaders were excited about the fight, especially that of Toji and Sekiryuutei, who were giving it their all. Azazel, Toji will go far if he continues training, but he must improve his magic because if he wants to fulfill his dream, he must improve in that area. Garu, he's training regularly, but he's not showing anything right now because that young man isn't worth it. Seraphal, let's not talk about those things now, it's better to let things flow. Kanu, besides, Issei-sama is better than everyone. Michael, I don't doubt it, nobody else said anything to avoid problems. Issei, for his part, was cutting off the head of a troll when he received an arrow in his shoulder. Issei, son of. Avoiding another attack by the elves. He took several steps back as he watched hundreds of arrows flying in his direction, and they were also imbued with magic to make them go faster. Issei managed to avoid and destroy them without much difficulty. Issei, today is a great day to die, ha 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 ha, moving at greater speed to cut one of the generals into hundreds of pieces. You damned human, I will not forgive you. Issei, I don't understand you. Continuing with their business, the three leaders noticed that Issei was not an ordinary person, so they slammed their weapons on the ground, signaling their followers to stop and make room. Issei, what happened? Aratha, you are interesting human, you managed to survive this far, you have our respect, it is time for you to die. Issei, whenever you want skinny, I'm always ready. Taking a spear from a dead man to launch an attack just like the leaders. Both Issei and the ice giant clashed weapons, causing a shockwave that threw some people away. Aratha, it's time for you to die. He was behind Issei, ready to stab him with his knife, but Issei barely managed to evade it, grazing his ribs. The troll launched himself from the top where Issei kicked the two surrounding him to get away. Issei, not bad at all, but the action begins. Taking the chain off his arm, he put on his knife and twirled it around several times. I will eat you, human. Issei, let's go. They started running, just like the three leaders who wanted to kill Issei as quickly as possible. Issei managed to make several cuts on his rivals, something that surprised them since they saw his movements, especially when they saw how he dropped his weapon to switch to a sword and go against the troll and cut off one of its legs, making it scream in pain. The ice giant went with greater force towards Issei, where the black-haired boy took a shield to avoid the blow, but even so, due to the force, his arm was broken. Issei, that hurt. Emerging from the rubble with a slight smile, he took a breath and then let it out and moved at greater speed, avoiding all of the elf's arrows, although some hit him, but he continued on since they were not in his vital points. The troll tried to attack him again, but Issei cut off his fingers, got behind him, grabbed his head, and started pulling with all his might. Issei, die you damn thing. The trolls, hearing their scream being killed, wanted to go, but the others wouldn't let them go to avenge their companion. Issei, come. A few hours later, Rossweisse was arriving at his destination. When he saw what was happening, he fell to the ground in shock at the sight of many corpses and a castle in ruins. Without thinking much, he ran inside to see more and more corpses until he saw the heads of the three leaders. Rossweisse, how is that possible? Walking slowly until he stopped and saw Issei on his knees with multiple swords and arrows all over his body. Issei, ha 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 ha, you will be able to fulfill your mission. Rossweisse, I won't do such a thing, how come you're still alive? Issei, I see. He struggled to his feet, something that surprised Rossweisse because of his courage, especially when he saw how he began to remove all his swords amid shouts. When it was over, his whole body began to gush blood. Rossweisse thought he was going to faint, but to her surprise, he just started walking. Rossweisse, stop, let me heal you. Issei, I'll be fine. The Valkyrie could only follow him in case something happened. Chapter 24. A few hours later, Issei and Rossweisse were still walking until Issei decided to rest to take some bandages and alcohol out of a backpack. Issei, Valkyrie creates a bonfire. Rossweisse, okay. She did it instantly to watch as Issei got some water and put it on to heat. Then she cleaned her wounds, but not before putting a piece of wood in her mouth to keep from screaming. When the water turned red, I took it to put the thread on and begin to sew her wounds where she could only endure the screams. Rossweisse could only watch and admire her courage in doing that on her own. When he finished, he began to bandage all his wounds and then lay down against a tree. Issei, much better, let's rest today, we'll continue tomorrow. Rossweisse, why won't you let me help you? With some magic I was able to heal you at least a little. Issei, I hate magic. Rossweisse, because, Issei, you forget who my family is. I don't know if Sadu Oniasama told you that since I wasn't born with magic, I was my brother's test subject. Rossweisse, that's a lie. Issei, believe whatever you want as if I cared. Rossweisse, Issei, because we're not friends, I'll accept that I misunderstood you because of everything you've done, since all that hatred you have is justified, but… Issei, hey, if I wanted to see a psychologist, I would have gone a long time ago. Rossweisse, but Issei, look Rossweisse, I'm just doing my job, I don't want your friendship or anything like that. Rossweisse, I understand. Issei, it's good that you understand. Closing her eyes to try to rest a little. Rossweisse, tell me a little bit about yourself at least. Issei, you want to know the truth. I like gambling money and having the occasional adventure. And the reason I do all that is because I don't know if I'll be alive tomorrow. Rossweisse, I see. Issei, at least keep watch, I'll get some sleep. Lying back to try to sleep, Rossweisse wanted to ask more questions but had an idea of what they would say. A few hours passed, during which Issei woke up again to continue his journey, feeling a little better. Issei, okay, so how do we get back? Rossweisse, we have to return to the same place we came from. Issei, we're far away, but oh well, it'll help a little to recover, taking 3 lassos to continue dragging the heads of the leaders. Rossweisse, I already told you that you could store them in a pocket-sized dimension. Issei, he helps me train. Rossweisse, with those wounds. Issei, Rossweisse, you sound like a parrot talking so much. Rossweisse, she knows how boring this whole journey will be. Issei, then fly off and I'll see you there. Rossweisse, it will be even worse. Issei, why God, why do I have to suffer this? Rossweisse, I heard it. Issei, I know, that's why I said it out loud, quickening her pace so she wouldn't hear his voice anymore. Rossweisse, he must be popular with the girls. Issei, swallow me up, Earth. Rossweisse, just talk. Issei, what do you think of me? Would you be with someone like me? Rossweisse, no. Issei, then there's your answer. Rossweisse, but if he acts like a hero, there will be someone who will love him. Issei, I don't want to be the hero who saves the princess, I prefer to be the villain who does everything for her. Rossweisse, it will be a long road, so let's talk as I said. Issei, if you don't stop talking, I'll attack you and wipe that virgin smell off you. Rossweisse simply walked away from Issei without saying another word, which pleased Issei. A few days passed before they reached their destination. Issei, we've finally reached this torture, it's over. Rossweisse, I didn't help at all in the end. Issei, you were a good translator and night watchman. Rossweisse, look me up and ask me too. They say you never agree to work with anyone, so why am I accepting this time? Issei, I don't know this place nor its language, obviously I was going to need someone to guide me a little. Rossweisse, I understand. Issei, let's go back. Rossweisse stood in the center to call Heimdall where a column enveloped them. Being in Asgard, all the citizens stared at them, especially at Issei as they saw him pulling 3 heads all destroyed. Upon arriving at Odin's castle, they didn't know what to say about it, but Issei didn't care where he went in. Issei, dude, here you go, put the other half in my account. Odin, who was in shock, didn't know what else to say when he saw so many wounds. Odin like, Issei, that's none of your business, just transfer the money, and with that we finalize the contract. Odin, you are special, Issei, for being able to survive. Issei, send me back to Earth, I don't want to see your face anymore. Odin said nothing more before teleporting him back to Ku. Issei walked home and the first thing he did upon arrival was take a bath. Issei, this is good. Starting to hum after taking her bath, she went out to put on her towel. Just as she wrapped it around her waist, part of her house exploded. Issei, wow, they don't even let you take a bath in peace anymore. Walking towards the exit to see many people and 5 people in front. Issei, wow, a family reunion, this is beautiful to see. Isabella was a little surprised to see so many scars, especially the most recent ones. Garu, today is the day the stain disappears. Mickey, accept your destiny, Issei. Sadu, you accomplished a great feat in Asgard, but when they find out who it was, we'll just be the laughingstock. Issei, aha, so you'd like coffee or juice. Crouching to avoid several fireballs. Issei, I'll take that as a no. By starting to spread lies, he avoided several attacks. Several people stood in front of Toji to prevent Issei from getting close and taking away his sacred gear. Many took advantage of Issei's injuries to attack in that place, causing Issei to let out some groans, but he still managed to kill some with a kitchen knife. Luckily for him, several of them had swords, which he took from them to start cutting them in half. Issei, everyone will die in this place. Making their veins bulge, they turned around, cutting through everything around them, taking rocks and trees with them in the process. Garu, that's not normal strength. Mickey, kill that one. Issei just had a smile on his face, not caring that his wounds were reopening. Toji didn't want to wait any longer, so he activated his armor to launch an attack, connecting his fist to Issei's face, but unfortunately for him, Issei grabbed his arm. Issei, thank you. He made Toji's armor disappear so he could put it on himself and start murdering everyone without any mercy. The Hyoudou couple were somewhat surprised by Issei's abilities, but they still weren't going to change their minds. Mickey, with this incantation, I will seal the power of this weapon, granting it strength and protection beyond human comprehension. With the fire of passion, I seal his heart, so that it may burn with determination and courage in battle. With the water of purity, I seal your spirit, so that it may flow with clarity and nobility in every stroke. With the wind of freedom, I seal her destiny, so that she may fly high and reach her full potential. With the earth of stability, I seal its foundation, so that it remains firm and resilient in the face of any adversity. With the ether of magic, I seal its essence, so that it is imbued with power and mystery, capable of defying the laws of the universe. May this seal endure for all eternity, protecting and empowering this weapon in worthy and just hands. As he finished saying that incantation, chains wrapped around Issei's armor, taking it off. Garu, we didn't attack you in the past, and this was the reason. Issei, you're smart, old man, I admire you. Isabella, I told you, Issei, your days are numbered, and today is the day you die. Although that was the original plan, we changed our minds, and what better way than to lock you up in a dark place where you'll go insane. This is all you'll have with you. Throwing a knife at him, Issei caught it, and as he did so, he was surrounded in a circle by the Hyoudou guards. They all created a chain spell to grab Issei's legs and arms, but he still maintained a calm expression. Issei, then we'll see each other at the next family reunion. Sadu, I told you, Issei, in the past it would be better if you didn't show your face, but you acted brave. Garu, you thought that just because you have a reputation with mercenaries we were going to be afraid of you, you were very wrong, idiot. Issei, I did that to earn a living, not for fame. Garu, oh powers of the universe, hear my call. Open the doors to other worlds, unfurl their threshold before me. With my will and determination, guide my steps. Through the veils of reality towards a destiny beyond. May the energy of the cosmos envelop me and transport me to the land of fantasy and wonder. May the portal open before me, a bridge between the realms. And may my journey be safe and full of discovery. So be it, let the portal open now. And let my adventure begin this very instant. A magic circle began to form beneath Issei's feet. The Hyoudou thought Issei would start begging, but he remained calm. Issei, they're such idiots. I knew they'd use that spell sooner or later, so I made some changes. I don't know magic, but I can write. I'll see you all again soon, family. I'm going to miss you. I hope you all get stronger, giving them a smile as their heads were enveloped by the magic circle. Isabella, everything he said is a lie, right? Garu, those were his last words before he went mad. We finally managed to stop that idiot from tarnishing the Hyoudou name. Turning to leave, Isabella saw the place where the magic circle had been created. Isabella, goodbye Oniachin, leaving with their parents. In a dark forest, Issei opened his eyes to look up and noticed a red sky. Issei, how long will it take me to get back home? I forgot to do those calculations, oh well, standing up to pick up his knife and start walking. Issei, we'll see each other again soon, family. I'll bring you my regards, having a big smile.
Chapter 25.
Issei walked through the forest until he came across a cave. As soon as he entered, he fell to his knees spitting blood. Issei, damn, my wounds are reopening, calming her breathing to reduce the bleeding. Issei, you played dirty, Hyoudou family. I didn't expect that from you, hahaha. Well, see you in a moment, hearing several screams. Issei, well, I hope you don't slack off on your training because mine is just beginning. Lying on the ground, he spent a few days healing himself with leaves. After healing a little, he took the knife his sister gave him to go hunting. He walked for a few minutes until he began to be surrounded by several creatures. Issei, you guys are ugly, but you'll be very useful to me. Issei, well, it's time to begin my real training. And as someone once said, let the chips fall where they may, launching into attack just like monsters. In Kyoto, Kanu had her phone in her hands trying to call Issei, but he never answered. Kanu, mom, what could Issei be doing that he's not answering me? Yasaka, he must be busy, you know what he does for a living, just wait and see. Kanu, okay, it's fun talking to him. Yasaka, I'm glad, daughter. Time passed, days, weeks and months in which no one heard any news of Issei. Several people started looking for him because it was a while since he had been missing, especially when it came to money. Issei, for his part, had a tough battle in which he barely survived, but just as he finished them off, another group arrived. Many would think he would be scared, but it was quite the opposite. He was happy to be able to continue fighting. At the end, he returned with some bodies which he fed on. At the beginning, he experienced intoxication or poisoning, but managed to get through it. Each day that passed, he marked it on a rock until he realized that 20 years had gone by. Issei, time flies, but the memory of your faces remains fresh, dear family. Hearing several roars, he took his sword made from the bones of his enemies. Issei, well, as a Mexican once said, let's get to work, leaving the cave. Outside, 4 months had already passed, during which many believed Issei was dead, thinking that for the first time he had failed a mission. The mercenaries gave him a funeral befitting his stature. Surzech had previously tried to contact him to ask for help, as they had been attacked by several high-level monsters that destroyed part of the underworld. Kanu did not lose hope that Issei was still alive. She called him every day, but nothing. Upon noticing this, Yasaka sent her best men to search for him, but there was never any response, and in the end she gave up. Toji, I've never felt so calm in all these years. Sadu, keep training, brother. There's a lot of danger out there, and it's best to keep getting stronger. Toji, you're right, but since he left I feel at peace. Garo, don't talk about that one anymore. Mickey, daughter, you seem a little distracted. What's wrong? Are you sick? Do you need something? Isabella, mom, I've had this feeling since that day. I really don't know what it is. Mickey, what do you mean? Isabella, well, the truth is if I had been in Issei's situation, surrounded and chained up, I would at least beg for mercy or be scared, but he. Remembering Issei's calm expression and smile causes him discomfort. Sadu, don't think about that anymore, little sister. He's dead, he'll never come back. Isabella, I know, but. Garo, I forbid you to mention his name in this house or anywhere else. That stain is no longer acceptable. Nobody said anything to continue with their breakfast except Isabella, who thought something bad was about to happen. Issei, meanwhile, was standing atop hundreds of monster corpses with a spear in his arm. Issei, it gets more interesting every day. Watching as some creatures ran away. Issei, well, where are you guys going? We have to keep playing. I have plenty of time, taking a leap to follow its prey. Vali, damn it, I still can't believe that bastard is dead. I wanted to kill him with my own hands. Biku, I still can't believe that such a great man as him died. He couldn't have died for someone ordinary. Kuroka, I guess in the end she did anger someone she shouldn't have, like Shiva, the god of destruction. Lefei, it's time to move on. Vali, you're right, we have to stick to our plans. Arthur, Rizvim is making one of his moves. We have to be careful. He's starting to get suspicious. Vali, it doesn't matter. We have to finish him off and then reclaim what belongs to us. Biku, well, what's the plan, boss? The graduation ceremony for third-year students was taking place at the academy. Rias, it was a tough year, but we managed to pull through. Thank you all so much for these wonderful gifts. Sona, guys, thank you for being my classmates. I wish you all a better future, throwing their hats in the air just like everyone else to then start the party. Irina, it was a tough time, but at least that person is gone. Momo, you're right, but does anyone know what happened to him in the end? Rias, don't talk about him anymore. He's already underground. Let's celebrate, okay? Meanwhile, Issei was on top of a monster while simultaneously hunting the rest with a big smile. Issei, I feel like I'm in Disneyland, ha 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 ha. Time continued to pass until 40 more years had gone by, during which Issei showed no signs of aging thanks to the bath he had taken some time ago. Right now Issei is standing in front of a lake, looking at the landscape filled with the corpses of all his prey. Issei, so many years have passed and I'm already bored. How much longer will it take for the spell to end? If my calculations are correct, it'll be about 40 more years. Well, I'll have to keep training and learn some things I'd forgotten. Standing up, he moved his arms from side to side, simultaneously letting out breaths. A year and a half later, on the other side, everyone had completely forgotten about Issei and continued their lives as usual, except for a little kitsune girl who was in her room looking out her window. I took out my phone to check my contacts and see how many times Issei had been called, but there was nothing. Kanu, seriously, you're gone now. You promised you'd come back to play and take me to the beach. Pressing the button on Issei's name, hoping he would answer, but nothing happened, she put the phone on the table to lie down and think about what to do next. Seconds later, her phone rang. Kanu, somewhat curious, picked it up to find it was an unknown number. Kanu, hello, who's speaking? You must have the wrong person. Issei, Ara, you've already forgotten about my girl. Kanu, Issei, jumping up suddenly, she fell out of bed in surprise. Kanu, is that really you? Holding back the urge to cry. Issei, so when are we going to the beach, girl? Kanu, sniff, 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 whenever. Issei, so big and crying, ha 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 ha. Ending the call. Issei, I'm back and I'm hungry. Chapter 26. Hours earlier, Issei was having dinner with some creatures that had become his pets since they had given up trying to kill him. Issei, you know guys, those were really fun times. It feels like it was just yesterday when we fought for the first time. It was something unique. He stood up to stretch his arms until he noticed the magic circle that had brought him there reappearing. Issei, the day has come to return. It was good guys. Anyway, it's time to go play a little goodbye. Entering the circle to be teleported to the same place. I take a deep breath, then let it out and look around. Issei, I'm back. I screamed at the top of my lungs, causing the neighbors to turn on their lights. Shut up already, let me sleep. I'll call the police. Issei didn't pay much attention to where he started walking. During his journey, he came across some thieves whom he beat up to take their money and a phone. He went into the forest until he reached a hill. Issei, let's see if I still remember that brat's number, making several attempts until he found it. After a short call, he went aside to take a bath. Kanu, meanwhile, was running through the mansion until she reached her mother's office, where she entered without knocking. Kanu, Mom, I want to go to the beach. Yasaka, and what's the point of such a proposal? Kanu, I've never been. Yasaka, I told you a long time ago that we should go, but you didn't want to. Kanu, come on, Mom, yes, don't tell me no. Yasaka, if you haven't noticed, we have visitors. The kitsune looked to her left to see the smile of the Mau Leviathan. Serafal, Kuchin, how are you? Kanu, Leviathan-sama, forgive my manners. Serafal, Mu, I already told you to call me Sarachin or Levitan. Kanu, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that. Serafal, I'll keep trying, and well, the beach sounds nice. It's good to relax a little more now that there are so many problems. Kanu, she wants to go. Serafal, seriously, that sounds good. Yasaka, I see I can't get that idea out of your head. Fine, I accept. Serafal, yay beach. He bumped hands with Kanu, who had a big smile. The next day, the three women were on their way to the beach, where they were obviously the center of attention, especially in Yasaka because of their attributes. Kanu, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Serafal, sun and beach, how beautiful. Yasaka, it's good to clear your mind a little, going to a quieter place. Serafal saw Kanu just looking around. Serafal, Kuchin, where are you looking so much? Are you waiting for someone? Kanu, I'm not just waiting for the ice cream truck. You know that without ice cream there's no beach. Yasaka, you're acting a bit strange today. Kanu, hehehehe, it's nothing, Mom, I'll go for a walk. Yasaka, don't be late, okay? Watching her daughter leave. Serafal, she's acting a bit strange today. Yasaka, she's been busy these days, maybe she just wants to clear her mind. Kanu, for his part, just continued on his way. Issei, so girl, which do you prefer, vanilla or chocolate? Kanu quickly turned around to look at Issei. Kanu, he's really alive. Issei, I'm hard to kill, ha 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 ha. Kanu, it's great. Issei, well, we're here at the beach. Kanu, let's go. Issei, first, let's see your mom. Kanu, okay, but where did she go and what happened to her hair? Issei, brat, I've been busy, I haven't had time to go to the hairdresser. Kanu took Issei's hand and they started walking towards where both women were lying on the sand. Issei, wow, they really relax. Both women opened their eyes only to stop abruptly upon seeing the dark-haired man. Issei, me, Serafal, you hadn't. Yasaka, where he was for so long. Issei, my family sent me to train and well, I've finished. Serafal, your family doesn't love you, it's impossible for that to happen. Issei, so what's up? It's been a while since we last saw each other. Yasaka, you were gone for a year, don't you know what's happened? From what I understand, many people have been looking for you. Issei, forget about technology. Anyway, let's go for a swim, the beach and sand are the best. Putting Kanu on his shoulders and taking both women's hands, they started running towards the water. Once he was close, he threw both women as far away as he could and then ran. Kanu could only laugh at what was happening. Serafal, hey, what's wrong with you? Issei, this is war. Following Serafal, who just started swimming at full speed to the shore. Once outside, she let out a sigh, but Issei grabbed her hands and legs. Serafal only saw Issei's smile and had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Issei, fly demon, Serafal, mama eggy, Issei, ha 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 ha. Kanu, it's my turn. Issei, fly. Seeing Yasaka with a smile, the older kitsune without thinking started running for her life, but she didn't get far because Issei grabbed her in the same way as Serafal and threw her away. The four of them had a good time until night fell and they were having dinner. Kanu, it was the best day. Issei, I know, Serafal, for a few hours I forgot everything, but now I've reacted and remembered everything you did, especially to Satan. Issei, it's Mao's job in case you forgot. Anyway, that's all in the past now, I don't even remember it. Serafal, that was a year ago. Issei, for me it's different anyway, I have to go, there are some problems I have to solve. Yasaka, it's not a bad thing. Issei, I left for a while and I need to make sure things are going well. Serafal, I'm going to be watching you closely. Issei, then let's go, I don't have time for discussions. Yasaka, what will he do? Issei, just a few questions. See you later, brat. Yasaka, it's still the same as always. With a small smile, a few minutes later both Issei and Serafal went their separate ways in great silence. After several hours of travel they arrived at their destination, a place of mercenaries. Luckily for him it was still early and there weren't many people around, and those who were present were asleep from drinking too much. Issei, hello, Didi director is still alive. Issei, I don't have time to talk to Carolina. I'm on vacation but I can help you. Issei, account number 2345-256-2507. The receptionist entered the given numbers, noticing Issei seemed a little nervous. I'm sorry but your account is empty. Issei, I understand. You know that when a mercenary dies his money is put up as a reward. Issei, I didn't use that money and I also stipulated in the contract that a certain part of it should not be touched. I'm sorry but the higher-ups. Issei, damn it, slamming his fist on the table and destroying it. Serafal, what's wrong with you? You can recover quickly. Issei, you don't know anything, damn it, leaving the place. Serafal, where are you going? Issei, I have to travel for a while, lend me some money, I'll give it back to you later. Serafal, I'll go. Issei, whatever, I just hope everything is alright, having a bad feeling. Chapter 27. They both began their journey, first going to a village. They started walking in complete silence as Serafal noticed Issei's expression, which was both annoyed and worried. Upon arriving at his destination, Issei let out a sigh as he noticed that everything was all right. Issei, son, what have you done to yourself? Everyone was worried because you hadn't come. Issei, sister, I'm sorry but I've been busy lately. I understand, and tell me, who is that lovely young lady accompanying you? Issei, her. Have some manners, son, you'll make her feel bad. Issei, she's my fiancée, sister, taking Serafal in his arms while she was in shock. They look so cute together, excuse my manners, daughter, my name is Anna. Serafal, it's a pleasure, sister, my name is Serafal Citri. Anna, let's go inside, it's hot out here. He started walking until several children ran in his direction, jumping on Issei. Brother Issei, you came, where were you? We miss you. Where did you go? Issei, I'm here, so get ready and run. Hi sensei. He started running while a group of children followed him. Serafal, could you explain what all this is to me? Anna, I don't understand. Serafal, well, he's acting normal, what I mean is that normally he acts like a crazy person. Anna, he owns this place and takes care of these children. Every child who comes here receives an education and a home, and when they get older they're given a scholarship to study. Issei has been doing that for years, but this past year we've had some difficulties. I have some savings though and we've managed to get by. I suppose he must have gone through some hardships. Serafal, I understand. Looking at Issei, something I didn't expect to see was that smile. A few hours passed where Issei continued his journey, going from place to place and country to country. Issei, everything is fine, that's good. Serafal, I didn't expect you to be like this. Issei, I don't care what they expect from me, let's go to the last one and I can be at peace. Continuing on his way, as he was about to arrive he saw many fire trucks pass by. Upon noticing this, Issei began to run until he reached his destination and saw a building in flames. Issei, children, starting to run past the firefighters who were trying to stop him. Issei could hear the children's cries for help and his name. Just as he was about to enter the building it exploded, sending him flying. Issei, NOOO. He stood up to start running again, but it was too late. All he could do was fall to his knees, shedding a few tears. Minutes later the fire went out and the firefighters began to remove the many burned bodies, causing many people to become frightened. Issei stood up and walked until he reached a tent and saw the pile of covered children's bodies. Many memories came flooding back to him, like the children's smiles and how they jumped on him when they looked at him. Serafal, I'm sorry. Issei, don't continue, it's better to stay quiet, having a serious expression. Several minutes passed before he stood up and left the tent, walking aimlessly while being followed. Serafal, during these past few days I've seen something new about you and Issei, Serafal, the only good thing in this life was the innocence of children. If you raise them well they will be kind people in the future. Serafal, you're right. Issei, I worked hard to make sure all these places were safe. I paid for security so no one would touch a hair on their heads, but when they saw their money wasn't deposited into their accounts, they left without a second thought. And those bastards stole all my money. I'll never forgive them for this. Clenching his fists with such rage that he dug his nails into his skin. Issei, go away already, I have things to do. A lot of people have relaxed their butts this year, it's time they knew who I am. Serafal, I understand. Seeing Issei leave, Serafal, without saying much, returned to the underworld to do all the work she had in mind. Days later. Elsewhere, a group of men were playing cards and laughing. So how are business deals going? As usual, making money ha 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 ha, but that man's money was monstrous. Where did he get so much from? You're talking about the conductor. That man only accepted the worst missions that no one in their right mind would do. Now we're disgustingly rich ha 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 ha. I bet $1 million. In the end it's nothing. Everyone started laughing until they heard drops falling until it started to rain. One of them looked out the window only to notice a figure outside with a sword. Before I could say anything, that person came in through the window, falling into the middle of the table. Everyone who saw those colored eyes began to tremble with fear. You. Issei, I see you enjoy playing with my money, which I earned with blood and sweat. It wasn't my idea, it was theirs. It just ended and his head was separated from his body. Please forgive us, it wasn't our intention. Issei, I said before that if something happened to me, part of it could be used to pay the mercenaries as usual, and the other part for those places.
Oh, the thing is,
Issei, someone started that fire and I see they intended to destroy the other places. Please let me live. Issei, I'm going to kill them in the worst way possible. They'll wish they'd never been born. We won't let you down, nobody is afraid of you anymore. Creating a magic circle and others drawing their weapons, Issei launched his attack, cutting off their legs and fingers to make them suffer. When it was over, Issei just watched as they started crawling away trying to escape, but Issei plunged his sword into the back of one of them. Issei, you don't know me, do you? I never forgive anything. I hate traitors and murderers. You betrayed me and now you'll suffer the consequences. Are you ready? Having a smile that startled everyone present. At the end, he left the hunt in the rain as blood fell to the ground. Issei, what a load of crap, I'm tired of so much stupidity, I need to cheer myself up with something, taking a leaflet out of his pocket and having a big smile. Issei, thanks for the birthday invitation, Mom. We'll see each other soon, family. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 28. At the Hyoudou residence, many of the most important people from both the human and supernatural worlds were attending Mickey Hyoudou's party where she was receiving her guests. Sona, these parties are getting bigger every year. Isabella, it's been many years of friendship. Sona, you're right, and how are you doing as the new student president? Isabella, it's a lot of work but it's okay, Zenobia helps me. Rias, hi girls, how are you? Isabella, well, and when will the wedding take place? They made it public not too long ago. Rias, in 2 months. Sona, it will be big as they always do. The other two girls just laughed. Serafal was sitting at a table thinking about everything that had happened with Issei in the short time they had been traveling. Surzech, Serafal, are you alright? For the past few days I've noticed you've been very distracted and thoughtful. Serafal, it's nothing important, enjoy the party. Mickey, Serafal, let's dance a little, put work aside and enjoy this day, okay? Serafal, okay. More and more guests arrived until the last one arrived. Many people were talking about business or trivial things. After a few minutes, they brought the cake to the front where everyone sang happy birthday to her, and when she was about to blow out the candles, the doors were opened. Issei, happy birthday, dear mother, wearing a red suit and carrying a bouquet of flowers with his usual smile. Everyone was in shock at the sight of him, especially the Hyoudou family who couldn't believe he was alive. Isabella's legs began to tremble until they gave out, but luckily Rias and Sona managed to catch her. Issei, Ara, why so much silence? I came to celebrate the birthday of the woman who gave me life. Mickey, how is that possible? Issei, sorry for not coming earlier, but I forgot. Besides, my brothers didn't tell me anything. Sadu, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei, those words hurt me. They remind me of what a song says. I am a lonely person who has no love, only sad memories that my family left me. They were my family, they were my pain. Garo, how did you get in? And the guards? Issei, oh them, don't worry father, I gave them some sleep tea so they can sleep well tonight and have more energy tomorrow. Toji, damned. Issei, I'm glad to see you too, Toji Oniasama. It's been a year already, hasn't it? Anyway, let's get this party started. Who will dance with me? Looking around but seeing nothing. Kanu, me? Issei, well, if it isn't the brat, let the music begin, maestro. Standing in the center to start dancing with Kanu, who was happy to do so. Issei, you dance well, brat. Kanu, obviously I'm royalty. Issei, ha, it shows, I'll teach you the forbidden steps, taking a few steps back to start moving the body. Both Kanu and the other children present began to laugh and joined Issei at the front. Some parents tried to stop them, but they were unsuccessful. Issei, look, that's how it was, doing it faster. The adults didn't know what to say about his attitude since they couldn't believe that a Hyoudou would act that way. Very few people didn't know about him, and those who did wondered where he had been for so long. Issei, this wasn't supposed to be a party. Bringing more people downtown to dance, many without many options also went. Serafal, Issei, you're crazy to come here. Yasaka, he wants to die by coming here. Issei, life is a risk. Minutes passed until they finally cut the cake, with Issei applauding the most and taking a few steps to hug his mother. Issei, I waited so long to see your faces, I hope we get along better in the future, Mom. He whispered it to her, sending a shiver down the older woman's spine. Issei, Toji Oniasama, congratulations on your marriage, I hope to be the best man. Toji, you'd better not even go near. Issei, I understand. Well, it's time for me to go. I've been busy these past few days and I need to get some sleep. Kanu, but it's still early. Issei, you shouldn't be asleep either. Kanu no Issei, well I'm leaving, goodbye family. I hope my dear mother lives many years as we want to keep her in our hearts. Walking towards the exit and then closing the doors. Sadu saw Toji as they both left the room unnoticed along with other people. Once outside, they were shocked to see Issei on top of many corpses of all the guards, in addition to feeling a strong murderous aura. Sadu, you damned monster. Issei, I was about to clean, but since you're here you've taken a weight off my shoulders. Michael, where has he been all this time? Issei, seriously, you don't know? You should talk to my brothers. They're the ones who sent me to train. They said I was too weak, so they did me that favor. Sadu, how did you get out of that place? Issei, I guess fate didn't want me there. Toji, you only tarnish our family name. Issei, fine, I won't use it anymore. From now on, my name is Issei Fushiguro. If you're so smart, you must know where he comes from, right? I'll leave that as homework. Goodbye, brothers. Jumping off the mountain to leave, both brothers went to look for him, but he had disappeared. Later, Issei was walking until someone stopped him in his tracks. Issei, I know I'm taking a while, but I had some problems. Offeyes, okay, we never agreed on a date. Issei, that's good, I can see more brightness in your eyes. I guess you listened to me when I told you to lock yourself in a library. Offeyes, a little, I also lost some of my power. Issei, oh that's too bad for you. Offeyes, when will you do it? Issei, not to be negative, but I need to train a bit and also visit some old friends who owe me a few favors. I saw them at the party, but they pretended not to notice me. Offeyes, I'll be waiting for that moment. Issei, of course, following their path. Offeyes, can I ask you a question? Issei, go ahead. Offeyes, what is love or romance? I've read several books about it, but I didn't understand. Issei, you're joking, right? You're asking the most romantic person in existence. Offeyes, so you know. Issei, I don't think you understood me. I'll tell you in other words, no, I don't know anything about love, so goodbye, ask someone else. He continued on his way while he had an idea of where he needed to go first. Issei, it's time to get a good weapon. Chapter 29. The party ended sooner than expected thanks to Issei's arrival, and they went to a more private room to talk. Azazel, anything to say? Seeing your expressions recently, I imagine you didn't expect to see him alive. Garo, there's no point in keeping it. We attacked him at his home a year ago when he returned from the mission Odin-sama gave him. We spent a long time perfecting that spell to make him disappear. Mickey, we still don't know how it happened, his destiny was to die. Sadu, if I was crazy before, today I'm much worse. Isabella, that monster has only caused us problems and pain. Kanu, you heard him first, obviously he has to defend himself. Isabella, you're too young to be here. Yasaka, she will be the next leader of my faction, so she has the right to be here. Kanu, you say pain. Pain is seeing how Issei was hated, rejected, and despised by everyone, judged and treated like scum, all because he didn't have magic like his family. When he was just a child, no one deserves his forgiveness. Everyone is destined for punishment. She said it somewhat annoyed. The leaders didn't know what to say about such words. Yasaka, before anyone says anything, my daughter only told the truth. Michael, this is not the time to fight amongst ourselves. We have better things to do. The attacks from the Chaos Brigade are getting terrible every time. Ajika, we thought that after the attack on the underworld they wouldn't do anything again, but they are moving again. Azazel, well, it's best we go and rest after such a surprise. Everyone nodded and went back to what they were doing, while Garo sent some of them to search for Issei just to track him down. A few days later, Issei was arriving at an old cabin inside a forest. Issei, Hephaestus, my friend, I have already come to collect that favor. Hephaestus, I thought you wouldn't come, especially after hearing that you had died. He said it without paying attention because he was focused on his work. Issei, what can I say? I won't lie to you. There was a moment when I was about to die, but the Hyoudou family is so idiotic that they didn't. Hephaestus, you know they have many allies. It's best you don't speak like that. Issei, it doesn't matter. Fate gave them a chance to kill me when I was weakest, but they didn't take advantage of it. Anyway, here's what I asked for. Hephaestus, I worked like crazy during these years. You know that by showing these weapons you will also be the most wanted. Everyone will want them. Issei, okay, you know how I am and you can show them to me. Hephaestus let out a sigh and walked a little until he stopped in front of a crate. He opened it and took out his short swords, which were attached to a chain. Hephaestus, they are called the Swords of Chaos. I built them with the best materials from Olympus. I had some problems. Issei, forget history, what else do you have? Hephaestus, hey, at least let me tell you how much it cost me to make them and get the materials. Issei, yeah, go on. Hephaestus, whatever, pulling out 2 blood-red knives. Hephaestus, these are Fenrir's fangs. Let me tell you, they were very difficult to make. Every time I hammered them, I hurt myself. Issei, how sad. Taking both knives, he nodded to himself. Hephaestus took out a red staff to throw it to Issei, who, upon catching it, spun it around several times. Issei, interesting. Hephaestus, he still has a long way to go, throwing 2 short swords at him. Issei, awesome double use, you're smart, buddy. Hephaestus, he possesses part of Fenrir's fangs and the blood of Samel, which I have no idea how you obtained. Issei, work secret. Hephaestus, anyway, take this box. Throwing it to Issei, who opened it to see 2 pistols. Hephaestus, each line represents 1 bullet of Samel's blood, so be careful not to waste them, okay? Issei, I saw a lot of blood on you. Hephaestus threw a blood-red sword at him. Issei, interesting. Hephaestus, this one is made with the same material as the previous weapon. In short, the ones that don't stand out are the chaos weapons. Issei, every weapon has its charm, so relax. Hephaestus, well, that's all from me. Issei, do you have something to store them in? Hephaestus, I know someone from Asgard and well, I asked them for help to create a rune for you to store your weapons in since you can't go around with so many weapons on your back. Issei, I understand. Hephaestus, I'm going to enjoy this more than you can imagine. Having a smile to start working, Issei could only scream in pain but managed to resist until the end. Hephaestus, just as its benefits have drawbacks, it uses your blood, so if you receive many wounds and lose blood, that same mark will kill you. Issei, well, I like challenges. Looking at his arm covered in lines. Hephaestus, well, that's all, watching as Issei put away his weapons and put on his clothes. Hephaestus, before anything else, I have something else for you. It's not from me, someone wants you to do a job. Issei, who? Hephaestus, Athena. Issei, what do you want me to do? Hephaestus, she wants to see her father humiliated. He made her suffer in the past and well, she desires some justice at least. Issei, he wants me to fight against one of the most powerful gods. It's a big job, the price won't be small. Hephaestus turned around to open a cupboard and took out a sword which he threw at Issei. He took it out of its case. Hephaestus, he possesses the eye of Medusa, be careful. Issei, interesting. Hephaestus, well, this is a good reward. Issei, okay, I accept, but also an extra 1 billion as a final payment. Hephaestus, I'll tell him, he'll accept, so that's fine. Issei, I'll do a few things and then you'll hear from me, but before I go, how do I get in? Hephaestus, that's your problem. Issei, ha 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 ha, getting more and more interesting. Well, see you later, Hephaestus, thanks for the work, leaving the house to go. At the Hyoudou mansion, Isabella was in the family library until she heard her brothers enter. Toji, what are you doing here? Isabella, I'm researching some things. He turned the book over until he found what he was looking for. Isabella, I found it. Sadu, what a thing. Isabella, when he mentioned the surname Fushiguro, I felt like I'd heard it before, so I came to investigate. The first Hyoudou's wife was named Eli Fushiguro, a great mage, respected and kind-hearted, but how did he know? Sadu, that Issei knows a lot of things. Do we have an infiltrator here? Toji, I'll investigate. Isabella, what plans does Issei have now that he's back? Does he want revenge, seeing their brothers where they didn't know what to say? Chapter 30. After receiving his new weapons, Issei returned to the Mercenary Guild. Everyone who saw him was left in complete silence, some out of amazement and others out of fear. The dark-haired man took a few steps, making them audible everywhere until he stopped at the bar. Issei, Carolina, the usual, okay. Carolina, welcome back. Issei, thank you. Grabbing the beer mug to drink it in one gulp, then letting out a sigh. Issei, that was good. Well, let's get to the important stuff. Some corrupt people mentioned some names after going on vacation without a return ticket. Anything to say, guys? Looking around and noticing the great silence. Issei, guys, I thought we had a good relationship. In the end, it was just me who thought that. Well, I don't have any other options. Feigning a serious expression as he pulled the swords of chaos out which were embedded in the ground. Wait, we didn't have a choice. If we didn't accept, they were going to kill us. Give me a second chance. Most of them began to beg for their lives, but Issei looked up and gave them a smile that frightened everyone. Issei, or Kawaii Kodo, how cute. Taking a leap to embed both weapons in the ground, killing several in the process. Issei, wow, they're great, they have good destructive power. Moving to the right to start cutting off heads, the mercenaries with little choice had to fight, but it was all in vain as they only watched the heads of their companions fly. At the end, Issei took a napkin to clean both weapons and put them away. Issei, Carolina, another one, I'm feeling a bit oxygenated. Thank you for letting us live. Issei, you weren't on the list, so it wasn't necessary. Well, now you know what will happen if you try anything stupid like that when I go on vacation, okay? And before you say anything silly, let me tell you that I don't see you as teammates. Get that idea out of your heads. To me, you're nothing. Leaving a bill on the table to head for the exit. Carolina, come back soon. The mercenaries who survived let out a sigh they had kept hidden for a long time. Carolina, I told them he would be upset. That monster, one day I will die at his hands and I will have no mercy whatsoever. Carolina, just don't make him angry, okay? So will you help me clean? Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground. Later, Issei was on his way to the academy where Isabella, upon seeing him, felt her hand tremble. Issei, I'm proud of you, little sister. Now you're the president. Tell me there's a position available for me as secretary. Isabella, everything is full. Issei, that's too bad. I wanted to make up for lost time. Isabella, how are you still alive? Issei took her chin so that she would look him in the eyes. Isabella, seeing his gaze, only felt more fear. Issei, how could I leave my family alone when we still have so much to do? Isabella, what will you do? Issei, I hope you like my gift, little sister. Isabella, you can't enter anymore. Your name was deleted a long time ago. Issei, a week ago I spoke with the principal and well, he was kind enough to re-enroll me. We'll continue together, little sister. Doesn't that make you happy? Walking to her classroom while Isabella just clutched her skirt in frustration. When they arrived at their classroom, everyone greeted Issei since they had missed him. They asked him where he had been and he just replied with a smile. In the afternoon, he was leaving his class when Issei heard everyone freeze and the sky turn red. Issei, don't you think it's a bit early for a family reunion? Mickey, we can't leave you alive. We don't know how you managed to survive, but one thing I'm sure of is that you must be very weak. Issei, Mom, as you know, I was barely standing at your party. Mickey, don't call me that, you bastard. Garo, luck is not on your side. It's obvious that today is the day you will die. Issei, really? Sadu, nothing will save you today. Toji doesn't know about this, so you won't be able to use his sacred gear, and even if you took it from him, we would block it again. Issei, it's pathetic to depend on a lizard, but it's kind of sad that it's not here if it really had something special for him. Isabella, this time you're not going anywhere. Issei, your words say one thing but your legs say another. You look like you're peeing yourself from fear, ha 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 ha. Garo, just laugh, death is near. You're going to die, Issei. Issei, ha ha ha, it's obvious, so I'll show you the past cannot be erased. What is done here is paid for. Here we will fall together. Goro, Hyoudou, come dance with your son in hell. Drawing out his two red blades, Sadu just smiled as he didn't see anything special. Instantly the four began creating hundreds of spells which they launched against Issei, but he evaded them with extreme ease. The Hyoudou were surprised by their speed since they hadn't expected that. Issei, surprised. No, during that time I spent training and what I improved the most were my reflexes, agility, and speed. He said it as if this were a game where you give points for your attitudes. Garo, it doesn't matter what you do. Extending a magic circle that changed gravity, putting a lot of weight on Issei and causing his feet to become embedded in the ground. Issei, not bad, old man, but it's still not enough. He started walking until he took one step and fell in front of Mickey, who was so surprised he couldn't defend himself. Issei moved his knife, slicing through his arm as if it were butter. Issei, wow, what a nice edge. Sadu, damned. He tried to hit Issei, but Issei dodged him and then moved his knife, cutting his fingers in the process. Garo, how dare you touch my family, creating more circles and using more than half of his mana, but Issei dodged them all until he was by his side. Issei, I have something better. Throwing both daggers into the air to draw his sword, which upon removing its sheath opened the eye that was in the center of it, Issei grazed Garo's arm before returning it to its sheath. Garo saw his arm with only a scratch. Garo, pathetic. Issei, not yet, wait now. Garo watched as his arm turned to stone and felt a great pain. Issei, great, no, I hope you find the cure, seeing his mother and brother lying on the ground suffering from the pain. He started walking towards Isabella, who just fell to her knees while trembling with fear. Issei, little sister, why are you trembling so much? Are you cold? If so, you should have said so before, taking off his vest to put it on. Isabella, why don't you just kill us and end this? Issei, that would be very easy. I like seeing your expressions just like you saw mine in the past. Isabella felt a flood of memories come to her of how they bothered Issei and how he begged them to stop, but nothing worked. Issei, I see you remembered. I hope you'll always keep me in mind, little sister, because this is just the beginning, okay? Giving her a few gentle slaps and then walking towards the exit. Chapter 31. Toji was running through the hallways until he entered a room where his parents, siblings, and company were. Toji, what the hell happened to them? Who did that to them? Garo, don't make such a fuss. Toji, can't you see your arm? Dad is made of stone and my mom doesn't have one. Who did that to you? Isabella, it was Issei. Toji, how is that possible? How could he defeat you in the past without it costing you anything? Isabella, she is stronger and possesses very powerful weapons. Azazel, you'll have to use implants just like me. Don't worry, I'll build you a great one. Garo, anyway, Toji, promise me you won't do anything stupid, okay? Toji, but... Sadu, the reason we didn't take you is because he would take your sacred gear and you still don't know how to defend yourself with your magic. Toji, but I can control it well. Isabella, I'm going home. I want to forget what happened today. It was a horrible day. Standing up to leave the room as she walked through the hallways, memories of what had happened earlier came back to her and how Issei had given her one of his smiles. Elsewhere. Kanu, Issei, can I ask you a favor? Issei, brat, I don't have time right now. We'll talk later. Kanu, but on one condition, and that is that you will do it. Issei, okay. Kanu, hehehe, thanks. Ending the call, Issei didn't think much about what would come next since he had something to do at that moment. I walked a little way until I stopped and watched a group of women taking a bath. Issei, so it's true that you're quite the pervert. Zeus, upon hearing that voice nearby, jumped, mostly because he didn't realize when it had arrived. Zeus, you Issei, yes me. Zeus, what are you doing here? Issei, looking at them closely, they're not so bad. I don't say this often, but I like breasts and you too. Zeus, what do you want? Issei, I know about you and you know about me, so you already know. Zeus, who hired you? Issei, you know I can't say that, but don't worry, that person doesn't want you dead. They just want to see you with broken legs. Zeus, you won't achieve that goal so easily. Issei, maybe, but how about we start the fun? Dropping the swords of chaos to the ground, Zeus, just by looking at them, knew that they were made of material from Olympus. Zeus, Hephaestus built them. Issei, you're absolutely right, you're wise. He began to twirl the swords with his usual smile. Seconds later, he began to attack while Zeus evaded every attack while simultaneously launching his powerful lightning attacks, which Issei also evaded, causing destruction and making the women even more frightened when they saw a person fall into the water, it being Issei. As Issei left, he saw them, approached one of them and touched her chest. Issei, I give you an 8, not bad. Zeus, don't touch them. Creating a large beam of light, the women ran away from the place while Issei just stood there. Zeus, after so many years I draw my weapon again, I hope you are ready to die. Issei, so your weapon is an interesting ray. Seeing how Zeus threw him with all his might, Issei reached out to grab him and spin him around a few times. Zeus, impossible. Issei, not bad, they say it hurts more when you're hit with your own weapon, that must be true. Returning the lightning bolt with all his might, Zeus, in shock, failed to catch it, hitting it squarely and causing him to scream in pain. Issei, that must have hurt. Emerging from the water to walk until they found the god. Issei, this reminds me of a song, like I was saying. He placed his hand on his chin until he remembered. Issei, oh yeah, now I remember. Help, I'm fainting, remix, help, I'm fainting, remix. Zeus, shut up, you bastard, launching multiple attacks, but Issei took out his staff to destroy them. Issei, that's attacking dirty, you have no manners, I was talking. Zeus, you're not like I heard. Issei, after my vacation I had to update my list. I won't lie, if I had challenged you in the past I would have died in the process, but things are different now, and if you want to thank someone, go to the Hyoudou family. In the past you would have been SS class, but now you're only S and lower. Zeus, what nonsense are you spouting? Issei, nothing, driving the staff into Zeus's foot, causing him to scream in pain. Zeus, how is it possible that it hurts so much? Issei, tell Odin. Grabbing Zeus by the neck, he dragged him to a rock and began to beat him with all his might, causing his blood to fall on his clothes. Issei, it's not that I hate you, on the contrary, I admire you because you killed your own father. In the past, I told myself I wanted to be like him when I grew up. Zeus, just shut up. Issei, but you know how work is, if I don't do it, who will feed me now that I'm in the red? He thrust his hand under Zeus's abdomen to take his heart, making him scream at the top of his lungs. Issei, you've gotten rusty all these years, you should train more often. I'm telling you this from experience since someone could always attack you by surprise. Letting go of it, he took a few steps back to take a picture. Issei, well, my work is done. Zeus, how much? She said it with her head down. Issei, interesting, give me 6 billion. Zeus, you are greedy indeed. Issei, I'm being generous. Zeus, good. Issei, 3 now and 3 after finishing the job, okay. Zeus, I'm not carrying any money right now. Issei, then call me when you have it. Zeus, go to the bank and the code is 375 106 1683, name the Olympus. Issei, I understand, then what you want me to do? Zeus, the same. Issei, I understand, you'll hear from me in 2 weeks, see you Zeus-sama, bowing to begin the journey. Zeus, damned monster, but it's interesting. She smiled slightly, then closed her eyes and rested for a while. One day later, Issei was entering a cafe to take a seat across from a blonde. Issei, Athena, right? Athena, it was faster than I thought, taking the photo that Issei put on the table. Issei, the faster things are done, the happier the customer. Athena, not bad. Issei, well, and the other part of what we agreed on. Athena, I already deposited it. Issei, thank you, it was nice doing business with you. Athena, I'll give you more if. Issei, stop your carriage, I only do one job per client, so this ends here. Athena, I will give you everything you want. Issei, it includes you as payment too. Athena, you're an idiot. Issei, I'm just kidding, but that's how things really are, only once. Well, since I've worked with you before, let me tell you something. Your father paid me 6 billion to do the same thing to you as I did to him. Athena, you will do it right now. Issei, I have to do something in a week. Athena, you have a lot of confidence in telling me this without expecting an ambush later on. Issei, if you put it like that, it'll be more fun. It'll be like a video game until I reach the final boss. Athena, I understand. Issei, I look like an idiot for trying to sort out father-daughter issues, but who am I to judge? Standing up. Issei, see you in a week, Miss Athena, walking towards the exit to get his cell phone. Issei, and you sure do want it, brat. Kanu, you can come to Hyoudou if you want. Issei, I'm coming, hanging on to catch the train to Hyoudou. Issei, what does that brat want? I thought about it for a bit, but I'll leave it aside since I didn't think it was that important. A day later, Issei had an eye twitch and a forced smile, and Kanu was holding her hand with a big smile. Issei, swallow me up, Earth, Chapter 32. A few hours earlier, Issei was arriving at the house of both Kitsunes, where they let him in without any problem. I walked down the corridors until a red-haired girl ran towards him to jump on him and hug him, but he just dodged her. Issei, what the hell were you thinking? Kanu, hey, you don't do that, you were supposed to hold me like in the movies. Issei, you should turn off the TV for a moment. Kanu, you're bad. Issei, I get told that often. Kanu, they don't lie. Issei, anyway, what do you want? I made some time to come, but be quick. Kanu, tomorrow I want you to come somewhere with me, it's important, you'll like it. Issei, what is it? Kanu, it's a surprise. Having had a smile the next day, Issei had a forced smile. Issei, a school. Kanu, it's Father's Day. Issei, I understand, and what am I doing here? Kanu, I don't have a father, only my mom, for now you will be. Yasaka, I'm sorry for getting you into this trouble. Issei, I knew you'd give me trouble. Kanu, you will, right? Using his deadly gaze, which for many would be effective, but for Issei it was nothing. Issei, what are you doing? Are you going to cry because your eyes are this swollen? Kanu, don't you have a heart? Letting out a sigh, they entered the academy where they were the most seen, in addition to receiving some references. Later, all the parents paid attention to their children in their classes until it was time to talk about the adults. Kanu, well, many of you probably know my mother since she's the leader of everything. All the children were happy to see their leader there, but they were curious to know who the dark-haired man was. Kanu, and he is my father, his name is H. Issei, my name is Issei Fushiguro, what's up, brats? Kanu, I know you're wondering why he talks like this, and it's because my dad is a mercenary and one of the best. He's a barbarian. Issei, what's wrong with them? Kanu, they are noble, you understand. Issei, I see they're as intelligent as you, aren't they? Kanu, aha, yes. Yasaka, I wish you all the best for the future, kids. You have a great future ahead of you. You only kill for money. Because someone as noble as you, Yasaka-sama, would want that. What did he do to her? Yasaka didn't know what to say to those comments, and she also noticed some glances from the parents. Issei, they called me that. Wow, these brats really need a good spanking. Kanu, don't say that about my father. He's the best. He's my hero. Issei, I'll be your villain because your hero isn't. The hero would sacrifice you to save the world. I would sacrifice the world to save you. Giving her a smile, Kanu was happy about those words. They really are a happy family. I'm sorry about what I said before. Issei, they only want what's best for their leader, so that's fine. So start thinking now, brats, okay? He really loves her that much, then prove it. Yasaka wanted to stop all of that, but Issei grabbed her by the waist to pull her down. Issei, this woman, as small as a flower, like a petal adrift in the wind, draws me to her like the force exerted by the earth. Suddenly I fell towards her for no reason, just like Newton's apple did. Like a heartbeat, like a strong heartbeat, my heart came from heaven to earth in a dizzying movement, my first love. Yasaka blushed more and more with each word she heard. Kanu had a big smile on her face as she watched her approach. They really love each other. Looking at it closely, your dad is cute. Issei, well, that's all for today. Kanu, each parent must give a presentation like a play. Issei, it's a joke, right? Minutes later, Issei was sitting at a table wearing glasses he had picked up while reading a newspaper. Issei, I'm starving. What are they doing with this shit? Yasaka, I'm curing cancer by cooking your bucking meat. What do you think I'm doing? Issei, what do I think you're doing? You're fleecing us. That's what I think you're doing. Look at this. Look, you spent $1,000 at a clothing store. What's wrong with you, Yasaka? Do you think money fell into your lap? Yasaka, it's work clothes. Issei, Issei, why are you wearing an apron? You're a damn cashier. Yasaka, yes, like you. Issei, yes, exactly, but I don't buy designer crap. Yasaka, no, no, no. You only buy weed, you only buy drugs. Look who's talking. Issei, well, I was talking until you decided to interrupt me. Yasaka, well, I have to interrupt you, otherwise you won't let me say anything. Issei, are you going to let me finish? Yasaka, you always interrupt me. Issei, are you going to let me finish? Yasaka, hey, it's important to look good at work. Issei, are you going to let me finish? Yasaka, I'm trying to climb the corporate ladder. Issei, nobody goes to the store to look at your butt. Yasaka, hey, you're acting like an idiot. Issei, tell me how I'm acting. Yasaka, like an idiot. Issei, you don't need to look like Elizabeth Taylor to put a jar in a plastic bag. Yasaka, I am the face of the company, okay? Issei, the face of the holy god company. Many children couldn't stop laughing at what they were doing while the parents were in shock at seeing their leader speak like that. Issei, you learned everything I wrote so quickly. Yasaka, I have my secrets. Issei, we will carry this humiliation to our graves. Yasaka, okay. She had a smile on her face because she was seeing her daughter very happy. Later, all the parents were talking about trivial things while eating something. Issei, that brat is smart. What's she doing at a school? Yasaka, before I didn't intend to study because I only wanted to learn to assume my position, but since meeting you I wanted to be a normal person. Issei, I see. Yasaka, she wanted to experience being a normal person, and well, here she is. Many people think we're a happy family, but that's impossible. Issei, Yasaka, I don't know anything about familial love, so I can't give my opinion on that. Yasaka, even so, I'm sorry for so much. Issei, just leave it, it's over. Besides, it's good to act once in a while. Kanu, what are you talking about? Issei, unimportant things. Kanu, thank you, I will do my best to make you happy too. Issei, happiness is not something you can give to someone else, it's something you achieve for yourself. Issei-sama, can I ask you something? Issei, tell me, because nobody knows him and because he's so strong. Issei, nobody is born strong, life teaches you to be strong and in the worst way. What do you mean? Issei, I work like this, it's confidential. You get along well with your daughter. Issei, of course, it feeds me so much that I'm even fat, ha 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 ha. Kanu, don't exaggerate, dad. Issei, I even wrote a song. Everyone started applauding for him to do it. Issei, I want to lose this belly. I step on the scale and I weigh 100. How can I lose it if I eat pizza and barbecue? The doctor has already given me a fish-based diet, but I see my daughter cooking and I have to eat it. Kanu, you'll have to eat better, those pants don't fit you. The children just laughed at everything they heard. Yasaka thought, I wanted to hide these feelings, but every time you do something unique, Issei, Kanu also appreciates you a lot. Time passed until it was time to leave, and Issei carried Kanu on his shoulders while she laughed. Kanu, it was a great day today. I had a lot more fun with that play. Issei, I hope the pay is good. Kanu, I'll make a nice dinner. Issei, I hope so. Kanu, do you want to be my real father? Both Issei and Yasaka stopped in their tracks, and before the older Kitsune could speak, Issei stepped forward. Issei, impossible. Love will only make my suffering greater. He lowered Kanu from his shoulders, left her there, and then left. Kanu, did I say something wrong, Mom? Yasaka, nothing, daughter, having a slightly sad expression because of the previous comment.
Chapter 33.
2 days have passed since the parents' meeting where Kanu left the mother and daughter. The little Kitsune tried to call him, but he didn't answer any of the calls. The dark-haired man, for his part, was at the academy going about his life as usual. Issei, little sister, how are you? I've noticed you've been distant these days. Isabella, what do you want? Why won't you leave me alone? Issei, your words hurt me. No brother would like to hear such words. Isabella, you hurt my parents. Do you just want to make us suffer? Issei, why don't we put the past aside and start our family relationship? Isabella, you just want to make me suffer. I'm tired of it. I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry for all the harm I did to you in the past. What do you want me to do? Just say it. I'm tired of it. Issei, this isn't fun anymore. I'd better go home and rest a bit. Walking towards the exit while the president stood there until she saw Toji pass by. Isabella, Toji Oniasama, what are you doing? Following after him, he stopped when he saw Toji standing in front of Issei with an annoyed expression. Issei, how are you, brother? It's been a while since I've seen you since your birthday. Toji, damn you, how dare you hurt my family? Issei, I only returned a drop of water to the deep well you drew from. Many might call this revenge, but I'm simply returning the favor. Toji, I will kill you here and now. Issei, look how I'm trembling, ha 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 ha. Toji formed a slight smile and began to say a few words in another language. Isabella had an even worse feeling when she saw chains once again ensnaring Issei. Toji, a few last words. Issei, I heard you're getting married and well, I'd like to spend some time with my sister-in-law. Removing one of the chains to summon the blades of chaos, he threw and caught Rias, then pulled her towards him as he disappeared. Toji, let her go. I ran to stop him, but it was too late. Toji, damn you, how dare you take her away? Isabella, Toji Oniasama, where did you get that spell from? Toji, it's the same as the previous one, but I made some changes. Isabella, you didn't think things through. Didn't you notice he was acting like nothing was wrong? Let's go to our parents to sort this out, or Rias might get hurt, going to his home with his brother to find a solution. Meanwhile, Rias was waking up only to see the red sky. She stood up and took a few steps, but instantly heard many roars. Rias, where am I? What on earth is that noise? Walking to leave the forest, she ran into one of the inhabitants who, upon seeing Rias, attacked her. Without hesitation, the redhead began to use her abilities, attracting more attention from the monsters until hundreds of them arrived. As the minutes passed, Rias began to feel weak from lack of power, but she noticed how she was being surrounded. Issei, wow, you managed to survive for a few minutes. Pushing through the monsters who only moved aside. Issei walked until he was at Rias' eye level and smiled at her. Issei, you look horrible and it's only been a few minutes. Fighting like that, how are you going to survive for several days? Rias, if you're not going to help me, stop criticizing. Issei, wow, and who said I was going to help you? I just came to check, and since you're alive, I'd better go. Rias, wait, because they won't do anything to you. Issei, they know who's in charge here, they're idiots, but their instincts tell them what's dangerous. See you later, sister-in-law. Walking as he disappeared into the crowd of monsters. A few days later, Issei was walking around the place until he saw Rias walking in his direction with multiple wounds and with a cane. Issei, you look like shit, sister-in-law. Rias, oh help me. Issei, seeing you in that state just makes me feel sorry for you, and you call yourself Rias Gremory, the proud next leader of the Gremory house. Rias, I'm hungry. Issei, really? Well, it's normal since you've been here for a week. Rias, how is it? Falling to the ground from lack of energy, Issei went towards her to take a stick and poke her in the face. Issei, you're still alive. He let out a whistle to call one of the monsters to take Rias and bring her to his cave. Hours later, Rias woke up suddenly and looked around until her gaze stopped on Issei, who was cooking a piece of meat. Issei, are you hungry, sister-in-law? Rias, you saved me. Issei, am I that bad in your eyes? Rias, you hurt Toji and his family so much. Issei, so what I have is nothing, it's normal, right? I understand. Rias, I didn't mean that. Issei, Rias, don't try to change things. Rias, what is this place? Issei, this is where I was a while ago and now I'm back again. It was faster than I thought. I was just taking care of some business, but I have a feeling we'll be returning soon since Toji will be afraid I might do something to you. Rias, you will. Issei, you doubt it. The only thing you have going for you is your body. I admit it turns me on. Rias instinctively moved back as Issei walked in her direction with a smile. Standing in front of her, he took her arm to lift her up and bring her closer to him. Issei, I can smell the virginity all the way over here. I'm surprised you haven't done it by now. You embarrass me, brother. Rias, let me go, don't touch me. Issei, the more resistance you put up, the more fun this will be, destroying what little clothing the redhead had left. Issei, why don't we have some fun for a few days, sister-in-law? Rias could only scream for several hours asking for help, but in the end it was all in vain since no one was going to help her. The next day, Rias was in the corner of the cave holding back tears. Issei, it was good, but you need more practice. At least you have an idea of what you have to do with Toji Oniasama. Rias, better yet, kill me. Issei, oh no, what a drag. Well, if you're hungry, go get your food. I'll go for a walk. See you later, leaving the cave. On the other side, the Hyoudou family began searching for a solution to bring Rias back, along with Toji, who had a bad feeling about it. Mickey, don't worry, son, everything will be all right. Toji, Mom, you know what that monster is capable of. Isabella, I have nothing against her. I don't think she'll kill her, so let's be patient and keep looking, okay? Continuing with the formulas just like the rest. Chapter 34. A few weeks later, Issei was walking with a piece of meat in his hands until he stopped when he saw Rias crawling along, as she had several wounds and one of her legs was purple from an infection because she had been bitten. Issei approached her and stood at her height. Rias looked up just to see that smile. Issei, you're still alive, I admire you. Rias, kill me. Issei, death is never the way out. Rias, it hurts. Issei, I still remember what you told me when we were kids, which was that the strong rule the weak. In short, you're completely useless here. Rias, I'm sorry, Issei, and why are you apologizing? Rias, because of everything I did to you in the past. Issei, it's only when you're about to die that you start to regret your sins. Too bad I'm not a father to accept your confessions. Rias, I'm sorry for everything I did. Issei, tell me, Rias, what you're missing. Rias, more power. She was instantly kicked in the stomach, causing her to spit blood. Rias, because Issei, I'll ask again, what are you missing? Rias, train my magic, getting kicked again. Issei, I'll give you a hint, what do you have that I don't have? Rias, magic. Issei, so what are you missing? Rias, physical training. Issei, hallelujah, you finally think. Rias, what good is knowing now? I'll die soon. Issei, you're so negative. With a whistle, a few minutes later, one of the creatures arrived, the one that had bitten Rias. Issei, bite her again and take away the poison. I've had my fun. The monster walked towards Rias to bite her and absorb the spring before leaving. Rias, how is that possible? Issei, what things? Cough, 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 you wish to be strong, Rias. He said it with a smile and extended his hand. Rias looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. Rias, yes, I want to. Issei, then I'll help you, taking Rias' hand to help her up and punching her in the stomach. Issei, first lesson, never get cocky. Follow me, you need a bath, clothes, and something to eat your skin and bones. Starting to walk. Rias, because you helped me. Issei, I'm bored. Besides, you're someone who was born with talent. I'm curious if you'll ever surpass your brother's sister-in-law. Rias, don't call him that. Issei, come on, Rias, are you stupid? The reason you're weak is because you depend too much on others. If it's not your parents, it's Surzet's, and if it's not him, it's Toji. Let's go, okay. Quickening his pace, Rias could only keep up while she thought of the words. Later, after a good bath and a big meal, they were in the cave. Rias was somewhat embarrassed by the clothes she was wearing. Rias, it's somewhat revealing. Issei, I've already seen you completely naked, you have nothing to hide from me. Rias, you abused me. Issei, call the police then. Besides, I'm stronger than you, and since you're the weak one, you're at my mercy like a dog, or in your case, like a bitch. Rias, have some respect at least. Issei, that day is never certain for you. Anyway, go for a run, it's time to train, and don't worry, my friends will support you. Taking her out of the cave, Rias looked up to see the monsters and without hesitation began to run. Issei, interesting days are coming. A week later, Issei was showing Rias some weak points, and when she made a mistake, she would get punched in the face, knocking her unconscious. In addition, he was forbidden from using magic for the time being. Rias, can I ask you a question? Issei, what? Rias, because you have so much strength. Issei, when you take one thing away from you, another replaces it. Rias, I don't understand. Issei, I knew those words were true, that pretty girls are idiots. Let me tell you in the language of idiots, I was born without magic, so my body is 100 times stronger than an ordinary human, as are my senses. Do you understand, or should I explain it slowly? Rias, I understand now. Issei, that's good because I didn't want to hit you. Rias, I know you won't accept, but I have nothing to lose by asking. Would you like to join my entourage? Issei, haha, seriously, were you born by a Teletubby? Rias, stop insulting me. Issei, I'm so stupid I don't know what to say. Rias, I can give you all the money you want and you'll do anything for money. Issei, you're right, but I won't be anyone's slave. On the contrary, you'll be my slave. Rias, it's a joke. Issei, do I look like a clown or as they say in Spain, a joker? Rias, I'm a high-class demon. Issei, and what's that to me? Did you think I was going to train you for free? Looking at her with a smile. Rias, yes. Issei, you're so stupid. Besides, you never asked if I would accept a payment later. Rias, but Issei, no buts. When I call you have to fly, run, crawl, it doesn't matter, but you have to go no matter what, okay. Rias, and what if I don't accept? Issei, for many years I learned many torture techniques, you know what I mean, right? Rias, yes. Issei, good girl, giving him a few pats on the head. Rias, how long have we been here? Issei, 6 months, but don't worry about the time. Forming a smile to continue with the training. A month later, Rias was running as usual until she saw the portal appear. Upon seeing him, she formed a smile and started to run inside, but before doing so, she stopped and thought about everything she had experienced. She thought for a few seconds about whether to call Issei or not, and after considering it, she was going to do it, but she was being sucked into the portal without giving her time to speak. When she opened her eyes, she saw the Hyoudou family who came to hug her. Toji, I'm glad you're still alive. Isabella, it was a very tough 2 weeks. Rias, 2 weeks. Mickey, you look good. What happened? Where were you? Sadu, the most important thing is that he didn't do anything to you, right? Rias, I didn't see him. I was in a dark place and alone. Garo, that's good. Maybe this time he did die. Toji, let's celebrate your return better, shall we? Taking her hand to go to the living room after talking a little, Rias returned to her house where the first thing she did was take a bath and go lie down on a bed to rest. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her cell phone rang. Rias, hello, Issei, we'll see each other in a week. Rias sat up suddenly with her eyes wide open. Rias, Issei, but he didn't receive a response as the call had ended. If one were to enter his room at that moment, one could notice the big smile on his face from having heard Issei's voice. Chapter 35. A few days later, a red-haired boy was walking home when he heard someone calling him. Issei, hey kid, what's up? Who are you and what do you need from me? Issei, I'm bored, tell me do you want to play basketball? Not to brag, but I'm very good, moving the ball on his finger with a smile. Who are you? Issei, my name is Issei Fushiguro. A pleasure Issei-sama, my name is Milika's Gremory. Issei, I know I'm not stupid, everyone knows the son of the Vali Lucifer, Milika's, and at your request I can't play, I don't have time. Issei, I understand. Milika's gave a slight bow, then continued on his way. Issei, I can smell the fear all the way over here. Upon hearing those words, Milika stopped, dropped his backpack and went towards Issei. Milika's, excuse me, Issei, I only told the truth, are you afraid of losing? Milika's, not to brag, but I'm good at every sport. Issei, what a coincidence, I said the same thing recently. Milika's, lies. Issei, well, are you playing or not? Milika's, of course, taking the ball to throw it and scoring. Milika's, scared Issei-sama, Issei, not a little, taking the ball to start the game. The minutes passed and it was all fun, mostly for Milika's since he hadn't played like that for years. Later, they were both sitting on the bench drinking water. Issei, good game dwarf, but I beat you, ha 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 ha. Milika's, he cheated. Issei, that's what losers say when they can't accept defeat. Milika's, aha yes. Issei, let's bet the Champions League final is coming up soon. Who are you rooting for? Well, if you know anything about football. Milika's, to Madrid, obviously. Issei, I'll go to Dortmund, Ruse deserves at least something. Milika's, so what do we bet? Issei, the loser pays for dinner. Extending his hand, Milika's took it and smiled. Milika's, I know you barely know us, but it was a great day. Issei, I was just waiting for someone and to kill time I decided to play, but there was no one around, so I called the first person I saw and that was you. Milika's, I understand. Issei, if you want to play, just call me. Milika's, you are a good person. Issei, ha 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 ha. Milika's, what are you laughing at? Issei, you went too far with what you said. When you get to know me better, I don't think you'll say that. Milika's, many people treat me with great respect because I am the son of a Mao and also belong to a family with a great reputation. Issei, Gremory, right? I've never heard that surname before. Milika's, don't play dumb, please. Issei, the surname is the least important thing and I tell you that from experience. Milika's, you come from an important family. Issei, of course, my last name used to be Hyoudou. Milika's, just kidding. Issei, I never joke, ask your dad and you'll see, believe it or not, we trained together once. Milika's, really? Issei, of course, and I won. Milika's, another lie. Issei, I beat him so well that he even went down on his knees because of how awesome I was. Milika's, you lie a lot, I'd better go home, it's almost time to eat. Issei, I understand, go home. Milika's, then I'll call him to claim my prize. Issei, dreaming isn't bad. Watching Milika's go home with a smile because of how much fun she had. Issei, you have an interesting son, Surzech. Standing up to continue on their way. An hour later, the entire Gremory family was having dinner in a great silence, as was their custom. Rias, mom, dad, I'm going to stop studying, Ziauticus, that Venelana, because Rias, let me finish at least. What I mean is that I'm going to stop studying this year. I want to train and get stronger so I can help others. There are also too many conflicts right now, so I'd better go next year. Surzech, I'm glad you want to improve. I can also tell you're getting stronger than ever. Rias, I train every day. At the beginning it wasn't easy, but I've managed to get through it. Venelana, and tell me, my dear, how are the wedding preparations with Toji going? Rias, we decided to postpone it. There are a lot of problems right now. Milika's, aunt. Rias, tell me. Milika's, I met someone named Issei Fushiguro, but he told me his last name was Hyoudou. Is that true? Surzech, when you met him. Milika's, an hour ago we played basketball together. Surzech, he didn't do anything wrong to you. Milika's, no, but if he asks that, then it means he knows him. Surzech, unfortunately, yes. Milika's, so he wasn't lying when he told me that he left you on your knees once. Surzech, let's not talk about it. Ziauticus, Milika's, if you see him again, it's best not to pay attention to him. That person is very dangerous. Milika's, I didn't notice any magic in him. Surzech, magic isn't everything, just like sacred gears. There are people who have monstrous talent and one of them is Issei. Milika's, I understand. Rias, I just remembered I have something to do, see you later. Without waiting for a response, he got up from the table where everyone heard the door slam shut. Minutes later, he arrived at his destination, struggling to breathe because he had to rush. Issei, wow, you arrived just in time. Rias, what do you want from me? Issei, I want to see if you haven't become lazy and I can tell you're still training pretty well. Rias, thank you and well, how do I look? Issei looked her up and down, then just shrugged, not paying any attention to her. Rias, that's all. Issei, do I look like a pervert or something? Rias, no, but Issei, we're leaving. Rias, where to? Issei, I want to see if you're going to die or not. Rias, sometime later Rias was facing a great dragon. Issei, whether you live or die depends on you, so good luck. I'll be back in about 4 days, I have an important mission. Goodbye, Rias. Hey, but Issei had already left for Greece. Rias, my name is Rias Gremory, future leader of the Gremory house, but all he received was a burst of fire that he barely managed to block. Rias, he's testing me to see if I'm worthy to go with him on dangerous missions. I won't let you down, Issei. He said it with a certain expression, without knowing that Issei just wanted to get rid of her. Some time later, Issei stood in front of a door and destroyed it with a kick. Issei, there's someone here. Athena, you came on time. Issei, I've been busy these days, but well, you know, work is work. Are you ready? Athena, if you desire death, who am I to grant it to you? Issei, ha 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 ha, that's why I love the gods, because their self-esteem is very high, taking out some nunchucks. Athena formed a slight smile, as she was partly curious about the abilities of the person who called himself the most lethal mercenary in all of history. Chapter 36. Issei formed a smile as he launched an attack against Athena, who blocked the attack. Athena, you're very predictable, Issei, and that's why they're easy to deceive. He quickly bent down to hit her leg, making her fall. She was about to touch the ground, but Issei grabbed her by the waist and then punched her in the face. Issei, you didn't see it coming, did you? Athena stood up only to notice something cold on her lips. When she touched them, she realized it was blood coming from her nose. Athena, you are skillful. I am curious to know how you are so fast and strong despite your age. Issei, like my vegetables. Launching himself forward again, clashing his nunchucks with Athena's sword at great speed until she made him release them, he formed a smile thinking that she would do nothing, but Issei instantly drew a katana. Issei, round 2, clashing swords with Athena at great speed. The goddess was more than surprised by his speed, as she did not believe he was so talented. He tried to hurt him in a blind spot, but Issei dodged the blow and even received a kick to the ribs. Before Athena could react, Issei grabbed her hair and kneed her, causing her to bleed more. Athena wanted to defend herself from his attacks, but Issei hit her in the stomach, causing her to fall to her knees. Athena, you don't fight fair. Issei, you're joking, right? Athena, this won't end like this. Issei, seriously, having her room smile where she took out a gun to shoot him in the leg, making Athena scream at the top of her lungs from the pain. Athena, what kind of bullet was that? Issei, one of a kind. You see, Athena, I don't like to drag things out. You accept defeat. Athena, never. Standing up, enduring the pain as best he could. Issei, I understand, that's why, as I said before, I like the gods. They never give up despite how bad things are. He let out a sigh as he was partly bored. Athena, noticing this, frowned and launched an attack, wanting to hit him with her own fists, but Issei stopped every attack with just one hand and then punched her in the face. Athena, all this time you were just playing around. Issei, no offense, but you're weak. I wanted to see what the so-called goddess of war or something like that was capable of. Athena, with that attitude you will die soon. Issei, it's win or die, and I always win no matter how difficult the battle is. Athena fell to her knees mostly because of the pain in her leg from the gunshot. Issei, you should go to a doctor, otherwise you'll die, and that would be a shame. Athena, because do you perhaps wish to see me humiliated even more? Issei, not at all. I say it would be a shame for such a good body to disappear without at least having been tested. Athena, you damned pervert. Issei, I'm just saying what every man doesn't have the courage to do, but whatever, taking out his camera to take a picture. Issei, and with this the battle comes to an end. It was a pleasure working and fighting against you. Athena, your luck won't last forever. Sooner or later someone will put you in your place. Issei, they already did it, and that was when I was a child. They made me suffer so much that at that moment I wished for death, but here I am standing ready to continue. Athena, you'd better take care of yourself. Issei, thanks for your concern, but remember, no one will kill me. Athena, you're crazy. Issei, quite a lot, mocking her. Athena just clenched her fists and watched as Issei left without a scratch. A few days later, Issei was enjoying a meal until someone entered the restaurant and took a seat across from him. Issei, you're still alive, wow, what a surprise. Rias, I did it. Issei, I see that, and how do you live? Rias, I used all my power, but at first it didn't do anything to him, so I hid for a while I thought of a plan. Issei, how pathetic. Rias, but I defeated him. Issei, you did it, but on the second try. You should have done it the first time. I feel sorry for you. Rias, I'll do better next time. Issei, there won't be a next time. Why not go back to your house or to your future husband? I don't care. Rias, but I want to learn more from you. Issei, dreaming isn't bad. Rias, you don't trust my truth. Issei, trust is the least of my concerns. I don't care if you try to stab me in the back, because if you do or if someone else does, you should be aware of the consequences. Rias, I understand. I'll go home and keep you informed of everything that happens, standing up to leave. Issei, and why the hell would I want to know what's going on? She picked up her chopsticks to enjoy her meal, but at that moment she received a call. Issei, who's speaking? I'm eating right now. Kanu, I am your daughter. Issei, oh no, how awful. Kanu, it hurts me when he says that. Issei, yeah right, what do you want, brat? I'm at happy hour right now. Kanu, I was bored. Issei, and what do I care? I'm happy. Kanu, you have to be nicer to me. I'm your only friend. Issei, dreaming isn't bad, but anyway, what do you want to do? Kanu, hehehehe, I knew he would accept. Issei, say it quickly before I change my mind. Kanu, I want to go to an amusement park. My mom is busy. Issei, okay, see you tomorrow then, but you're paying. Kanu, you're joking again, aren't you? Issei, I'm poor. Kanu, I'll have to break my little peg. Doesn't it touch your heart to hear that? Issei, if you want, I'll bring the hammer. Kanu, let's see each other tomorrow, ending the call. Issei, well, let's eat, enjoying his meal, clearing his mind for the moment. At the Gremory mansion, Rias was arriving at her home when she was stopped as she entered and passed through the living room. Toji, Rias, where have you been? Rias, I was training. Toji, you're not acting like you used to. Is something wrong? Rias, being there made me realize many things, and the most important thing is that I have to be stronger. Toji, I'm going to protect you so don't worry. Giving her a hug, Rias could only think of that moment when Issei made her train where she couldn't help but form a smile. Rias, I need to improve too. Well, I'm going to take a bath, we'll talk later. Toji, how about I come with you and give you a massage like before? Rias, no thanks, I'm actually tired, go home, we'll talk later. Giving her a smile, he then climbed into his room. Toji, what the heck is wrong with you, Rias? Are you on your period? Well, in a few days you'll be back to normal. Going home in the Hyoudou mansion, Isabella was in her room pacing around until she stopped in front of her house where her cell phone was. I gathered all the courage I had to pick it up and dial a number. It rang for a few seconds until someone answered. Well, look who's talking, the brat who claimed to be the best and said she didn't need me anymore. Isabella, sensei, I'm so sorry for everything I said before. If you're calling me, it's because you've really gotten yourself into a big mess and had no choice but to swallow your pride. Isabella, I can only trust you. Why don't you call your colleagues? Maybe they can help you. Isabella, I don't know, but I want you to see it first and put it in its place. What did I do to you, brat, that you even call me?
I liked you because you had talent, but...
Isabella, I know and I'm sorry, but I know you'll give him what he deserves. His magic is special because he uses it with his fists. Ha 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 ha. Isabella, then Marioliane-sensei will help me. Marioliona, what's it called? Chapter 37. Later, Issei was arriving at his destination where Kanu was waiting for him. Issei, and these are the lists. Kanu, good morning to you too. Issei, well, I brought the hammer, let's go for that rack. Kanu, I thought it was a joke. Issei, I never lie. Kanu, honestly, why don't we just go for a walk? I've lost the desire to go out to a place so far away. Issei, you're bipolar. Kanu, let's go. Issei, as you wish. Starting to walk, Kanu took his hand to guide him. Elsewhere, Isabella was at home, ready to go out. Mickey, where are you going so early, dear? Isabella, I'm going to have breakfast with my teacher. I haven't seen her in a while. Mickey, Marioliona, it's been a while since I've seen you, but I thought you hated me for what you did to me. Isabella, we already sorted that out, and tell me, Mom, have you adapted to your prosthesis? Mickey, you can't feel the difference, but we're getting there. Your father and I will go see some friends to do something about it. Isabella, I understand. See you later, Mom. Leaving the house, I later arrived at my destination where I waited a few minutes until a redhead arrived. Marioliona, well, you've finally shown your face. Isabella, sensei, I apologize, can you forgive me? Marioliona, perhaps later, and you can tell me more about this Issei guy since you only mentioned his name. Isabella, he is my older brother. Marioliona, didn't you only have two? Did you have one hidden somewhere? Isabella, you know a lot about my family, so you must understand that there are only magicians, but he was born with nothing, so he was expelled from the family. Marioliona, no wonder they don't know anything about him. Isabella, not long ago she showed her face again and well. Creating a barrier, then showing him a hologram and teaching him everything Issei had done previously. Marioliona was somewhat surprised by Issei's abilities. Marioliona, she has a talent for weapons. Isabella, I cut off my mother's arm, I cut off Sadu Oniasama's fingers, and I turned my father's arm to stone where in the end they had to cut it off. Marioliona, ha ha ha, she really wants revenge. Isabella, but he has done a lot, he must pay, that's why I ask you to help me please, I know that you could hurt him. Marioliona, thank you for the compliments, but what can I do? Are you stupid? Even Serzech, one of the strongest beings in the world, couldn't harm him. What could I possibly do? Isabella, you don't like to stand out because if you did, you'd go far. Besides, he had the armor of the celestial dragons. If you catch him by surprise, I know you'll do a lot of damage. Marioliona, you really hate him if you wish him dead so much. Isabella, we've suffered it. Hugging herself as she remembered everything Issei had done. Marioliona, what happened to that confident girl I took on as a student in the past? Isabella, I saw the reality and it's very cruel. I could beat any wizard, but not that monster. Besides, the leaders can't do anything to him. On the contrary, they seek his help. Marioliona, and that's it. Isabella, he's a mercenary. Marioliona, seriously, I've never heard of him, although, well, I spend a lot of time traveling. Isabella, they call him the conductor. Marioliona, seriously, wow, you have an amazing brother. Isabella, she knows about him, but how can you say that he spends all his time training in the forest? Marioliona, I'm a mercenary too, but I don't do that many jobs. Obviously, I know that name, he's someone to be feared. You could say he's the deadliest mercenary to have ever existed. Isabella, then he won't help me. Marioliona, ha 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 ha, I like challenges, but I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it out of curiosity. Isabella, thank you. Marioliona, call the other brats, they must be waiting for your call. Isabella, I understand. Marioliona, director, we'll see you soon. Issei. In Kyoto, Issei let out a sneeze. Issei, someone's talking about me. Kanu, could it be that she's sick? Issei, not at all, anyway we've walked a lot, go back home. Kanu, okay, let's go, but he'll stay for lunch, okay? Issei, okay. Returning to the castle, upon entering they went to the kitchen where Yasaka was. Kanu on time, Issei, and this. Yasaka, Kanu, happy birthday. Issei looked around, noticing some balloons and decorations as well as a cake. Issei, and how the hell do they know that? Kanu, I worked hard all this time, I hired many people to investigate and... Yasaka asked at the academy, Issei, what if it's false? Yasaka, then this will be your day. Issei, I understand. Yasaka, come and eat some cake. We put a lot of effort into preparing it. Cutting off a piece to give to Issei with a smile. Issei took a seat to give it a try. Issei, 8 out of 10. Kanu, you can at least be honest. Issei, that's just how it is. But seeing mother and daughter and giving them a normal smile. Issei, thank you. No one has ever cared so much about me. Kanu, I understood that reference. Issei, ha, not bad, brat. Clapping her hand with the little kitsune, Yasaka could only watch the situation with a smile. Later, Issei was about to leave until they stopped him. Kanu, why don't you go out with my mom? She likes them and maybe you do too, or will you deny it? Issei, I neither deny nor confirm it, but it's better that things stay as they are. Kanu, you're bad. Issei, thank you. Kanu, if you ever leave, I will see you again. Issei, brat, I don't know about that, but when you look at the stars, think that one of them is my soul. Kanu, I know you never will, watching Issei leave. Kanu, I won't give up. I want my mom to be happy just like you, Issei, or rather future Atasan. Issei, who was already some distance away, felt a chill and instinctively turned around in the direction of the mansion. Issei, I have a feeling that if I go back to that place, I'll never come out again. Going to the train station, at the Hyoudou mansion. Isabella, Sadu Oniasama, how are you? I didn't know you were coming. Sadu, I just wanted to think about some things besides everything that's happened. Isabella, I was the same, but I asked Marioliane-sensei for help. Sadu, I see I had the same idea as you to call my teachers and ask Thorsama for help. Isabella, it's been years since your teachers have shown themselves. Sadu, they had a mission, but they told me that if something happened I should just activate a rune they left me. I suppose that day will come soon. Isabella, I know Marioliane-sensei can do it, I trust her. Issei was approaching the train station when he stopped because a tall woman was standing in front of him. Issei, excuse me, Marioliona, Issei, or rather conductor, we need to talk. Issei, I don't know you, Marioliona, my name is your sister. Issei, so my little sister asked for help, don't tell me you're her teacher, you look like that. Marioliona, the Hyoudou are old friends, so I had to do something besides. She's the only student I've ever had, I had to do something. Issei, I understand. Then let's go somewhere more secluded. I don't want so much destruction, I like this city. Marioliona, as you wish, find the perfect tomb. Issei, you're very funny, sensei, having a big smile just like Marioliona.
Chapter 38.
They both walked in complete silence until they were deep in the forest. Issei, well, we're here. Marioliona, you have earned a good reputation over all these years. Issei, that doesn't matter, one does whatever it takes to survive, don't you think? Marioliona, a little, but to get to the point of doing that to your own parents. Issei, so they had every right to use a whip on me just because I don't have magic, I understand. Now I see more clearly what a mage thinks. Marioliona, don't change my words. Issei, I only told the truth, well, pull out all your tricks, show me all your magic, I want to see what you're capable of. Marioliona, I like your confidence, I suppose you don't know much about magic, not everyone excels at using all types of magic, there are mages who only specialize in one element. Issei, interesting, Marioliona, I've talked too much, why don't we just fight? He formed a big smile while cracking his knuckles. Issei, you took the words right out of my mouth. Taking out their nunchucks, which on this occasion were 3-part. Marioliona only widened her smile as she lunged at Issei and connected her fist with his face, but Issei ducked in surprise. Issei, wow, a mage who attacks with his fists, now I've seen it all. Marioliona, that's nothing. Increasing his power to try to hit Issei, but he only evaded the attacks, receiving some grazes that caused his clothes to burn in addition to some minor burns. Issei, not bad, my turn. Marioliona raised an eyebrow just to see Issei run in her direction, where she created several fireballs which she launched in his direction, but Issei destroyed them all in his path. Once she was close, she began to attack with her nunchucks, striking the sorceress as she could not guess where she was going to hit her. Until she was surrounded by them, where Issei kicked her with his legs, making her fall. Issei, oi, I hope you didn't fall asleep from that little bump, because if so, my little sister must have learned how useless she is from you. Marioliona, you're unpredictable. Standing up with a smile, he increased his power even more. Marioliona, the fun is just beginning. Issei, that's what I wanted to hear. Both launched into an attack, one using his fists and the other a sword to stop the impact, causing a crater in his feet. They both created some distance before moving at greater speed. Marioliona noticed Issei returning to his nunchucks, where with no other option he could only defend himself from the attacks until he released part of his power to push Issei away, who had a smile on his face. Marioliona, this is just the beginning, brat. Releasing more of his power, he managed to envelop his body in fire to move faster against Issei. Issei managed to evade the attack but still received a burn near his abdomen. Issei, that hurt. Marioliona, resist because I have already freed myself. Issei, I understand, seeing Marioliona in the sky and how she created a ball of fire. Issei, what a crazy woman, she's great, raising his sword to receive the attack head-on. Seconds later, a huge explosion was released that destroyed everything in its path, attracting the attention of the yokai, especially their leader. Mereoleona descended to assess the situation, expecting to find a corpse, but to her great surprise, there was Issei standing with some burns but not fatal ones. Issei, not bad, Mereoleona, that's what I should be saying. Issei, I guess it's my turn to teach you one of my tricks. Mereoleona, ha 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 ha, you won't get far. Issei, really? Going against her while taking out a dagger and stabbing it 4 times in Mereoleona's leg, making her scream in pain. He threw a fireball to drive him away, but he just dodged the attack and then cut him in the chest. Mereoleona, you still have energy. Holding Issei's hand with all his strength. Issei, and this. Mereoleona formed a smile to hug Issei, causing hundreds of fire arrows to form in the sky. Mereoleona, your pain will last for a few seconds, but mine will be different. Issei, and they called me crazy. Seeing how the arrows were launched, he managed to move aside to draw his sword and begin destroying most of the arrows, although some pierced his body which were not fatal. Mereoleona, you were born blessed. Issei, they always said I was born cursed, thanks for the compliment, lioness. Mereoleona, this isn't over yet. Issei, I told you I haven't taught you my trick yet. Mereoleona, you already did it. Issei, that was nothing. Taking a leap and then making a cut in the air that split into several cuts, Mereoleona barely managed to create a barrier of fire but was still affected. As Issei fell, he walked a little way to see the mage on her knees with multiple wounds all over her body but still with her big smile. Issei grabbed her hair so she would see him. Issei, you have my respect, lioness. Mereoleona, you have mine. Issei, you're the first one to survive that attack. Not everyone makes it. You should consider yourself a winner. Mereoleona, I feel flattered. Spitting blood that fell on Issei's face. Issei, I'll take you to my little sister. She must be worried, plus we attract a lot of attention. Looking around and noticing all the destruction. Began to walk while dragging Mereoleona along, who only complained of the pain. Minutes later, Yasaka arrived with some guards and was surprised by the destruction. She looked down to see a leaf. Yasaka, sorry, but I had a talk with a colleague. P.S. I'm Issei. The kitsune could only let out a sigh, raising her hand to indicate that it was time to return. One day later, the Hyoudou family was having breakfast as usual. Isabella, Mereoleona-sensei would have finished by now, right? Garu, she's good. Taking a piece of bread, at that moment the ceiling was destroyed by Mereoleona, who fell onto the table with multiple injuries. Everyone looked up to see Issei's big smile. Issei, not bad, Imaudo. Next time send someone else. Although your teacher is great, she survived so much. Tell her to train so we can play again. See you later, family. Nobody knew what else to say upon seeing the state the woman was in, who barely opened her eyes. Isabella-sensei, don't worry, they'll bring you a tear from Phoenix. Mereoleona, he is worthy of being the best mercenary. It was a beautiful battle, I don't regret it, closing her eyes with a smile. Isabella-sensei, no. Sadu, don't worry, she just fainted, she'll be fine soon. Isabella, that's great. Holding back tears as she realized that not even her teacher could kill Issei. Sadu clenched his fists and without saying anything left the dining room and went to his room. He closed the door and took out a rune to activate it. What do you want? Well, if it isn't our apprentice. Hello, it's been a while, you've grown a lot. How are your parents? Some were surprised to see Sadu kneel and lower her head. Sadu, please help me kill a person. Upon hearing that request, the sisters didn't know what to say. The eldest just narrowed her eyes. Chapter 39. Issei was arriving home. He walked to the bathroom to open the closet and take out several bottles of alcohol and throw it into the tub. After finishing, he took off his clothes to get in. Issei, it's burning. He endured the pain as best he could, but it was in vain in the end until after a few minutes he relaxed. Issei, that woman was dangerous. There are talented people out there. I'll have to be more careful. Picking up her cell phone to make a call elsewhere, Rias was exercising until she heard her cell phone ring. When she picked it up, she noticed she knew the number but answered it anyway. Rias, well, who's speaking? Issei, Rias, come to my house now. Rias, because. Issei, just come, I have something for you. Rias, I'm coming, ending the call to go to her room and change her clothes. Half an hour later, I arrived at my destination and knocked on the door. Issei, go ahead. Rias, what do you need from me? Entering only to be surprised to see Issei using a towel and noticing many wounds, mostly burns. Rias, you want me to get you a phoenix tear? You look bad. Issei, I'm not calling you for that nonsense. I want you to do something. Rias, and that would be it. Issei, keep an eye on the Hyoudou family. Rias, because, Issei, not long ago I was attacked by Isabella's teacher. Rias, I heard from her that her teacher is very strong. Issei, it is. The point is, I have a feeling those idiots are going to start asking their teachers for help. Rias, I understand. Issei, you know who they are or not? Rias, actually, Toji hardly ever talks about it, but he says it's a dragon. Issei, I understand. I'll have to visit someone soon. Rias, that's all you want. Issei, for now you can go, I have things to think about. Rias, okay, good night. Leaving the house, Issei was lost in thought. A few days later, the dark-haired man was at the airport heading to his new destination, and after several hours of travel, he arrived at his destination. I walked for a while until I found the place I entered. I could only take a few steps before I was surrounded. Issei, what a great welcome. What are you doing here? Issei, I've come to see a friend, you already know me. Well, look who's shown up after all this time. Issei, how are you doing, Hades? It's been a while since I've seen you. Hades, what do you want? Issei, you know the usual, a little bit of that blood. Hades, is this place your personal store where you can just come and get whatever you want? Issei, that's true, but we can do it another way, having a smile just like Hades. Later, a dark-haired woman was walking quickly through the large castle after being informed of Issei's arrival, which gave her a bad feeling. Upon arriving at the studio, he slammed the door open only to get a big surprise. Issei, I pay to see. Hades, I'll pay double. Issei, I pay triple. Hades, open. Issei, closed. Hades, they are kings. Issei, they are queens. Hades, they're faggots. Issei, I like it. Hades, I respect him. Issei, that's great. Hades, same stick. Issei, without grass. Hades, you brought nothing. Issei, which is nothingness. Hades, nobody knows. Issei, investigate. Hades, I don't have time. Issei, make space. Hades, what time? Issei, at 10. Hades, I won't be there.
Issei, I have a threesome.
Hades, take a picture. Issei, royal flush. Hades, son of a bitch. Issei, ha 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 ha, I win. The woman only had a drop of sweat on her face because of what she was seeing. Issei, Ara, but it's Persephone, how about that? Persephone, don't call me that. Issei, well, I beat you must accept defeat again. Hades, you play dirty, play fair, you bastard. Issei, only losers say that, don't you think? Persephone, what brings you here? Issei, I need to upgrade a weapon and well, I need some blood, you know what I mean. Persephone, if you've already finished the one you were given previously. Issei, well, pulling out a couple of pistols. Issei, ammunition isn't infinite and I also need some materials to have fireproof clothing made for me. Persephone, this is not a store. Hades, I told him so. Issei, I know you have them, this place is horrible, my whole body is sweating, you know how horrible it is to have the age. Persephone, don't say any more, I'll give you some of Hades' clothes, okay. Hades, because mine. Issei, give me the material. Persephone, I'll be right back then. Leaving the room. Issei, I heard you're working with Riasvim. Hades, it's just business. Issei, I see. Hades, you don't want to join. Issei, no thanks, I already have a job. Hades, you do a job. Issei, you know how I work, one job per client and yours is already done. Hades, you can forget that rule, last time I gave you a lot of things, I have more. Issei, you tempt me, but no. There are no exceptions, well, except for one person. Hades, don't tell me you finally found someone. Issei, don't talk nonsense. When I came in I saw some movement, what are you doing? Hades, I am creating demons with Lilith's body. Issei, while not even her own son lets her rest and they call me a monster. Hades, that's how things are when it comes to wars. Issei, I see it that way. Hades, I heard that someone left Zeus half dead and Athena dying. Anything to say about that? Issei, business. Hades, you are sick. Perse, I'm back, here's everything you asked for. Issei, thank you. Persephone, I want to hire you. Issei, it was his idea, right? Persephone, in part. Issei, what do you want? Hades, get blood from the 3 faction leaders, you know who I mean. Issei, it's to improve those experiments you're doing. Hades, in addition to creating new ones. Issei, you're creating these things to kill me, you honor me. Hades, partly too, and you'll do well. Issei, it won't be such a difficult mission, but which leader of demons are you referring to? There are 4. Hades from Surzech. Issei, I understand that's 50 billion. Hades, have you no shame? Can't you see what you're holding in your hands? Issei, Persephone gave me this and that's work, they're 2 different things and you can either accept it or not. Hades, good. Issei, it was good doing business with you. See you around, goodbye, leaving the room. Persephone, she will succeed. Hades, it will be difficult but he will do it. Persephone, her friendship with him is rare. Hades, when you're about to die you realize many things. Persephone, also. Hades, it's nothing, go see how things are going. Persephone gave a slight bow as she left the room. Issei, for his part, went to Hephaestus to have his weapons improved and also asked him to make clothes with the given material. I was surprised by the material and wanted to ask where it came from, but I decided against it since I had a vague idea. Issei, see you in a few days. Hephaestus, you only cause me stress. Issei, you're welcome. Hephaestus, don't you have anything better to do? Issei, I have to take a trip. I'm curious to know where my sister's teacher came from. There are many things I don't know and I need to be prepared. Hephaestus, you are afraid. Issei, not at all, I just want to see if there's anyone talented who can help me later on. Walking towards the exit, Hephaestus only let out a sigh before starting to work. Chapter 40. A few days later, Marioliona and Isabella were on their way to a kingdom hidden from most people. From a distance, a young man with dark hair followed them until he noticed them crossing some trees where they disappeared. Issei reached out to extend his hand and noticed the barrier. Issei, interesting, not bad. Now how do I get in? Since it was impossible for him, without many options he took out his sword, and when he was about to cut it he heard some footsteps in the distance. He put it away to hide and see as 2 young men entered where Issei took the opportunity to do so. Upon achieving this, he was surprised to see a large castle in the distance, and also noticed how both wizards flew away. Issei, I feel like I'm in Harry Potter, this place is unique. Maybe I would have come here if I had magic, but oh well, it's not the time for regrets. Starting to walk to look for some information, the minutes passed in which he only saw young people going to their classes or just enjoying their day. I let out a yawn of boredom, so I went into the woods to take a nap. Now far from the crowd, he lay down on the grass to close his eyes and get some sleep until he heard a noise in the distance. He didn't pay much attention to it because he thought it would end soon, but as the minutes passed nothing happened, and with no other option he stood up to go and see. Upon arriving, he only saw a young man slightly shorter than him doing squats, something that seemed strange to Issei, especially in the place he was. Issei, you could at least make less noise. Sorry, it's just that I usually train at this time. Issei, even so you look like a crazy person screaming, it sounds like they're killing a pig. It's a joke, right, Issei? Believe me, I've killed many pigs and this is what they sound like. Ha ha ha, you're funny, I've never seen you around here before, are you new here? Issei, something like that, but because you exercise, it's rare for a mage to do that. I don't have a mafia. Issei, I don't understand. My magic is very different from everyone else's, so I'm often ostracized by them, but it doesn't matter, I'm going to prove that I'll go far. He said it with great determination. Issei, I understand that my name is Issei Fushiguro. My name is Issei, nice to meet you. Issei, but what kind of magic do you possess? Issei, and a magic I can destroy or reflect an attack. Issei, hey, that sounds great. Issei, not everyone says that. Issei, seriously, you're like the executioner of mages. I'm a little envious of you for having that power. Issei, it's the first time anyone has said those words to me. Issei, I'm honest, and believe me, I'm not honest very often. Issei, I believe you, but to fight I have to use swords, and well, they weigh a lot, but I've already adapted. Issei, great, you know, Issei, I feel like we'll get along really well. Issei, she likes meeting new people. Issei, I won't lie to you, I have very, very few friends, I would love to be your friend. Issei, really, Issei, of course, and I'll tell you one thing, I don't have magic, I'm a normal person. Issei, so how did you get in here? As far as I know, only wizards can cross over. Issei, use a trick. Hey, do you know anyone named Marioliona or something? Issei, of course, she's one of the most important people in the academy. I only had one class with her and it was horrible, I barely made it out alive. Issei, who is the strongest person here? Issei, the two directors are twins, their magic is unique. Issei, interesting. Issei, what was your reason for coming? Issei, I just wanted to know what the place where my little sister studies was like. Issei, but if you don't have magic, how did she get in? I don't understand. Issei, I'm the only ugly duckling in the family. Issei, I see, and since her name is like that, maybe I know her. Issei, Isabella Hyoudou. Issei, seriously, Mariolione sensei's only disciple. I'd be too stupid not to know her, she's one of the most talented young mages. Issei, hey, I'm getting more and more curious about this place. Give me a list of the best mages. Issei, of course, I'd be happy to help a friend. Without realizing it, he was giving Issei information about his future prey to play with. A few minutes later, with the list in their minds, they went to eat something while talking about trivial things. Issei, it was a great day, it went by quickly. Issei, you said it. Issei, there are few people who accept me for who I am, including my mom, Yama-sensei, and you. Most of those who come to study here are from high social classes, and those of us from lower social classes are isolated. Issei, and you're lonelier than loneliness because of your type of magic, aren't you? Issei, yes. Issei, believe it or not, I understand you, but you are more fortunate, you have the support of your mother and another person while I was alone for many years. Issei, because, Issei, I was born without talent, I'm useless. Issei, you have to train your muscles to be able to defend yourself. Issei, ha 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 ha, you're right, we have to train one of these days. Issei, it sounds great, but just because he's my friend I'm not going to hold back. Issei, come on, I'm not afraid of anything. Issei, I understand, your sister is upstairs, that's where the nobles stay, but I don't know if you'll make it that far, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Issei, I want to surprise her, she'll have a huge smile and won't even be able to speak. Issei, I wish you luck, I'm going to my room or else they'll leave me out. See you tomorrow in the same place. As he left, waving goodbye with his hand raised and a big smile, Issei simply raised his hand in the same way. Issei, it reminds me of myself in the past, anyway let's go for it. Walking to the castle, upon reaching his destination he entered without much difficulty and began to climb the floors, leaving some guards asleep and hidden in a closet until he reached his destination. Without waiting any longer, he slammed the door open only to see a silver-haired woman standing there. Who are you? How did you get here? Boys aren't allowed. He said it with a serious expression while also taking his wand to attack. Issei formed a slight smile as he moved quickly, pulled the girl onto the bed and held both her hands. Let me go, you lookless person, don't you know who I am? Issei, a spoiled brat, I know several like you. I am royalty, don't touch me with your filthy commoner hands. Issei, but I washed my hands properly, besides that commoner and noble thing is ancient, get with the times. Let me go, Issei, where is Isabella Hyoudu's room? Because Issei, I want to talk to her but I think I'm wrong even though I asked when I came up here. She's my partner, let me go or you'll face the consequences. Issei looked down slightly to see a name tag with the girl's name on it. Issei, Noel Silva. Noel, don't say my name with your filthy mouth, commoner. She was instantly slapped, leaving her in shock. Issei, shouldn't the nobility have more manners? You're acting like a sick person. Noel, you hit me. Issei, it's obvious your parents spoiled you, but don't worry, I'll guide you down the right path, giving him another slap on the other cheek. Noel, stop, it hurts. Issei, really, giving him 2 more slaps. Issei, I'll leave you alone if you stop being so noisy and make me some tea while I wait, okay? Noel, are you retarded? Yes. Receiving 4 slaps. Issei, just say yes, and if you say another word, the slaps will add up, okay? Noel, okay, Issei, good girl, getting out of bed just like Noel, who only caressed her cheeks. A few minutes later, the door was being opened. Isabella, sorry for the delay no lesson, but I had a lot of training. Issei, your friend is very kind to serve me tea while I wait. Isabella, seeing Issei sitting on the sofa, didn't know what to say when she saw her roommate standing in front of him with red cheeks. Isabella, you. Issei, you're not happy to see me. Isabella, how did you get in? Issei, I have my tricks. We have a lot to talk about Hyoudou since I imagine that you were the one who sent that lioness, right? Forming a warm smile that only made Isabella's legs start to tremble. Noel could only watch in surprise as it was the first time she had seen her friend in that state. Issei, what kind of punishment should I give you? Chapter 41. Isabella, seeing her brother there, felt her legs give way and she fell to her knees. Issei, little sister, are you all right? Are you tired? It must have been a long day, right? Isabella, only magicians can enter the way you did. Issei, for me there are no closed doors. Besides, I wanted to surprise you. Tell me, was it worth it? Isabella, what do you want? Issei, I guess the shock is preventing you from retaining information. I've come to punish you. Isabella, don't hurt me. Besides, this place isn't your playground. Issei walked towards her to help her up and gave her a warm smile while placing his hand on her shoulder. With his other arm, he clenched his fist to hit her in the stomach, causing Isabella to fall to her knees again, spitting saliva and gasping for air. Issei, I can play anywhere, you understand. Seeing Isabella struggling to breathe, Issei let out a sigh and grabbed her hair so she would look at him. Issei, I'll repeat it again, did you understand? Isabella, sorry. Isabella, I only hear empty words. It's time for punishment. Noel, pass me the belt I left on the sofa. Noel, what will you do to him? Issei, listen to me or you'll be disciplined too, okay? Noel looked at the belt for a few seconds before taking it and walking towards Issei to give it to him. Issei, good girl, and as such turn around, close your eyes and cover your ears, okay? Noel wanted to retort to him about how he was treating her, but when she tried to say something she felt it wasn't the right thing to do or she would suffer the consequences. He turned around and did everything Issei asked him to do. Issei, well, little sister, you know this will hurt me more than it hurts you. Isabella, what will you do to me? Having a fearful expression as Issei tightened his belt, making a noise. In a second I lift him up to hit him on the butt, making Isabella scream at the top of her lungs. Issei, I lied, the truth is I enjoy it. Giving it to her with everything she had, Isabella could only beg him to stop amidst screams, also asking for help from her companion who just squeezed her eyes and ears shut even more so as not to hear. 10 minutes later, Isabella could barely move from the pain. Issei, something to say. Isabella, no, I won't do it again. Issei, if you want to play with me, come yourself, there's no need to send other people. Isabella, I won't bother you again. Issei, I know you'll do it. You're not the type to give up easily or else you wouldn't be a Hyoudou. This pain will only motivate you to keep going. Isabella, rot in hell. Issei, I love you too. Well, I'll be going now since I have things to do with a friend. Noel, take care of my sister. We'll see each other later, I like you. Giving her a smile, he then left the room, leaving a great silence. In the Mercenary Guild, everyone was minding their own business until an alarm sounded that they had never heard before. Carolina, what the heck is that? This has never happened before, is this a mistake? Carolina, it's because it had never happened before. She was in shock, staring at her screen, then passing it to the front so that everyone could see it. By doing so, no one could believe it because of what they were seeing. Carolina, it's a world-class mission. Wow, that sounds great. What is it? It must be very dangerous, but as difficult as it is, the rewards must be unique. Carolina saw the data and was shocked for a few seconds before deciding to share it. Carolina, the mission is to kill Issei Fushiguro, or better known as the Conductor. Impossible. Who the hell gave that mission? Carolina, it's anonymous, you already know that. Let's see the reward is. Oh my god, the reward is that any god regardless of faction can grant you a wish. Wow, that's a worthy reward. We're talking about the best mercenary that has ever existed. Carolina, the mission isn't just about mercenaries, it's open to everyone. Everyone can participate. This will turn into a war just to get the reward. It's no longer about the reward, it's about the prestige you would gain by killing him. Carolina, are they really going to do it? They know he won't be very happy to know that they want to kill him after everything he's done. Nobody said anything before those words, and before they could say anything, they saw the screen light up. A few minutes earlier, Issei was standing in front of a campfire roasting a snake, and when he was about to eat it, he heard his cell phone ring. As he took it out, he raised an eyebrow at the mission that was being carried out until he saw his name. Issei, wow, it's obvious someone loves me a lot. I have an idea of who, or rather who it was. Forming a smile to then record a video. Currently, there was complete silence as they were watching Issei looking a bit serious. Issei, I imagine everyone already knows, right? There's a world-class mission on my head. Wow, I'm surprised to be honest, but I'll tell you one thing. Having a completely serious expression that scared some people. Issei, you all know my mottos, right? But there are two I particularly like. One is money makes the world go round, and the other is kill or be killed. If you come to me, it means you're ready to die because frankly, I won't forgive anyone. No matter how much you beg, your death will be slow and painful. Everyone swallowed hard at those words, especially when they saw Issei's seriousness change to a smile. Issei, you know I'm hard to kill, ha 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 ha. Since this is a free mission, many people will be looking for me, so don't worry, I'll never forget your names. Well, as someone from a movie I like said, let the games begin. Ending the video. Carolina, wow, I see dead people. Do you think we can't handle him? Carolina, I'm a realist, he'll kill them, well, whoever takes the mission. Putting a sheet on the wall for people to sign up. Issei, well, I have some very busy days ahead of me, fame is tough. Lying down on the grass, he fell asleep in seconds. The next day I was walking until I heard some shouts. It was Asta who was training. Issei, you never rest. Asta, ha, this is normal. Issei, I understand. Asta, I told my mom about you. Issei, that's strange, we only met yesterday. Asta, what things? No, Issei, it's the same. Asta invites you to eat. Issei, truly, it would be an honor. Asta, I don't know if you're serious or joking. Issei, I'm serious, believe me. I've never been invited out to eat before, this has been a great day. Asta, it's not that bad, but we'll have to walk a long way since, well, we live deep in the forest, far from everyone. Issei, why? Asta, my mother has a rather unique ability that affects mages. Issei, interesting. Asta, interesting for better or for worse. Issei, I'll tell you when I know. Asta, and how did it go with your sister? Issei, he was so happy that he even fainted and shed tears, it was a beautiful memory. Asta, I want a brother too. Issei, Asta, many things await us in the future, and I mean it. You're like a brother to me because I understand you and you understand me. We were both born without magic and have managed to get by somehow. Tell me, do you want to be my brother? Extending his hand with a sincere smile, Asta looked at him for a few seconds before forming a smile and shaking his hand. Asta, I'm counting on you from now on, brother. Issei, our names will go down in history, you'll see. Asta, ha, maybe if they don't kill us. Issei, it's kill or be killed and I prefer to kill. Asta, I will follow you, brother, no matter what danger you are in because I will be there. Issei put his arm around Asta's shoulders and started walking. Issei, I don't doubt it, I say the same. Chapter 42. The two young men were on their way to get something to eat when their path was interrupted by two people wearing robes that covered their faces. You're a global trend director, Issei. They're certainly in a hurry from what I can see. If we kill you here and now, we will be remembered for a long time. Issei, good for you. Asta, who are they? Issei, people who want to kill me, nothing out of the ordinary. Asta, that. Watching as both mages created mana chains that enveloped Issei and Asta. Asta, let us go right now. Ha, this will be easier than I thought. I don't know why all the fuss if you're not special at all. Issei, appearances can be deceiving. I will give you the honor of saying a few last words. Issei, then I'll just say it's time to die. Watching Asta, a grimoire floated in front of him and a sword emerged to destroy both chains. Both mages were in shock from what they had just seen, and before they could react, Issei was standing in front of them with a sword in his hands, which he used to cut off their heads. Issei turned around to see the horrified expression on his friend brother's face. Issei, is this the first time you've seen a dead person? Asta, yes, but I thought I was just going to knock them out, not that. Issei, you know very little about the world, Asta. There are people who don't have the desire to talk, only to kill. Asta, I understand, but still. Issei, you'll get used to this with time, so relax, okay? Right now I'm the most wanted person in the world. Asta, Issei, I found out yesterday and well, many people want to play with me. Asta, I understand. Issei, sooner or later you'll have to kill, you'd better get used to that idea. Asta, I'll try, that's all I can say. Issei, something to nothing. He continued on his way but stopped when he saw that his friend was not moving from his spot. Issei thought, sooner or later it will be your turn. It took an hour for both young people to reach their destination. Asta, Mom, I'm here now, sorry for the delay. It doesn't matter, but who is he? What's he doing here? You know he's dangerous. Asta, Mom, calm down, he's the person I told you about. Asta, you're that young man, nice to meet you, my name is Lucida. Issei, tell me Issei, and well, I came for the food. Lucida, you really are sincere, ha. Issei, lying is bad. Lucida, that's how it's done. Asta, he doesn't have magic like me, Mom, so relax, okay. Lucida, it must have been difficult for you. Issei, at first, but later I was grateful because I was able to do other things. Lucida, your parents must be very proud of you. Issei, if you could see how happy they are, they're even sending people to train with me. Lucida, great, but let's eat, it's getting late. Issei, good. The three of them entered the house where they talked about trivial things, and Lucida told him embarrassing things about Asta, making Issei laugh so much that he even cried. The aforementioned quickly forgot what had happened in the morning and laughed in the same way. At night, Issei was having coffee until he heard his cell phone ring. Issei, who's speaking? My name is Gasper and I am part of Rias Gremory's entourage. Issei, you're the gay one. Gasper, please don't call me that. Issei, what do you want? Gasper, not long ago, but you and the others went to my home and... Issei, hey, did I tell you to tell me your life story? Get to the point, what the hell do you want? Gasper, excuse me, I want you to do something for me. Issei, what? Gasper, I wanted to save my friend, but we couldn't because they stole a part of her. Issei, again, just get to the point. Gasper, Rizvim took one of the Sephiroth Grail cups. Issei, Gasper, please get it back. She suffered so much and deserves to be happy, but without that cup she'll never wake up. Issei, I understand. Gasper, you will. Issei, okay, Gasper, great. Issei, but it won't be cheap. Gasper, what do you want? The truth is I don't have that much money, but I can get it at any cost. Issei, I don't want money. Gasper, so, Issei, you will owe me 2 favors. Gasper, that's all. Issei, that's right. Gasper, I accept. Issei, okay, one of the favors is that I want you to act like a man. Gasper, ah, Issei, I'm disgusted to see you dressed like that and with that hair. When I see you again, I want to see you dressed like a man, you understand. Gasper, but Issei, then there's no deal. Gasper, okay, I'll do it. Issei, well, I hope so, because if you don't, your friend will pay the price, okay. Gasper, okay, noticing that the call had come to an end, Issei, for his part, stood up and began walking towards the forest. Asta, where are you going? It's already late. Issei, I have work to do, time is money. Asta, I see. Issei, Asta, you need to become strong if you want to protect your mother. Don't let anyone intimidate you, instead you have to stand up for yourself. Don't let yourself be guided by those in higher ranks, put them under your feet. Asta, but, Issei, that's the way of life, the strong oppress the weak and you are weak. Find a girl and make her eat dirt and you'll see how curious she'll be about your strength. Asta, I don't really understand that, but okay. Issei, okay, see you later, turning his back on him with his hand raised until the trees completely hid him. Some time later, Issei was on his way to the airport when a car stopped and a redhead got out. Issei, what are you doing here, Rias? Rias, I came as fast as I could. Gasper told me what he did. Issei, and what's it to you? Rias, Risvim is dangerous. He has evil dragons on his side as well as a copy of the goddess of infinity. Issei, speaking of that lowly, I had forgotten about her. Rias, you won't be able to handle him. Issei, you really are stupid, Gremory. Seriously, you are. It's obvious you don't know anything about me. Rias, just. Issei, just leave. Rias, I'll go with you. Issei, if you go alone, you'll really make him die. Rias, I train a lot, I'm confident. Issei, okay, but on one condition. Rias, which one? Having a big smile for the opportunity. Issei, quit your team. Rias, I don't understand. Issei, free your slaves, and if they wish to follow you, that's fine. Rias, but Issei, then get out. Rias, I'll do it, but why? Issei, you only win, plus I want to know how the other nobles will react when they find out you gave up everything plus the raiding game. Rias, I'll be fine. Issei, I understand, and one more thing, go live with my family for a few days and inform me of what's happening. I have a feeling something interesting will happen. Rias, okay, but I have to sleep with Toji. I really don't want to. Issei, I don't care about that, just do what I tell you, okay? Rias, I understand. Issei, good girl. Giving her a few pats on the head, he then got into the car with a very happy Rias. Chapter 43. A few days later, after so much traveling, both Issei and Rias were walking in a forest. Rias, where are we going? Issei, let's see Risvim, obviously. Rias, only like that, without any plan, could they attack us out of nowhere? Issei, Gremory, you have a lot to learn about life. Rias, you will teach me. Issei, you really are an idiot. I don't understand why you were so famous at the academy if you have nothing special about you except for your body. Rias, I'm a good person. Issei, for a demon to say that to himself is even worse. Rias, I've had a question for a while. Issei, let's see what stupid thing you come up with. Rias, because he has left the Hyoudou family alive for so long, he has had many opportunities to finish them off. Issei, and where did all that love you had for him in the past go? Rias, just tell me. Issei, it would be too easy. I like seeing their horrified expressions. Isabella's on thin ice, one more push and boom, she'll fall. Rias, I see. Issei, let's stop talking, we're here. Leaving the forest where Rias saw a cabin before she could say anything to Issei, he continued on his way, stopping at the door and walking a little until he was standing in front of a fireplace. Issei, at least you were going to be of some use to me, put some mana on this fireplace. Without saying anything, Rias took a few steps forward and put her hand out, causing a door to open. They both entered and walked a few meters until they were surrounded by multiple races. Issei, what a lack of manners, is that how they receive their guests? Risvim, well, look who we have here, what brings you here? Issei, you know, old man work. Walking a little to take a seat just like Risvim, where he raised his hand, causing everyone to leave, leaving only 4 people in the place. Risvim, Rias, Gremory. Issei, he's coming with me. Risvim, an ally, that's rare for you. Issei, she's my dog. Risvim looked at her only to notice that she had a neutral expression. Risvim, I don't know what to say, you have the younger sister of the current leader of the underworld. Euclid, it's clear you like danger. Issei, my middle name is Dangerous. Risvim, leaving aside the trivial, what brings the director to my humble abode? Issei, I have a job and I prefer to do it without so many problems. I hope for some of your cooperation, you understand. Risvim, I understand, and what do you want? Is it my head? Issei, not at all, don't worry, I'm just here for the Sephiroth Grail. Risvim, who hired you for that mission? Issei, you know it's confidential, don't play dumb. Risvim, and if you do a job for me, even better. Issei, are you for real or just pretending? I already did. Risvim, you did it to Euclid. Issei, you used your bootlicker to tell the tale. Do you think I was born yesterday or what? But anyway, let's leave that matter for later and you'll give it to me fine. Risvim, and if I say no, Issei, then I'll have to stick something I have in my hand into the place where the light doesn't reach you. Risvim, ha ha ha, you're still the same as always. Issei, but I won't deny that it will be somewhat boring, how about this? Risvim, tell me it sounds interesting. Issei, if Rias lasts 5 minutes against Euclid in a battle, I'll get the cup, but if she loses, I'll return to where I came from. Risvim, I accept, I know you will keep your word. You know what to do, Euclid, don't disappoint me. The man took a few steps to the right to have more space. Issei turned around to see the redhead who was in shock from what she had just heard. But he snapped out of it when he felt a pain in his cheek, it being Issei who had slapped him. Issei, well, it's time you proved to me that my time wasn't a waste. Rias, but the... Issei, if you lose, you die, it's that simple. But if you win, I'll do something for you, just say the word okay. Giving him a smile, Rias quickly stood up as all she could think about was that he would do something for her. He took a few steps to stand in front of Euclid, who had a smile on his face because it would be too easy. Rias, I have to win, releasing some of the power that completely enveloped her. Rizvim, not bad, the brat has a future, too bad she'll die today. Issei, it would be a shame if I died here. Rizvim, you still don't intend to join me. Issei, I like to travel, not be chained up. Watching out of the corner of my eye as Rias crashed through the wall with a single blow. Issei, besides, I don't like taking orders. Rizvim, I heard you're more wanted than me now, ha ha ha, I'd like to join in the fun, but I don't think there's a god who would grant my wish. Issei, ha ha ha, the only good thing you have is your brain because your power leaves much to be desired. Rizvim, you know nothing. Issei, I know many things like what time do you go to the bathroom. Having a smile that Rizvim returned in kind. Seconds later, Rias emerged from the rubble to create 2 magic circles and unleashed 2 blasts of destructive power. Euclid easily evaded both attacks and then created hundreds of stakes which he launched at the redhead, who barely managed to stop them with a barrier. Euclid, not even 2 minutes, I suppose, until you die, brat. Issei, if you lose, we'll never see each other again, Rias. You'd better unleash your full potential, okay? Euclid walked towards Rias, ready to finish her off, but stopped when he heard murmurs from the redhead. Rias, don't leave me, I'll win, I want the reward. Euclid, this woman is crazy. Rias looked up with a serious expression. Rias, I want that reward. He screamed at the top of his lungs, unleashing all his power, causing his body to be enveloped by the power of destruction, surprising Euclid and Rizvim with such a pure aura. Rias, I'll kill you. Launching his attack, he appeared in front of Euclid and punched him squarely in the face as he was unable to react in time. He just started clapping, then raised his finger while wiping away a tear with his other hand. Issei, he finally did something good, watching the battle unfold and seeing how Euclid did his best to stop Rias' attacks, but his power was still sidelined as everything he created was instantly destroyed. Rizvim, what pure power, in a few years she will be much more powerful than Surzech. Issei, I'd say months. Rizvim, I have some ideas. Issei, you know she's mine, you can't touch her. Rizvim. Time passed until 5 minutes had elapsed, at which point Rizvim created a barrier around Rias to stop her. Issei approached, pulled out his nunchucks and struck her several times in her vital points, knocking her out of the fight. He then picked her up like a sack of potatoes and went to Rizvim to receive his reward. Issei, it was good talking to you, see you later, walking towards the exit. Euclid, the Lord will let him go just like that. Rizvim, we've already achieved what we wanted, we'll need it, but we have what we need for now. Euclid, I am sorry for such humiliation. Rizvim, keep a close eye on that brat, she's talented. If it weren't for that boy, she wouldn't be so talented. Euclid, I understand. Rizvim, Issei is the only human I can respect, or rather, the only person. She gave a slight smile, then turned around to continue with her work. Chapter 44. Rias woke up suddenly and looked around to notice that she was in the middle of the forest. Her gaze stopped on Issei, who was in front of a campfire. Issei, it's about time. Rias, what happened? Issei, you won, that happened. Rias, I don't remember. Issei, I'm a little surprised you managed to beat a demon taller than you. If I'm honest, I thought you were dead and that this would be the first mission in which I was going to fail. Rias, but I won. Standing up with a smile, she went to Issei and sat down next to him. Issei, luck is not eternal. Rias, will he really keep his promise to me? Issei, I always keep my word and that's fine by me. Rias, not long ago he asked me to leave my group and if they followed me it would be okay, right? Issei, that's right. Rias, if they follow me I could train them too. Issei, I won't deny they have talent, but you should know what would happen if they betrayed me, right? Running his thumb along their necks as a signal that he would kill them. Rias, they won't. At first they'll hesitate, but they'll accept. Many of them want to be strong. Issei, okay, Rias, can I ask one last thing if possible? Issei, I'm in a good mood, so say it. Rias, I can be with you forever and I mean like. Issei, no, Rias, because, Issei, you're too weak and clingy. Rias, what do I have to do to meet their standards? Issei, interesting words, I'd never thought about them before. Closing her eyes to think, she instantly remembered the joy of Kanu and Yasaka. Issei thought, oh no, that brat has influenced me a lot. Opening her eyes to see the redhead who was waiting attentively for the answer. Issei, being the most powerful demon that has ever existed, taking your brother's place and humiliating him in a battle, as well as humiliating the 2 heavenly dragons is all I ask for, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Rias' mouth was open due to the circumstances and Issei approached her to close it and whispered to her. Issei, there are few things, but if you achieve them I will always give you a reward. Rias, I'll do my best. Issei, good girl, and if your friends want to follow you, you must set conditions for them like that masochistic fall whose mission would be to be the strongest fall. Rias, I understand. Issei, well now that everything is ready, go, I want to be alone. Rias, the road is long. Issei, go in a magic circle or flying, I don't know, the faster you do things the better, right? Rias could only think of future rewards as she stood up to create a magic circle and leave. Issei, finally she's gone, at least she'll be busy for a long time, a little piece at least. Taking the glass to look at it for a few seconds and understand what it was capable of. Issei, it's not for nothing that it's one of the most powerful Longinus. Later, Rias was entering her home, but her path was interrupted by a maid. Ajao-sama, your family wishes to speak with you. Rias, I understand, lead the way. They both started walking until they reached the garden where there were 4 people, her parents, brother, and wife. Rias, something's happening. Surzech, I have something to tell you, take a seat. Rias, something bad is happening. Surzech, after the attack on Romania, many gods decided to join the alliance because they noticed the danger that Rizvim represents, and that's why we decided to create the DXD group. Rias, sounds good. Surzech, the briefing will take place tomorrow, so I hope you'll be there, okay? Rias, I'll be there, but I have something to say to everyone and I'm glad you're all here. Venelana, something's up, you look kind of serious. Rias, I'm going to live with the Hyoudou family for a while. Xiaoticus and that, Venelana, Ara, do you perhaps already desire marriage? Rias, partly, but I also have something else to say, and that is that I will give up my evil peace game and the raiding game. That news took everyone by surprise as they found it hard to believe. Xiaoticus, and what is the reason for that decision if your dream has always been to be the queen of the raiding game? Rias, we're under constant attack and I really need to train to get stronger. Plus, I have a mission right now, Venelana, and that would be it. Rias, to be the most powerful demon and to be the next Vali Lucifer, having a smile that showed he was serious. Surzech, it's a rather lofty dream. Rias, I'll do it. Xiaoticus, we will be supporting you. Rias, I heard that Issei is now the most wanted person. Who was he? Surzech, it was the Hyoudou. Why do you ask? Rias, just curious. Well, I'm going to rest now, it's been a very long day. I'll go talk to my friends tomorrow. See you, standing up to go to her room. Surzech, since he disappeared for a few days, his attitude has changed a lot. Xiaoticus, I'm proud of her, she's more serious now and has a bigger goal, you should be careful. Surzech, ha 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 ha. Venelana, I've noticed that her power is growing too fast. Surzech, I've noticed it too, I suppose he's really serious about being the next Mao. The next day Rias and company were in a cafe hours before the meeting. Aquino, we hardly ever see each other. Rias, something's up. Rias, I've been busy training and well, I realized something, I hardly ever see you guys. Also, I've changed my goals. The reason I called you is to tell you that you'll be free. Asia, what does that mean? Rias, I will renounce the evil pieces, you will be free. No one in the group knew what to say about their leader's words. Aquino, Rias, are you alright? That's not like you. Rias, let's go to Ajuka-sama so they can remove the pieces, okay? Kaneko Butchu, Rias, I'll be honest with you, creating a barrier so that no one could hear them. Rias, East has been training me. Kiba, what? Aquino, because he is the enemy of your future family. Rias, some things happened, but thanks to her training. Standing up to show 2 pairs of wings and extending his hand which turned red with the power of destruction. Rias, my power has increased by leaps and bounds. If it weren't for him, I don't know how long it would have taken me to reach the level I'm at now. Asia, Tajison told me that he is the most wanted. Rias, guys, the decision is yours. Now you can go your own way or follow me, but this time as my companions. Kiba, I will always follow her. Butchu, Gasper, me too. Kaneko, thanks to you I also have a second chance. Asia, if I follow her I will. Aquino, we've been friends for a long time, of course I'll follow you. Rias, I'm glad to hear that, and well, I spoke with Issei and he promised me that he would train you all as well. Gasper, seriously. Rias, he's not a bad person, he's not like they say, so rest assured, I'll just tell you that his training is very tough. There were times when he was about to die. Aquino, you're joking, right? Rias, I'm serious. Instead of helping me, he just watched me suffer, but I realized how weak I was back then. I also noticed how dependent I was on others, but not anymore. Asia, but I don't know how to fight. Rias, he'll find the right training for you, don't worry. Everyone will experience death, but that helps them reflect. Later on, I'll be supporting them. Aquino, we trust you, Rias. If you say he's a good person, then he is. Rias smiled at them, then deactivated the barrier and left the cafeteria, heading to Ajuka's laboratory to remove the evil pieces. Chapter 45. A few hours later, the group of young people were arriving at the meeting place, only to be greatly surprised to see many people of different races present. They met with the other young people to talk about trivial things until the faction leaders entered. Surzech, this comes as a great surprise to most, but we are under attack. All factions have decided to halt their conflicts in order to stop the demon Rizvim. Odin, there are grudges that will remain in the past, just as it happened once before. Many began to murmur because of those words. Zeus, many of you don't know, but years ago all the factions united with the sole objective of defeating the beast of the apocalypse. Izanami, there were many casualties back then. Many humans helped us during that time. Michael, those were very tough days. Now it's time for us all to come together again to defeat a common enemy. Everyone shouted as a sign of support. Azazel, the group will be called DXD. The leader will be Dulio, the reincarnated angel, and the subleader will be Sun Wukong. You will soon receive news about what you need to do next. You may leave. Little by little they began to leave, leaving only the leaders who had many things to discuss. Both Rias and the rest headed to the hospital at Gasper's request as he wanted to visit his friend. Upon arriving at their destination, they walked a short distance to the room. When they opened it, they were surprised to see Issei there watching the sleeping vampire. Upon hearing the door open, Issei moved his head, forming a smile. Issei, well, you did it in the end, and I came here intending to beat you up. Gasper, a promise is a promise. Issei, only the hair is missing, but you have to start somewhere. Throwing the Sephiroth Grail at him, which Gasper caught with surprise. Aquino, how do I do it? Issei, I have my methods. Looking at them, I can tell that Rias, that idiot, already told them no. Kiba, it was his idea. Issei, obviously, if she's going to be my dog, she has to be completely mine without anyone bothering her. Kaneko, don't call him that. She took a step, but Rias stopped her. Rias, okay, don't do anything. Issei, so now I have to train them. To be honest, it's a waste of time for me. What do I gain from doing it? Rias is stuck being my lapdog for life, but what do you have to offer? Aquino, you want to be direct. Issei, my pets. Asia, but. Issei, if you behave well, I will treat you well, but if you get angry, I will have no choice but to sacrifice you. Gasper, what do we have to do? Issei, I see seriousness in your eyes, I like it. Go to the Mercenary Guild and sign up, I'll see you in 2 days. Rias already knows where to find me, goodbye. Leaving the hospital, they left the group in complete silence. Rias, guys, I'll ask you one last time, are you sure about doing this? The group looked at each other to nod and then nodded to Rias in confirmation. The next day, the group set off to get their mercenary license, with Gasper more at ease knowing that his friend would wake up soon. Later, they went to a forest just to watch Issei fishing. Rias, we're back. Issei, I understand, good, now your missions. First, the massacre fall. Your mission is to bring me the head of an A-rank mercenary. Return to the guild and find the craziest one. Aquino, but Issei, did I hear a but? Rias, there is no. Watching as Issei got up from his clothes to jump, landing in front of Aquino and grabbing her by the neck. Issei, I'll tell you that from now on I hate the word but and no, did you understand? If so, everyone nods, watching the group that did it quickly. Issei, fine, you have 1 week to come back, and if you don't come back in that time, it's because you're dead, so goodbye. Watching as Aquino began to walk to find her mission. Issei, now you cat loli, your mission is easy, bring me the head of a yokai advisor and a demon. Kaneko, they will kill me. Issei, if they discover you, then consider yourself dead. As a cat, you need to be fast, so go quickly. You have a week too, so goodbye. Kaneko, I understand. Issei, you two guys have it really easy, to be honest. Kiba, what do we do? Issei, I can smell virginity from here, so for 1 week go and sleep with many women, I want proof. Gasper, what kind of mission is that? Issei, happy body, both of you have princess faces, so you better go now or well you know what will happen to you. Without saying a word, they both left on their pointless mission. Issei, now the nun, looking at Asia with a big smile that only sent shivers down her spine. Issei, Rias, go and fulfill your mission. The nun stays with me, I need to restart her windows. Rias, I understand, entering the forest, leaving only 2 people. Issei, you're the most useless one in the group. Hearing Asia's sobs made a vein pop out in Issei's face. Without hesitation, he punched him in the face. Issei, shut up already, you won't even let me finish. I was going to say, for now I see talent, I just need to exploit it, so from now on you'll fight me. And you know what? You're lucky we have visitors, being surrounded by many people. Issei, your first mission where you have to kill at least 2, throwing a sword at her where Asia could only watch in amazement. Elsewhere, Rias appeared in front of the Hyoudou mansion with a serious expression that changed to a smile as she knocked on the door. When the door was opened, a maid guided her to the room where everyone was except Isabella. Mickey, daughter, it's so nice that you've arrived, it's a real surprise that you decided to live with us. Rias, I have to adapt, hehehe. Toji, I'm glad you're here. Standing up and going to her to give her a hug, which she didn't reciprocate, seemed strange to Toji, but he put it aside. Rias, and what did they do? Toji, Sadu Oniasama was telling us that his teachers will come in a month to help us. Rias, and that's it. Sadu, Issei must die and they can do it just like Thorsama, only now he is busy. Rias, I understand, I'll go rest for a bit, a lot has happened lately. She bowed slightly as she was led to her room while the Hyoudou continued with their plans. Later, Asia noticed her hands were covered in blood and trembling. Issei, not bad, too bad you only killed one, you know, right? Asia looked up to see Issei extend his hand to take her face in his hands and apply some pressure. Asia, it hurts. Issei, this will hurt more. He plunged a knife into Asia's abdomen, causing the blonde to scream at the top of her lungs in pain. Issei, do you think this would be easy just because you're a healer? If so, you're incredibly stupid. All of you will be my hunting dogs. If you die, that's the end of your story. Releasing Asia, who began to heal her wound through tears. Issei, I see talent in you, you just need to improve. I'll teach you some basics and then you'll go find your own weapons. Asia, sniff, sniff me, sniff. Issei, if you want to die, just say so and I'll stop wasting time. Asia, I will do my best. Issei, that's what I wanted to hear. Stand up because the night is young. Your mission remains the same, kill 2, and if you fail, well, you can imagine what awaits you later. As they began walking under the moon, Asia stood up and started to follow him.
Chapter 46.
2 days later, Asia was running with all her might through the forest out of fear of Issei, because since she had been by his side, all she had received were stabs. He ran so fast that he tripped and fell into a ravine where he quickly got up to continue living. In the distance, I can see a cave which I enter without hesitation. He went in as far as he could and huddled down, keeping as much silence as he could. The only thing she could hear was the wind until she heard some whistling in the distance. She covered her mouth more so that they wouldn't hear her until the whistling went away. I let out a sigh until I felt a light breeze on my ear, slowly turning my eyes away in fear and sweating profusely. All he saw was Issei's big smile and witty open eyes. "Issei, I found you a Sekiryuutei." Grabbing her arm and bending it, he made the blonde scream at the top of her lungs in pain. In addition, Issei grabbed her by the hair to pull her out of the cave. "Issei, no matter how fast you run, I'll always find you." "Asia, no more please, Issei, you know I enjoy playing hide-and-seek with you, you don't." "Asia, it hurts a lot." "Issei, that's what happens to you for not meeting the quota I gave you. You know I was happy when you killed too, but when I gave you mission 4 you played dumb and started running away." "Asia, I don't know how to fight." "Issei, yeah right, but you know how I am. It's time you received your punishment for not listening to me." Tying her to a branch by her arms and legs, then placing her on top of a bonfire. "Issei, I'm curious what a roasted nun tastes like." "Asia, it hurts, please let me go, I'm not running anymore." "Issei, they're just empty words, it doesn't do me any good to say it, don't worry, you learn from pain, if you don't believe me ask your Wanasama." Holding his cell phone up to her face with Rias' name on it until she answered. "Rias, is Asia, what's wrong, what are you doing with Issei's cell phone?" "Asia, Rias Wanasama, please help me, he wants to burn me alive." "Rias, it's for your own good." "Asia, he stabbed me several times and broke my arms and legs, I can't anymore." "Rias, you look fine to me. Asia, help me, I don't want this anymore." "Rias, it's for your own good, Asia, just hang in there. If I can do it, you can too, good luck." Giving her a smile, Asia was left in shock by such words. "Issei, you already heard it, and well, Gremory, anything to say?" "Rias, that's right, Sadu told me that her teachers and Thorsama will be coming for you soon." "Issei, other teachers, interesting, not bad, Gremory, keep it up." "Rias, my level went up and..." "Issei, I don't care." Ending the call, he took a few steps, bent down, and picked up a burning ember to pass it over Asia's abdomen, who only screamed in pain. "Issei, well, tell me, will you escape, because I have plenty of ideas." "Asia, sniff sniff, I won't do it anymore, sniff sniff, I'll do whatever you want." "Issei, you swear to me, right? Asia, for my life." "Issei, you already promised, so if you don't listen to me, I'll catch you and torture you in the worst ways imaginable." "Asia, I understand, now you can let me go." She had a hopeful expression but only saw Issei's smile and how he shook his finger. "Issei, a punishment is a punishment. What kind of sensei would I be if I didn't give you what you deserve? But don't worry, the punishment will only be about 2 hours, so hang in there." Adding more fuel to the fire where only the screams of Asia could be heard. After the trial week, the whole group was together except for Rias. Issei saw the group where Aquino had signs of fighting, as did Kaneko. Kiba and Gasper looked weak but okay, and Asia just had a lifeless expression. Issei, and the photos. Both boys took a few steps forward to show the photos that Issei analyzed with his great experience. He noticed that some were horrible, but as he looked at the photos, he realized they had gained experience. "Issei, not bad, I see you succeeded." "Kaneko, I don't want to do it again." "Aquino, he was as strong as could be." "Issei, that was the tutorial, it's time for the real mission." The whole group opened their eyes in surprise, even Asia reacted. "Kiba, what do we have to do?"
Okay, Issei.
"The last thing I want is for you to bother me like dogs who can't do anything without their owner. So your mission is Aquino, you have to get the rank of cadre and take the title from your father the cat. Improve your skills and surpass your lustful sister and become much stronger than her. The gay one has to rule both vampire factions. And you, Prince, find Siegfried and take all the swords he has and train with them. I know you possess one, in addition to being recognized as the best swordsman in the world. Obviously being below me. And finally, the nun, your mission is to get a good armor and join the angels and get the title of Archangel. Nothing out of the ordinary." No one knew what to say about the missions they had been given, as they were impossible to complete. Someone was about to complain, but then they remembered what happened last time. "Issei, well, you have 4 years to accomplish this feat, and if you don't do it in that time, I will find you and kill you, since I will not have any failed students. That would only tarnish my name." "Asia. Aquino, we're going to make it." "Issei, then get out of here. I don't want to see you again until I hear from you and about your accomplishments." She turned around to leave until she received a call from Kanu. "Issei, you little brat, who wants?" "Yasaka, Issei, help me, they took my daughter." The aforementioned man took on a serious expression because of what he had just heard. At the Hyoudou mansion, Rias was in the gym training as usual until Toji entered and formed a smile upon seeing the beautiful figure of his fiancée. He approached her and hugged her, but she quickly pushed him away with a somewhat serious expression. "Rias, you scared me, you know I don't like that." "Toji, Rias, you've been distant lately. I only see you training, which is fine, but it's good that you're relaxing. Besides, I'm here to look after you, so don't worry, you and your group are safe with me." Giving her a smile, hoping Rias would throw herself into his arms because of his words, but to his surprise she only frowned at him. Rias, you see me as so weak I can defend myself on my own. Toji, I know you're strong but… Rias, both I and my companions can defend ourselves. I will rise very high where everyone will have to bow before my presence. Toji, with me by my side it's obvious that it is. Rias, I'm going to the underworld. I have one later. We'll talk later. She stormed out of the room, her fist clenched in anger. Rias, Issei is more serious. Toji just raised an eyebrow at what had happened. Toji, what's gotten into her? She's not as affectionate as before. I suppose this war has her stressed. Well, I'll have to defeat those bastards faster so she can be the way she used to be, nodding to himself. Chapter 47. Issei was getting off the train and heading towards a cafe. Upon entering, he looked around until he spotted a redhead. He walked towards her and took a seat opposite her. I let out a sigh and looked at him with a somewhat serious expression. Issei, and what happened to the brat? Yasaka, her father has her locked in her room. Issei, so she's not kidnapped. It's a lot of fuss, don't you think? Yasaka, the return from nothingness just takes everything from me. Issei, explain yourself. Yasaka, I don't know how he did it, but the entire council is on his side. They want him as their leader. Issei, the easiest thing to do is not to have a council. It's the easiest thing. I don't know why they have old people who do nothing. Yasaka, he wants to marry her off. Please help me. Issei, that brat has managed to soften my heart a little. You're lucky. If it were in the past, I would have left here already. Yasaka, thank you. I don't want to know, but tell me what you'll do. Issei, the question is what do you want me to do? After all, I'm under your orders right now. Yasaka, I want it to disappear, but I want to know Kanu's opinion first. Issei, I understand, then I'll talk to her and then I'll tell you. Yasaka, Issei, thank you. Issei, nothing is free, Yasaka. You'll pay me back the same way that brat does. Yasaka just smiled at him, then nodded and watched as Issei left the place. At night, Issei easily infiltrated the mansion and made his way to the kitsune's room, leaving some guards out of commission. Without knocking, I enter the room only to hear some sobs. Issei, you look so ugly when you cry. Kanu, Atasan. She jumped up to hug him with all her might, but he didn't touch her. Kanu, I knew you were coming. Issei, you have high expectations. Kanu, that's right, we'd better go then. Issei, stop your carriage, brat. I only came to ask you a question. Kanu, Issei, tell me what you want me to do about your father. Your mother told me that you had the final say. Kanu, I don't know. Issei, come on, brat. Think you know time is money, especially now that I have to train with some friends. Kanu refers to the world-class mission. Issei, so you know how busy I am. Kanu, I just want a normal life with my mother. If everyone supports that man, then let them. They don't deserve our protection. Issei, in that small body hides a girl with brains. Kanu, I'm serious. Issei, then tell me. Kanu, we will live with you. Issei, wow, what? Kanu, I see the future and I know she will accept. Issei, find a house. Kanu, no, hugging Issei. He was about to say something but he heard some applause. Kanu, sensing that power, moved away from Issei's hug to stand behind him. Issei saw the man with a youthful appearance, red hair, and a serious expression. Issei, don't tell me you're his father. What's your name? Don't talk to me like I'm lower class. Issei, seriously, someone with high self-esteem. Kanu, her name is Misao Adasan, Misao, father. How low have you fallen, daughter, by seeking refuge in a filthy human? Issei, this filthy human could kill you and make you into fried fox. Misao, Kanu, you're going to be punished and then you'll go see your future husband. Kanu, I don't want to. Issei, you already heard her. Why don't you just give us permission so we can leave? I'm actually a little hungry. Misao just started laughing, then snapped his fingers, making several of his own appear. Issei, I see corpses standing. Kanu, don't answer just because I'm here. Issei, even so I wouldn't have done it, taking a few steps to crack his knuckles and form a smile. Issei, to show you I'm in a good mood, I'll put some Vaseline on you, okay? Taking a small bottle out of his pocket and placing it in his hands. Issei, fight one. Launching an attack that took a yakai by surprise, he only saw Issei in front of him and how Issei connected his fist to his face, which even went through a wall. Another one just watched in amazement, not noticing how Issei punched him in the abdomen, knocking him down. Issei grabbed his face with one hand and punched him, destroying all his teeth. Issei, fight two, going against another yakai, but this one reacted and began to launch several attacks, but Issei destroyed them with his nunchucks. Then he hit her in the face with them, destroying it in the process. No one could believe it anymore. Misao, seeing Issei's abilities, wanted to call for more, but Issei put his hand on her shoulder. Misao turned around just to see Issei's big smile. Issei, fight three, the last one. He punched him in the face, knocking him down. Without hesitation, Issei began to pummel him at full speed, sending Misao's teeth flying. Kanu's mouth was open as she watched Issei giving his father, someone who thought he was one of the strongest, the beating of his life. Issei grabbed him by the neck to put him in front of him. Issei, so Kanu, what will you do from now on? Should we kick him out or what? Kanu, let's go. I want to be with my mom and my dad. Issei, you are so stubborn. Dropping Misao, Kanu ran in her direction to jump towards Issei and hug him. Issei, hey, let me go. Kanu, nope. Issei, we'd better go, leaving the room. Misao, I will have my revenge, you damned human. Issei, my name is Issei Fushiguro, so you don't have any trouble finding me. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait your turn as many others do. Kanu, father, he's very strong, you won't do anything to him. Sticking his tongue out at her. Issei, I am not your father. Kanu, yeah, whatever you say. Issei, this brat. Kanu, this stupid brat. Issei, hey, don't use my words, they're trademarked. Kanu, ha 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 ha. With a big smile on his face, Issei ran and pushed his way through the crowd. Later they arrived at their destination where Kanu went to her mother to give her a hug and tell her everything that happened. Yasaka, I understand, will be under your care. Issei, hey, I didn't accept anything. Kanu, whatever you say, Atasan. Issei, I'm screwed. Kanu, will get through this as a family. Issei, Nuwu, falling to his knees. Kanu, yes, shouting at the top of her lungs with a smile. Yasaka just smiled as she watched the two of them get along so well. Kanu, a question, Atasan. Issei, what do you want? Kanu, you have other women, looking at it seriously. Issei, there are obviously many places to sleep with. Kanu, I don't mean that. Issei, I don't have time for cheesy stuff. Kanu, I understand, but my mom comes first, okay? Issei, first of what? Kanu, be a fool, Atasan. Yasaka, daughter, what kind of vocabulary is that? Kanu, sorry mom, I learned it from Atasan. Issei, hey, don't get me into your problems. Kanu, putting that aside, no, mom is first, and if there are other women, I have to see them first to analyze them. Issei, this girl is going to give me a migraine, you know what, I don't care. Going to the exit to open the door. Issei, if anything happens, tell me, brat. Kanu, take care, Atasan, I hope you'll come see me soon. Issei just left the place aimlessly. Kanu turned around to look at her mother and extended her hand, which Yasaka bumped. Kanu, almost there, mom. Yasaka, little by little, daughter, he will change with time, he just needs affection to soften that heart full of hate. Kanu will be a big family, mom. Chapter 48. One cool night, Issei stood before a mountain of corpses. All he could do was let out a sigh at the sight of so many bodies. Issei, this isn't fun anymore, it's sad. It's not as fun as it used to be, dropping a gallon of gasoline and then dropping a match. Seeing that everything was over, he began to walk aimlessly. Issei, when will this nonsense end? I guess the Hyoudu's idiocy infected them by loving me so much. He stopped in front of a lake, took off his clothes to wash off all the blood of his prey. Issei, that's freezing, just the way I like it. He began to float, gazing at the stars with a slight smile but narrowed his eyes when he noticed something falling, and before he could react it fell on top of him. Seconds later he came out of the water with a somewhat serious expression while dragging a blonde woman whom he threw against a tree. Issei, I have so few minutes to rest in these few minutes and you show me your nun face. Asia, sorry Issei-san, I was careless. Issei, what are you doing here? Asia, I was returning to the sky after a mission but I got tired and fell. Issei, you're already an angel, not bad at all. Asia, I was accepted quickly mostly because of my healing ability. I am under Metatron's command. Issei, aha, that doesn't interest me, but you asked for something else as an angel from what I can see. Asia, what does it refer to? Issei, your breasts look bigger, they're not bad at all. Looking Asia up and down, he nodded to himself. Issei, well, we saw each other not too long ago, you must remember what I said back then, right? Asia instantly stood up to fly away, but it was too late because Issei grabbed her leg. I looked down just to see Issei smile. Issei, where are you going? He pulled her towards him to punch her in the stomach, which made her spit out saliva. Asia, yes. Before he could finish his sentence, Issei kicked him in the face. Issei, you think I'm joking? The only way I'll see your idiotic face is if I call you myself. So go and tell your friends what will happen to them if they bother me, okay? Asia could only nod as she sped off. Issei, well, where I left off, returning to the water to continue his bath. A few days later, Issei was walking through the streets of Ku. Without thinking, he entered a store to buy a beer, and when he was about to drink it, someone else grabbed it at the same time as him. Issei, like a romantic novel, don't believe Valkyrie. Rossweisse, Issei, so it's true that he's still alive. Issei, that's really sad, I've been here for several weeks now and you didn't know I was still alive, you disappoint me. Rossweisse, I've been busy, I don't have much time. Issei, hey, what are you doing in this poor man's shop? Doesn't the old man pay you enough? Rossweisse, I also like that you're here. Issei, it's because I am poor. Rossweisse, I like to save. Issei, I understand and well, tell me how things are going with Sadu Oniasama. Rossweisse, I have nothing against him, wasn't that clear? Issei, hey, if he hears you saying that, he'll start crying. Rossweisse, what do you want? Issei, nothing. Taking the beer to go to the register to pay, Rossweisse took his and followed him, but at that moment his cell phone rang, which he answered only to be surprised that it was his grandmother. Issei paid and left the store where he opened the can, and when he was about to take it, Rossweisse put her hand on his shoulder, causing him to drop it. Issei, hey, Rossweisse, Issei, help me. Issei. Rossweisse, my grandmother is coming to my house and well, I didn't know how to say no, so I told her I was with my boyfriend and she wants to meet him, but I don't have one end. Issei, slow down, I can't understand anything. Rossweisse, please pretend to be my boyfriend. Issei, seriously, are you playing dumb? You forget who I am. Rossweisse, everything is justified, so it's fine. Issei, I don't think you're a very smart woman despite your teacher-like appearance. Rossweisse, please help me. Issei, well, you're lucky since I don't have anything to do, I think. But I'm warning you, if anyone attacks me, you'll have to defend yourself, okay? Rossweisse, I have no problem and thank you. Taking Issei's hand, they hurried home. Later, Rossweisse was opening the door to let her grandmother in. Daughter, I want to see him. I honestly didn't expect this day to come. I'm so happy, looking around searching for him but finding nothing until Issei came out of the kitchen with 2 plates in his hand and an apron along with his smile. Issei, I knew my future grandmother was coming, so I started cooking at full speed. I hope she likes it, future grandmother. You're cute. I'm really happy that my lovely Rostian has someone like you. Excuse my manners, my name is Gurndal, taking Issei's hands with his big smile. Issei, phew, ha 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 ha. Gurndal, something's wrong with you. Issei, you are one of Sadou's teachers, aren't you? Rossweisse instantly remembered that small detail, mentally slapping herself for what was about to happen. Gurndal, that's right, but how do you know that? Few people know. Issei, oh yes, that's right, excuse my manners, grandmother, my name is Hyoudou Issei. Well, that was before, now my last name is Fushiguro. Gurndal, surprised, took a few steps back as he remembered the conversation he had with his student some time ago when he was on a mission, but returned early because he wanted to see his granddaughter. Gurndal, you are the person my student wishes was dead. Issei, tell me, how does it feel to have the person you're about to kill dating your granddaughter? Approaching Rossweisse to hug her, she was still in her own world. Gurndal, to be honest, I'm her teacher, not her babysitter. I won't lie, at one point Rossweisse married Sadou, but she just wanted to train, and well, to this day she's still single. Rossweisse, grandma, you don't need to say so much. Issei, interesting, Rossweisse, that's interesting. Gurndal, I'll ask you a question, do you think you're capable of taking care of my granddaughter? Issei, ha 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 ha, just kidding. Death and I made a pact, she doesn't chase me and I don't run from her. We'll simply meet someday. Gurndal, you will be able to obtain at least a crown, I mean a title from Odin-sama. Issei, I don't need a crown, any chair becomes a throne if I sit on it. Gurndal, you can make her happy. Issei, life is like a book, some chapters are sad and others are happy, but all are necessary for the complete story. Gurndal, even so, I already promised my student that I would help him, but don't worry, I'll give you a month. Issei, woman, you really underestimate me. Gurndal, I admire your confidence. Issei, if I didn't have confidence years ago, I would have died. Life is a risk. Gurndal, ha 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 ha, I like you more and more each time. Issei, the bed is big, all 3 of us can fit. Rossweisse, what nonsense are you talking about? Issei, honestly, can't you see, for an ancient woman she has a unique appearance, I get more and more excited. Gurndal, ha 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 ha, you have a lot of courage, brat. Issei, I have balls this big. Gurndal, ha 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 ha. Rossweisse only had a twitch in her eye because of everything she was hearing, but part of her was calm to see her grandmother happy, but the other part was worried because she felt that something bad would happen soon. Chapter 49. A few minutes later, the 3 of them were having dinner. Rossweisse, Grandma, what kind of mission were you on that has made you so long gone? Gurndal, you know how the older sister is, she likes to see new things besides the potential. Rossweisse, I understand, but there must also be something else that made you come back before, right? Gurndal, as clever as ever, and so it is, tomorrow there will be a meeting of wizards in the underworld and well, I'm going to attend. Rossweisse, I had heard about it, in addition to Sona opening its doors at the academy. Gurndal, wrath, Rossweisse, sure, I'll give some classes. Gurndal, and you, Issei, will go. Issei, my fame doesn't allow it, maybe another time. Gurndal, tell me something interesting about yourself. Issei, I once slept with 20 women, it was a crazy day. Gurndal, I don't want to hear about your nonsense. Issei, then I have no ideas. Gurndal, from what I hear, you're a mercenary. What do you usually do? Issei, anything. Your leader asked me for the heads of his enemies. Gurndal, it's a joke. Rossweisse, it's true, Grandma, I was her guide, or rather, her luggage. Gurndal, how did you get out alive? Issei, I'm not just muscles, I also have a brain as well as eyes. Gurndal, and that's what it has. Issei, I am able to see the weakest points of my enemies, as well as sensitive areas of women like in your case. Putting his hand on her shoulder to apply a little pressure, he caused Gurndal to let out a moan, making Rossweisse open her eyes as wide as possible and Gurndal turn as red as a tomato from embarrassment at what she had let out. Gurndal, don't do that again. Issei, I understand, we'll do it when the girl goes to sleep. Rossweisse, I am not deaf and that will never happen. Issei, the word never existed in my vocabulary. Gurndal, getting back to the topic, you are not afraid of dying. Issei, life is beautiful, that's why we should enjoy every minute. Gurndal, I don't know what to say, it's the first time I've met someone who doesn't care about anything. Issei, you don't know anything, Grandma, but well, it's been a long day, why don't you just leave so the couple can have a romantic moment? Gurndal, you say everything with such certainty without fear of the consequences. Issei, I grew up in a society free of rules. Gurndal, before I go, I'll tell you that the Hyoudou family is very foolish to let go of a talent like you. Issei, you'll make me cry, it's the first time I've heard someone call that family stupid. I admire you even more. We slept together. Gurndal smiled at her, stood up, went to her granddaughter, kissed her forehead, and then left. Issei, it's interesting. Rossweisse, I don't know what happened during all this time, but I'm glad this has come to an end. Issei, buy me a beer you owe me since you threw the last one away. Rossweisse, okay, let's go to the store, taking his coat to leave the apartment and walk a little. Issei, Christmas is coming and I don't have a dog to bark at me. Rossweisse, time is going faster, I just hope nothing bad happens. Issei, don't expect too much, everything can come at once. Rossweisse, if someone asked me to kill me, I would. Issei, I'll tell you one thing, Rossweisse, I accept all kinds of work, but I also analyze things. I don't just kill for pleasure, I have my principles. Rossweisse then, Issei, I would only leave you on the brink of death. Rossweisse, it's the same in the end. Issei, you are so ungrateful. Rossweisse only formed a slight smile but stopped her step upon feeling a barrier that without hesitation created a magic circle ready to attack. Issei, you're bad at hide-and-seek, Euclid. Rossweisse was surprised to hear that name as she obviously knew of him. Euclid came out and stood in front of them both. Euclid director, Issei, I see you've healed. Aren't you ashamed that a brat left you on the verge of death? Ha 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 ha. Euclid, I'll pay with interest, but I didn't come for that, I came for her. Rossweisse, what do you want? Euclid, while researching, I found a very interesting thesis on how to seal Trixa. Rossweisse. Euclid, I came to make you a proposal, Rossweisse. Join us, with us you can get anything. Rossweisse, his intention is to free that thing. Euclid, I didn't say anything about that, but you're brilliant. Rossweisse, I refuse. Euclid, I'll leave you to think it over, see you soon. Disappearing into a magic circle where the barrier then disappeared. Issei, who is Trixa? Rossweisse, the beast of the apocalypse. Issei, I see. Rossweisse, I owe you the beer, I have to go and report this to the leaders. Issei, okay, continuing on as if nothing had happened. Rossweisse, Issei, thank you for today. He simply waved goodbye. Later, Issei continued on his way until he received a call. Issei, brat, don't you ever sleep. Kanu, something, but tell me, do you want to come over to the house and watch a movie? Issei, I have work to do. Kanu, come on, don't be a bad person. Isn't it a father's duty to spoil his daughter? Issei, then you should call the baby-faced one. Kanu, come on, Issei, I have work to do, it will have to be another time. Kanu, you promise? Issei, maybe. Ending the call to dial another number. Issei, in the park now, cutting across to continue on his way until he reached a bench and took a seat. A few minutes later, a redhead was arriving at her destination. Rias, something's happening. Issei, nothing interesting, tell me something interesting will happen tomorrow. Rias, a meeting of wizards and something at Sona's academy. Why? Issei, I have a mission for you. Rias, what do I have to do? Issei, something interesting will happen tomorrow, I know that. Both you and your group should be there and face whatever comes. Rias, what will happen? Issei, who knows, but if I find out that someone died, you'll pay the price. Rias, but if something bad happens, someone could always die. Issei, it's a school, it prioritizes children, I don't care about the adults. Now you know what you have to do. Rias, I understand. Issei, prove that my wasted time has not been in vain, you must start gaining fame. Rias, I'll do my best. Issei, okay, you can go now. Rias, Toji wants something. Issei, and what does that have to do with me? Isn't he your fiancé? Rias, he wants to have Hex and I've felt his gaze. Issei, and Rias, I don't want to. Issei, PFFFF, do you want something? Just say so. Rias, I don't want to do it because, well, she whispered, I only want you. Issei, you were definitely affected by the blows I gave you, but oh well, I'll do something, you still have yours and I have to leave my mark in every corner. Rias, what will she do? Issei, then first things first, do what I told you, okay? Rias, I understand, I'll tell you the results later. Going home with a slight smile. Issei, this woman, standing up to go home and get some rest. Issei, interesting days are coming, I should go see Hephaestus to see how things are going. Chapter 50. It was a new day and the dark-haired man was in a cafe enjoying breakfast while reading the newspaper. A person placed a plate in front of him and took a seat. Issei, there are many empty tables, why do you choose to come to mine? We need to talk. Issei, what about? Business. Issei, I understand, but you should know that I don't charge cheap. I was informed, but it's worth it. Issei, go to the point you want. An attack will soon take place in Agar's territory. Issei, aha. Evil dragons will be on our side, but even so they will outnumber us and well, we need someone to keep them entertained for a while. Issei, I understand. It won't be a big deal, right? Issei, I know some things will happen at that time, give me 15 billion and the deal is done. That's a lot. Issei, what do you want me to say? Nothing is cheap besides Rizvim has money. Because you think I work for him. Issei, he's a manipulator, obviously I know that and either there's a deal or there isn't. Alright, Issei, everything is fast now, I want the money now. I know, giving Issei a card which he keeps and taking his cup of coffee. Issei, it was good doing business with you. My name is Wahlberga. Issei, whatever, go away, I'm going to finish my food. Wahlberga, you have no manners. Issei, I know, Wahlberga stood up to leave having achieved her goal. In the underworld, Sona was at the academy with Rias and Sekiryuutei. Sona, thank you for coming to help me. Sekiryuutei, to be honest, I'm proud of you because you're doing something unique. I also feel a connection with those children. Rias, I had some time besides, you're my friend. Sona, but how is it possible that you quit the raiding game and your pieces was great news? Rias, I have a lot of things to do and well it's better if the others train on their own. Looking to the side where her companions were arriving, Sona showed a little surprise at how strong they had become in that time. Aquino, is something wrong? Rias, you called us with some urgency. Sekiryuutei, and that's it. Rias, it's good to have more help, isn't it? Sona, thanks for coming guys. Rias, come on guys, I'll explain, stepping away from Sona and Sekiryuutei and putting on a more serious expression. Rias, this place will be attacked soon. Kaneko, then why don't we tell the others? Rias, Issei gave me this mission just like he did with you. All we have to do is take care of the children, nothing more. Aquino, Rias, can I ask you a question and I hope you'll be honest. Rias, tell me, Aquino, you love Issei. Rias, yes, Asia, because. Rias, you might not understand now, but you will later. You know how my life has been. Everything has been rosy, but when I experienced death, I realized that no one was always going to defend me. I had to get through it on my own, and thanks to Issei, I managed to do it. He might act that way, but he's a great person. Akino, she has her own thing going on, I won't deny it. Rias, well, let's leave this conversation for now and take a look at the place. Later, some adults, being the parents of the children, were arriving at the academy to see the children's work. Everything was joyful until a barrier formed, and then some renegades and fallen ones entered. Issei, for his part, was on top of a building watching the situation. Issei, well, let's get to work. Taking a leap to land inside the barrier in front of Rias and Sona. Issei, hello, Rias, what are you doing here? Issei, work, and well, like I told you before, give it your all or. Standing in front of her, he kicked her in the abdomen. Issei, you die. He wanted to take a step, but Saji held him back with his usual grip. Issei, you know that's not going to work. Saji, I've been training hard this time. Issei, but you're still an idiot, holding the rope to pull Saji towards him and punch him in the face. Issei, I told you so. Looking into the distance, I saw several columns of purple fire form, which caused hundreds of evil dragons to appear and begin attacking the city. He continued on his way as he had to do his own thing where he appeared in front of Rias. Issei, and where is your fiancé? Rias, he stayed in the city, I suppose he must be fighting the dragons. Issei, I see, taking a seat while Rias conjured a magic circle to show him the battle and also served him a cup of tea. Rias, sorry to ask, but what are you doing here? Issei, I'm just working, just knowing I'm here is enough for now, I'll wait. Rias, I understand. Issei, call your people. Rias, I'll do it now. A few minutes later, the group was in front of Issei where he stepped in front of each one. Issei, not bad, it's clear they train often. Kiba, I still haven't found him. Issei, you are slow, but it doesn't matter. Kaneko, what do you want us to do? Issei, carry on with what you're doing, I have things to do, looking at one of the holograms. Issei, I'm leaving. Leaving the room, he started running outside until he reached his destination and saw Rossweisse chained up. Issei, tell me Euclid, do you like her? Euclid, you shouldn't be busy entertaining others right now. Issei, so part of their plan was to take the Valkyrie with them. Euclid, I also partly like it. Issei, maybe it's because she looks like your sister while being a Siskin is trendy now. Euclid, go back to your own business. Issei, I can't do that, I haven't tried that Valkyrie yet, and if she doesn't like it you can take her away. Rossweisse, hey Euclid, you think you're so great just because you have Rizvim Sama's respect, but in the end you're nothing. When the goal is achieved, you'll be the first to die. Issei, I see, I'll be waiting for that day. Although sadly it will never come since, well, I have so many matters to attend to. Euclid, you're lucky Rossweisse, but don't forget, I'll be coming for you soon. As they began to disappear, the chains vanished as they did. Rossweisse, thank you for coming. Issei, I only told the truth. Walking towards Rossweisse, he took both her hands and pulled her back until they collided with a tree. Issei, I've been accumulating so much stress these past few days and well, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing you. Rossweisse, let me go, I'm not one of those girls. Issei, I don't care what kind of girl you are, I'm just looking for some fun, removing part of her armor and touching one of her breasts. Issei, they're soft, almost the same size as Rias. Rossweisse, don't tell me you did it with her. Issei, obviously, Rossweisse, your brother is her fiancé. Issei, that made its flavor even better, just like yours, licking her cheek. Rossweisse, you're only doing this to me because I know Sadu, right? Issei, partly, but I also have a bit of a crush on you, but I see you want to cry and that takes away the fun. I prefer it when they have that hateful expression, it's more fun, letting go of her to turn around. Rossweisse, because that's just how you are. Issei, no one is born a bad guy. See you another time, Rossweisse, and maybe by then you'll be ready. Rossweisse wanted to ask him something but only saw Issei leave as if nothing had happened. Chapter 51. The battle had finally come to an end where the Kulipoth faction had fulfilled its purpose of taking the city of Augars. Issei, for his part, didn't do much. After finishing, he returned to the human world to rest. Walburga, you didn't do anything in the end. Issei, did you want me to attract attention like you do? Do you think I'm a publicity stunt? Walburga, give me back my money. Issei, PFFFF, are you retarded? I did my thing, so stop bothering me and leave. Walburga, I won't let you humiliate me like that, creating a purple flame with a smile. Walburga, I guess I'll have to go for the other reward. Issei, you're such an idiot woman, I like it. Evading Walburga's attacks, he got behind her and touched her shoulder. Just by doing so, the flames disappeared. Walburga, what did you do to me? I can't feel the sacred gear. Issei, you mean this, showing the flames that left the woman in shock. Walburga, how is that possible? Issei, I'll give you two options, woman. The first is you get naked and put your face on the ground and your butt up, or the second is you die here, and it doesn't matter if I teleport you, I'll come for you. Walburga's legs trembled when she saw Issei's big smile and she couldn't resist any longer, falling to the ground. Walburga, please don't kill me. Issei, ha 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 ha, when you have the advantage you think you're invincible, but when you're cornered you're afraid of death. Seeing how Walburga began to cry, even more so when she felt Issei's hand on her cheek. Issei, then it will be option 1 no. Walburga, sniff sniff, let me go. Issei, you know what to do, besides I couldn't do it minutes ago, so do it now. Slowly Walburga began to remove her gothic dress and assume the position that had been indicated to her. Minutes later, Issei was pulling up his pants when he glanced at Walburga, only to notice that she was hugging his legs with some tears in her eyes. Issei, you weren't to my liking, but you were useful in the end. Walburga, forgiveness. Issei, see you another time, woman, leaving amid laughter. Later, I arrived at her house only to see mother and daughter putting food on the table. Kanu, welcome home, Atasan. Issei, what are you doing in my house? Kanu, will live with you, isn't it obvious? I thought you'd be smarter. Issei, well, we're going to eat. Kanu, meet mom and I prepare it. Now we have more free time since there is no paperwork. Issei, what a life. Going to the table to take a seat. Yasaka, I received information that they attacked the underworld. Issei, you still have loyal subordinates. Yasaka, they are trustworthy people and I imagine you were there so I have something to say. Issei, I was just an observer, it wasn't much I won but oh well, let's eat. Yasaka, you have an unpleasant smell. Issei, before coming here I slept with a woman. Kanu, you are sincere. Issei, what can I say? Kanu, who is it so that there isn't a next time? Issei, I don't think I'll ever see her again, I'm traumatized, ha 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 ha. Yasaka, Issei, you need to change. Issei, even if I wanted to I can't, there are some things that are unavoidable. Yasaka stood up to face Issei, who for his part only took the meat to take a bite. Without warning, the blonde hugged him and Kanu smiled. Yasaka, I know you are a kind man and that's why even if the whole world turns against you, I will always be by your side no matter what. Issei quickly stood up to push her, something that left her bewildered. Issei, no, don't touch me, you liar, you only say that to deceive me again. Yasaka, another V. Issei, shut up, leave me alone, going to the exit. Issei, stop trying to do so many stupid things, there are things that are irremediable, it's better that I go do that mission that I have postponed for so long. Opening the door and slamming it shut. Kanu, mom, are you okay? Yasaka, yes, I am, daughter, it's the first time I've seen you with that attitude. Kanu, mom, it's time to learn about Atasan's past. Yasaka, you're right and there are only a few people who can give us those answers. Kanu nodded to her mother because she didn't want to see Issei with that expression. A day later, Yasaka and Kanu were in the Hyoudou family room along with Rias, who was also present. Miki, what brings you here, Yasaka-sama? I was surprised by your visit. Yasaka, I wanted to ask you a question and I didn't want to wait any longer. Miki, and that plus she's not happy that her husband came back. Yasaka, that's not important, besides, you should know that it's nothing to me. Miki, dear Kanu, you can go to the courtyard if you're bored. Kanu, I'm fine here and I also want to know. Garu, what do you want to know? Yasaka, what happened to Issei to make him like this? I know he was hurt, but something must have happened to him. Miki, because he wants to know something about that thing. Kanu, don't call him that. Yasaka, just answer me. Garu, I don't know if you know, but in our family there are only mages and so far only 3 great talents have been born and you have nothing. Do you know what a humiliation that is? Yasaka, even so, he is his son. Miki, we gave him a home but it was still a disgrace, the staff know more about him. Snapping his fingers, he arrived minutes later where the butler arrived. Miki, you can tell him what happened to Issei in the past besides what we did to him. Butler, I understand. There was a time when the maids treated him well, he needed affection so he accepted everything from them. But in the end it was just a game. They used him as a test dummy, made him work and well the rest is history. Kanu, thanks to everything they did, he doesn't even trust his own shadow. Rias, I didn't know that. At that moment the 3 brothers arrived and were a little surprised to see the former Yakai leader there in their home. Toji, what's up? Miki, they want to know about Issei and his past. Isabella, Issei. She hugged herself as she remembered what he did to her at the academy. Yasaka, to this day they do not regret what they did. Garu, the truth is no, and if I could go back in time I would kill him to avoid so many problems with that brat. Kanu, you are a monster. Miki, you would do the same to bring honor to your family. Yasaka, that's a lie, I would give him more love and support him so that he has a happy life, not one of abuse. Sadu, things are already done, we just have to wait for someone to put an end to it. Kanu, I hate them all. Rias, for her part, was internally very annoyed but couldn't do anything else when she saw Toji's big smile. Yasaka, I'd better go home, I don't want to hear so much nonsense. Standing up to leave with her daughter. Kanu, we're not going to give up, right mom? Yasaka, I'm glad to hear that, daughter, we just need to find it. Kanu, what did he mean by fulfilling that mission? Yasaka, I don't know, letting out a sigh. Elsewhere, Issei stood before Off-Eyes with a serious expression. Issei, well, it's time to work where you are.
Off-Eyes. Chapter 52.
A few days before Issei met Off-Eyes, he decided to visit his childhood friends, going to various places where he was always welcomed with open arms. He made them laugh and also played with them until he arrived in South Korea. Issei, Serafal, what are you doing here? Serafal, Issei, this. It's Issei, it's great that you haven't come around in a while. She comes every month to play with us. Issei, really? Yes, she's great and very funny. Issei, I understand, go play. I have some things to talk to her about. Watching the group of children leave. Issei, well, Serafal, I've come here to unwind. I have so much work that I need a little rest. Issei, aha, Serafal, I've heard about the problems you've caused. Issei, what can I say? Everyone loves me. Serafal, it's been a while since I've seen you. Issei, did you miss me? Serafal, don't talk nonsense. Issei, why don't we have some fun alone for a while, you know? Serafal, you only think about those things. Issei, maybe you should accept that you look good, especially in that magical girl outfit. it just makes you. Seraphal, don't go on, have you forgotten where we are? Issei, it doesn't matter, we can go to a corner and I'll lend you my magic wand. Seraphal, I don't know why I keep listening to your nonsense. Issei, ha, it will happen sooner or later. Seraphal, yes of course. Issei, can I ask you a question? Issei, tell me. Seraphal, you hardly ever talk to anyone. The children say you rarely come around, don't you have any friends, do you like being alone or something? Issei, Seraphal, if my destiny is to be alone, I will gladly walk. He who enjoys his solitude chooses his best company, and he who cannot be alone chooses anything out of desperation. You don't lose what you never had, you don't keep what isn't yours, and you can't cling to something that doesn't want to stay. Never provoke someone who shows humility, because beneath that mask of humility lies a beast filled with rage. I learned the hard way that being good doesn't make you loved, but rather used. If my destiny is to be alone, I will embrace tranquility and discover my own greatness in the absence of external distractions. If my destiny is to be alone, I will walk bravely on unknown paths, trusting that each step brings me closer to inner fulfillment. People are afraid of the inner self. It is the only place where you will find what you need. If my destiny is to be alone, I am a person of few friends because I was never a collector of hypocrisy and falsehood. Seraphal, even so. Issei, let's leave it at that, those kids are calling you. Seraphal turned around to go to the children to see if something was happening. Issei just glanced over before turning around and leaving. Seraphal, Issei, you don't want to looking around play with us. Noticing that it had disappeared. With his objectives accomplished, he decided to meet with Offeyes, but upon arriving at his destination, he didn't know what to say, as it was an ice cream shop, and she was the center of attention because her table was full of all kinds of ice cream. Issei, wow, you really love this. Offeyes, they are good. Issei, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Well, I'm here to let you know that I'll only be doing the job you asked me to do. Offeyes, I understand. Issei, I don't usually postpone things this much, but I completely forgot about you until a few days ago when I remembered. Offeyes, you can do it. Issei, if I give you an estimate, right now I'm at 30% to 70%. Offeyes, what does that mean? Issei, there's a 30% chance of surviving and a 70% chance of dying, or vice versa. It depends on what I do at the time. Offeyes, okay. Issei, you've changed a bit, at least in the time I haven't seen you. Offeyes, you told me to do it and I did. Issei, I see. Well, since you're sending me to where your friend is, I can't get there on my own. Offeyes, I'll finish up and then we'll leave, okay? Enjoying their ice creams. Issei was only able to take one while waiting. An hour later, they were both in a secluded place where Offeyes opened a dimensional rift and covered Issei with a barrier so that nothing would happen to him inside. Offeyes, seriously, you can quit that job. Issei, I never quit a job that would tarnish my history. Offeyes, luck. With a slight smile, Issei patted him on the head, then took out a chain and started walking towards the breach. Once inside, he saw something to the sides that surprised him, but he left it at that. He took a step until in the distance, he saw a large red dragon pass by. Issei, damn, you made it really difficult for me. You made it really difficult for me. Going to his address and standing in front of him. Issei, hey, what's up? My name is Issei Fushiguro and well, someone asked me for your head. I hope you can cooperate with me. Great Red, Offeyes, Issei, maybe who knows if I'll make it out of here alive, one of us has to die. Big Red, don't bother me. Opening his mouth to launch a small red sphere that Issei managed to block with his sword, but that sphere carried enough force that it made him retreat until it exploded. Great Red only continued on his path because he had gotten rid of another nuisance. Issei, you think you could kill me with that simple thing? Great Red, you're still alive, you're not an ordinary human. Issei, what can I say? If I eat my vegetables, you know I'll have to give it my all, and that's why I'll use all the arsenal I have available, making his tattoo shine where hundreds of weapons appeared around him. Great Red noticed that some of those weapons had Samuel's blood on them and they were also strong. Issei took one and was about to attack, but he noticed how Great Red began to glow, and when the light disappeared, Issei only saw a red-haired man in the dragon's place. Big Red, you have very lethal weapons. Issei, you look better like this, it makes things easier for me. His smile widened. In the Mercenary Guild, everyone was minding their own business until they saw a glimmer. When they all approached, they saw that it was the special class mission that Issei had taken some time ago. All the mercenaries understood that the battle was about to begin. Both Red and Black were standing a great distance apart, but in a matter of seconds they were face to face, Issei with his sword bathed in Samuel's blood and Great Red with his arms covered with his scales that were burning him. Without hesitation, he kicked Issei, which made him stumble backward and forcefully spit blood. Issei, you know, Red, I haven't fought seriously in many years, but I suppose I'll have to give it my all against you. It won't be easy, but it won't be impossible either. Big Red, I don't plan to lose. Moving at such a speed that Issei couldn't see, and when he was about to receive a blow to the face, he managed to put his sword up as a shield, causing it to pierce a mountain. A while back, Great Red took them to a more comfortable place to fight. Big Red, you don't stand a chance. Issei, I admire your confidence, Red, but this isn't over until one of us is completely cool, standing up with his sword on his shoulder, with a big smile. Great Red, then you will die. Chapter 53. Issei, I'll tell you one thing, Red. I'm like a cockroach. I don't die, I multiply. I have God on my side. Taking an attack position and then running at full speed. Great Red followed him with his eyes to stop Issei's sword, but instantly he made a knife appear which embedded the sword in his leg. Issei, I'm not an idiot. Big Red, you're smart. Taking off the knife to throw it away, he saw Issei only to be surprised to see a weapon in front of him. Issei, boom, pulling the trigger, he shot through one of Gran Rojo's eyes, which he held while screaming in pain, mostly from the blood of Samuel. Issei, ha 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 ha. Big Red, so you really want to die, don't you? Issei, like I said, it's kill or be killed, buddy. Great Red healed his eye a little, only being able to see in one, and quickly launched an attack, grabbing Issei by the neck as they crashed through several mountains, causing Issei to spit blood with each impact. Issei took out his nunchucks to hit Great Red in the face, but it did nothing, so he took out his weapon again, but Great Red took it to destroy it. Big Red, we have to put the games aside. Issei, as they say, prevention is better than cure. Great Red didn't understand. He looked down only to see another weapon. Issei pulled the trigger, firing 3 bullets, hitting Great Red squarely where he let go to hold his abdomen. Big Red, you don't play fair. Issei, who the hell fights fair in a battle? Big Red, ha 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 ha, not bad at all. You have a monster of a talent, and those eyes remind me of a certain someone. Standing up to catch his breath, he moved one of his feet, leaving a crater, to go towards Issei and punch him in the face, which launched him into the air. Then he jumped to hit him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground again, creating a crater. Upon descending, he thought Issei was dead, but was surprised to see him emerge from the crater with a smile and standing up. Issei, that's all you've got. Great Red created several fireballs which he launched at Issei, who for his part took an attack position. Seconds later, many balls were heading in his direction as Issei ran towards them, destroying them as best he could. Great Red thought that would be enough, but he noticed that his fire was doing nothing to him thanks to his clothes. Issei, that's all you've got. Making the few remaining flames disappear. Great Red, not to brag, but I haven't used any of my power since, being human, I decided to hold back, but I see you're not someone easy to deal with. Issei, then give it your all, I'm ready. Red. Both launched their attacks with outstretched fists, and when they collided, Issei's smile vanished as he felt the bones of his arm turn to dust. Big Red, well, now you're satisfied. Thinking that Issei would be screaming in pain, but to their surprise he was calm and they even saw him moving his boneless arm. Issei, wow, not bad, let's continue with the dance. Letting out a sigh, he drew the Swords of Chaos and sped off, appearing behind Great Red. The dragon was about to attack, but Issei got there first, piercing its chest until he reached its throat and drove the sword in deeper. Issei, game over, no. But Great Red took Issei's hand to apply pressure, causing Issei to drop the sword. Big Red, I guess the game's come to an end. Issei felt the ground begin to tremble and jumped back to see it crumble as Great Red unleashed his full power amid laughter. Issei leaped as he jumped over each piece of rubble in the direction of Great Red, using his Swords of Chaos to grab Great Red and throw him away. But it didn't do much good as Great Red came out as if nothing had happened to launch multiple attacks, hitting Issei directly, who only let out a few groans of pain. He ran at full speed to punch Issei in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and some of his ribs to shatter. Big Red, death once and for all. He punched him in the face, leaving him embedded in a mountain with his shirt already destroyed from so many attacks, but Issei still got up. Issei took off the little shirt he had on to show Great Red that he could still. Big Red, don't you plan to give up? Know your human limit. Issei, I will not give up. I have found my limit 1,000 times and yet I still keep moving forward. The past marches with me, I leave my excuses in the mud. Great Red, ha 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 ha, you must really want to kill me to continue this battle. Are you doing it for someone? Issei, nobody was there for me, I suffered alone, everyone left me alone, I don't need anyone, I motivated myself, pointing his sword at him. Issei, let's drop the sentimentality and fight. Going at full speed just like Great Red, Issei changed his sword to his staff to hit him. Seconds later, he activated the knife to hit him squarely in the abdomen. As Issei fell, he saw that Great Red did not move from his place. Before Issei could utter a word, he fell to his knees, spitting blood from his internal wounds. Issei, damn it, this one really messed me up. He started walking but heard a laugh. He turned around to see the dragon getting up even with the wound. Big Red, not bad, a little further in and I'm telling you, you would have left me on the verge of death. Issei, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Big Red, let's continue the dance then. Issei, you're absolutely right. Big Red, a few last words. Issei, I'm hungry, spitting blood as he felt a pain in his abdomen being moved by Great Red. Big Red, I'm tired of playing with you. He was hitting him with all his might, but Issei was still defending himself with the best he had, using all his weapons, but Great Red was still able to withstand the pain. Big Red grabbed him by the hair to look at him, thinking he would be dead, but he was still alive. Great Red, you have my respect, Issei. Issei, I at least tried, but I won't die that easily. Driving his last blade close to Great Red's heart, which made him spit blood and threw him away. Big Red, you keep playing dirty, but that's fine, it's time to end this. Creating a large ball of pure energy that began to shrink until it was in the shape of a marble, which he launched towards Issei where he could do nothing to evade it. When the dust settled, Great Red saw Issei with a large hole in the middle of his abdomen. Issei dropped his weapon as he moved his hand in the direction of the hole. Issei, wow, so I lost. Great Red, you came a long way despite being human, I never thought anyone would give me such a fight. Issei, ha 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 ha, thanks. Big Red, anything to say one last time you fought for someone, right? I'll give him a message from you, tell me his name. Issei, number there is no love without sin. Love is better experienced with that which we forgive. Big Red, you regret everything you did. Issei, no. Big Red, because I've seen many do it in their last moments, why don't you? Issei, since I was born I have suffered, I only did what I had to do. Big Red, you never loved. Issei, the word love didn't exist for someone like me. Big Red, I understand, seeing how Issei wanted to close his eyes. Issei, I'll tell you 5 things that nobody knows about me. 1. I don't like to celebrate my birthdays, for me it's just another day. 2. I don't like telling others my problems, I feel very stupid doing that. 3. I am frustrated about my future at such a young age, I just wanted to better myself, to be someone in life. 4. I find it very difficult to trust people because everyone I've trusted has torn me to pieces. 5. Every night I ask myself, why do I have so many problems at my young age? Great Red noticed at that moment that Issei had had a very horrible life. Issei, I should excuse me, arm me with the brat. Closing her eyes slowly as her smile faded until she said no more words. Everyone in the guild was focused on the mission, but they were shocked to see the paper burn to a black color, implying that Issei had failed his first mission. Great Red, for his part, let out a great roar that frightened many, but for the dragons it was a message that a great warrior had fallen and that he had their utmost respect. Drake was surprised to learn who it was when he heard that. Drake, companion, Toji, yes, Drake, Issei is dead. The whole family didn't know what to say when they heard that. Rias, who was coming from the kitchen, dropped her teacup when she heard those words because she couldn't believe them. Chapter 54. Toji, Drake, explain yourself, what did you mean by saying that Issei is dead? Drake, you didn't hear that noise. Toji, well yes, but what does it mean? Drake, Great Red said Issei's name and that he considered him a worthy warrior because he gave him a great battle. Sadu, wait, what are you saying? Are you saying that the most powerful being in the world finished him off? Drake, that's right, Isabella, but what's the objective? As far as I know, Big Red doesn't like to get involved in wars. Mickey, who knows what he wanted, but let's leave that aside, this is the least of our news. Garu, little Rias was in shock from the surprise, she must be very happy. Toji, finally some peace, now we can think more about the wedding, giving Rias a hug who was still in shock because she couldn't believe it. Vali, who was at home, heard the loud noise. Albion also explained to his companion what it meant, surprising the group with the news. At the end, Great Red took a few steps forward to envelop Issei's body in a barrier and take him to an isolated place, then created a hole where he slowly placed Issei's body. Great Red, I hope you can rest in peace, Issei Fushiguro, returning the earth to its place and then returning to the dimensional gap. Little by little, news of Issei's death began to spread, leaving many in shock and many others who began to celebrate his death. Plus some people who decided not to waste time taking his money. Only this time Issei left his money to Serafall, something that took her by surprise since she didn't know. She didn't know why Issei's death seemed sad to her, but she decided to put that feeling aside for the time being because she had to take care of the children. Upon learning of Issei's death, Kunu fainted instantly. Yasaka, for her part, had to be strong for her daughter while remembering Issei's smile. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man was walking in a dark place, shining his whole body into the air until he stopped. Issei Fushiguro, or rather orchestra conductor. Issei, long time no see guys, you finally died. Issei, I'll say it, that was a dignified death, ha 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 ha. You went to fight even knowing you were going to die. I don't know whether to admire you or think how stupid you are. Issei, what can I say, but well, you knew that this moment would come sooner or later. It wasn't for nothing that I worked like crazy to get those favors, wasn't it, gods of death? Gradually, several beings began to reveal themselves as the gods of death from different cultures. Hella, you knew you were going to die someday, didn't you? Issei, of course, I know my limits and well that Red gave me the fight of my life. Your body was torn to shreds, you don't have parts of it, most of your bones are dust. Issei, I did your dirty work and now you have to pay. You know how many problems you would cause if you came back, besides you were immortal, how is that possible? Issei, I'll just say take a bath. Hades, ha 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 ha, well you managed to leave the most powerful being in the world in critical condition, not just anyone can do that. Issei, yeah well, we will fulfill our part of the deal, but you must remember that after this nothing is owed. Issei, I know, obviously. Also, if one day they want to kill me, they should know that I will respond in kind. Issei, what will you do now that you're coming back? Although, well, it's only been a week since your death. Issei, I'll send them visitors while they're busy. Most of the idiots will be looking for a way to steal my money and they're probably celebrating my death like crazy too, hahaha. I can't wait to see their faces. Your whole body will return to normal, but are you sure we can make some changes? Issei, things are earned through effort, and my family suffers more when they know that some nobody is always humiliating them, ha. The gods looked at each other to begin the ritual. Minutes later, at the top of a mountain on a warm night, a hand emerged from the ground and then revealed its entire body. Issei, well now I know how you play, Red, I'll have to prepare new weapons. Looking at his arm, he noticed that the tattoo had disappeared. Issei, I'll have to go visit Hephaestus so he can make me new weapons. It feels strange that I failed a mission, but as they say, we learn from our mistakes. He burst out laughing while naked since his clothes were destroyed. At Ku Academy, everything was peaceful, especially for Isabella, whose peaceful life had returned. She laughed with her friends from time to time and went out to have fun. Like any other day, she was leaving the academy and heading to karaoke to have some fun. She was about to cross the street, but the light turned red, so she decided to wait. But she looked ahead only to be shocked to see Issei on the other side with a smile. Before she could say anything, she passed a path where the figure had disappeared. Isabella thought, it's all over now, he's dead, now I can have a peaceful life. Issei-chan, let's go, the light is green. Isabella, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Following her friends, mother and daughter were later at the table eating in great silence. Issei, who died to cause so much silence? Upon hearing that voice, both of them looked towards a window only to see Issei there. Issei, me, without hesitation, they both went towards him to hug him. Kunu, you're real. Yasaka, how is that possible? Looking at Issei's body, searching for any wounds. Issei, hey, don't touch it too much or I'll get excited. Kunu, is it really you? That's great, but how? Issei, I come from a family of mages, I have my secrets, ha ha ha. Yasaka, I'm glad you're alive. Issei, I just came to say hello, I have some things to do. Yasaka, Issei, that day you left in a hurry and then that happened, what I mean is I'm sorry for acting that way. Issei, I don't really care about Yasaka, I guess I'll pass on it too. Kunu, don't leave again, okay? Issei, I have so much work, plus my file was perfect but I failed at the end, I'll have to start again, it will be a long road. Yasaka, because you fought against him. Issei, it's confidential, I didn't reveal it to my contractors. Yasaka, but... Issei, I have things to do, plus I recently bought a cell phone and saw some missed calls and well, I have to go somewhere to have some fun. Yasaka, why are you going? Issei, things, Yasaka, I will never give up. Issei, taking his cheeks in her hands to give him a big kiss, Kunu without hesitation took out her cell phone to take a picture. Issei, wow, you've got real guts to do that. You're persistent. Yasaka, both I and future wives see your unique qualities, so always try to have a smile, okay? Using his fingers to form a smile on Issei's lips. Issei, whatever. As they walked to the exit, mother and daughter shook hands as they left. Elsewhere, Rias was running in the park until she stopped and fell to her knees because Issei was standing in front of her. She formed a big smile and without hesitation stood up to go towards him and hug him, but Issei dodged her and hit her on the head. Rias, that hurt, but how are you still alive? Issei, God loves me. Rias, no matter how I'm happy he's still alive. Issei, now that I see you properly, you don't look bad at all, Rias. It's clear you take care of yourself. She blushed when she heard those words. Rias, I train every day and Toji doesn't touch me anymore because... Issei, that doesn't matter. Anyway, I have something to do and you're coming with me. Rias, really, where are we going? Issei, something, but also calling for the fall will be more fun. Rias, sure, but what will we do? Issei, nothing important, but maybe it will end with a happy ending. Rias, I'll leave now, I'll call her and when she confirms I'll call him back. See you? He sped off while Issei just managed a slight smile. Issei, it'll be fun. Chapter 55. Hours later, Rias arrived home to pick up her cell phone and call her partner who was lying in bed ready to rest until she heard her cell phone ring. Aquino, Rias, what's wrong? Rias, I have a mission and I wanted to know if you'd like to come with me. Aquino, and where are we going? I didn't hear anything from the leaders. Rias, it's separate, but if you don't want to go, I can't talk to you. Aquino, of course I'm going. I need to get out of here. My father won't stop bothering me. Rias, okay then, see you tomorrow at the airport first thing in the morning, okay. Aquino, see you. Ending the call, Rias lay down on her bed with a big smile and started tossing and turning. The next morning, both women were at the airport, and when the brunette was about to say something, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Issei, it's obvious you don't train. Aquino, how is it possible that I heard he was dead? Issei, so you were happy that he was dead. Aquino, I didn't mean that. Issei, sure, I won't get angry if you don't tell me the truth. Aquino, I'm glad she's still alive. Issei, I don't really believe you, but okay, let's go. Rias, where are we going? What kind of mission will we do? Who are we going to kill? Issei, I guess I didn't tell you anyway, we're going to a party. Aquino, Rias, already on the plane in VIP class. Rias, what did he mean by a party? Issei, it's a reunion of old friends. Did you think I didn't go to school and only entered the academy? Aquino, I suppose so. Issei, I have my diploma and I haven't seen you guys in years. It'll be nice to see some familiar faces. Aquino, but why did he call us? Issei, I said before that if they had a meeting, I'd bring 2 wives. It'll be fun to see their reaction. I would have brought that blonde, but there's something about her I don't want others to see. Rias, who is she talking about? Issei, you're not interested. Anyway, we'll arrive in China in a few hours, so I'm going to sleep. And one more thing, when we arrive, go look for a dress with a somewhat medieval theme. Closing her eyes to rest a little. Several hours of travel later, the group arrived at their destination where they began walking, seeing various places until they reached their hotel. Issei, see you tonight, you know what you have to do. Closing the door to go to the balcony, she took out her cell phone and dialed. It rang for a few seconds until someone answered. Issei, Hephaestus. Hephaestus, you were not dead. Issei, something, but I need something from you. Hephaestus, what a thing. Issei, new weapons, the previous ones were torn to pieces in the last battle. Hephaestus, what kind of monster did you face that required you to use all those Uniqua-grade weapons? Issei, one of a kind, I guess they weren't all that great. Hephaestus, listen. Issei, anyway, you'll do them. Hephaestus, I need material and you know it, right? But if you want stronger ones, you'll have to go to other places, you understand. Issei, obviously you stay calm and I'll be nervous. Hephaestus, well then, I'll be waiting. Ending the call, Issei put his phone away and let out a sigh. Later, already ready, he went down to the first floor while waiting for the limousine until he heard a lot of murmuring. He glanced at the stairs where both women were going down until they reached where he was. Issei, wait half an hour, you really have courage. Rias, sorry, and well, how does it look on me? Issei, well, I guess just like your fall, not bad. Aquino, thank you. Issei, okay, let's go. Upon arriving at their destination and as soon as they got out of the limousine, two young people started taking pictures. Issei, fame is tough. Ha 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 ha, you haven't changed at all, Issei. You're still the same as before. Issei, what can I say? And your partners, guys, this. Issei, don't tell me they came alone, ha 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 ha, and they thought they were something special. Don't say anything if you're coming alone too. Issei, I always keep my word. Moving from the door where Rias and Aquino came out, leaving both young men in shock at such beauties. How is that possible? Besides, both of them are in favor of being with you. Just kidding, Rias, it's cute. How much do I pay you? Aquino, what is this lack of education? Issei, go inside, I need to talk to my old friends. Without saying a word, they both left, leaving the three boys who began asking Issei questions. Later, he slammed the doors open. Issei, the coolest one, has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Everyone started shouting when Issei arrived, becoming the center of attention mainly because of everything he had done in the past in addition to being with two women. And since it's Japan, I intended to go there, but Switzerland seemed more interesting to me. Issei, there are tons of women, ha 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 ha. Hey, tell me your secret, how come girls pay attention to you? I won't lie, you're not the most handsome guy, you're not. Issei, look guys. All the men present surrounded Issei to listen attentively to his words. Issei, the secret is to never treat a woman like a princess, that only makes them more idiotic. You're joking, right? Issei, they should be independent and not depend on one, that's stupid. Aquino, here's your drink. Issei, you can leave now, at least have some respect. Issei, if you extend a hand to a dog, it will take your whole arm, so you have to keep them under control. Many wrote down the words that Issei said. You're very pretty, how did you become Issei's girlfriend? Rias, I'm friends with his brother. Seriously, he talked a lot about his brothers, they must get along well. Rias, a little I guess. One day we got trapped in a forest and well, that's when I realized how special he is to me. Kyria, how cute, and you? Aquino, I'm Rias' childhood friend and well, at first I won't lie, I didn't like him, but after getting to know him better I realized he's not as bad as they said. I understand he may seem like a bad person, but he's a great person, he was the joy of the classroom. What moments, Rias, tell me, did you have a partner here? Not at all, but there's a rumor going around that he slept with almost everyone in the academy. Aquino, this must be a joke, that's partly true, he's good in bed. Rias, nobody in the hall was safe at the beginning, it was a little scary but the ending of it was unique. You're right, he knows things. Aquino, they don't mind how I treat them. At first, but what could I do? Besides, I didn't even have a boyfriend at that time and I guess I was a little desperate. Ha 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 ha. Both Rias and Aquino were speechless after hearing all of this. The party lasted for several hours until it finally ended and everyone returned to their hotel. Issei was taking a bath in hot springs until he heard the door open. Rias, this. Issei, wash my back, it's been a long day. Rias, yes, Issei, and after your fall I want a foot massage. Aquino could only do what was asked. Issei, it was a great day. Rias, we hear a lot of stories about you, but it's hard to believe. Issei, Rias, I have another mission for you. Rias, what do I have to do? Issei, I see your level is rising rapidly, so I'm satisfied. Rias, thank you, Issei, but you have to become stronger and your other mission is to become the next Sekiryuutei. Aquino, but that's impossible, she's a demon. Rias, how would I manage it? Issei, that's your problem, not mine, and you'll either do it or you won't. Rias, I will. Aquino, are you really going to do it, Rias? You didn't think about it beforehand. Rias, everything will be alright. Issei, and your fall, I see you're still the same as before. Aquino, but I try hard, I really do. Issei, just leave me alone, back off a little. Both obeyed where Issei saw them wearing only their towels. Issei, Rias, hold your friend back, it's time for her punishment, standing up without her towel. Aquino, seeing this, was about to leave, but Rias grabbed both her hands. Aquino, Rias is a joke, right? Because I don't like her. Rias, relax, it might hurt at first, but you'll like it later. Issei, I heard you're a sadist or a masochist. I guess it's time to put you to the test. Starting the action where at the end it was with Rias who happily accepted her gift. Issei, I don't want either of you to fail. If you disappoint me, you'll know the consequences, you understand. Rias, Aquino, yes. They managed to say it with difficulty as Issei left the place. Aquino, I'm scared. Rias, because Aquino, because I liked it. Rias, I understand you, friend, giving her a smile so she could close her eyes and rest a little. Chapter 56. The three of them were at the airport where Issei took a separate flight because he had things to do. Rias wanted to accompany him as did Aquino, but he refused. Once in Japan, both women went to the Hyoudou mansion to train a bit. Toji, Rias, where were you? You weren't answering my messages. Rias, I went on a mission with Aquino. I didn't want to draw attention to myself in case something bad happens. Toji, I asked the others, but they didn't know anything about you. Rias, they didn't know we were Aquino, but oh well, I'll go train. I need to get stronger. Sadu, you should slow down a bit. It's good to exercise, but too much of it isn't good for your body. Rias, I know my limits, I'll be fine. Toji, Rias, wait, the truth is we haven't been together in a while and well, you don't want to be alone. Rias, it's not the time. Toji, Rias, I'm in the mood, you know, giving him a mischievous smile. Rias, Toji, I'm not ready for that, let's not talk about it. Toji, I want to do it now and I won't change my answer. Akino can join too, the more the merrier. Toji instantly received a slap from the redhead, leaving the family who were just listening speechless. Rias, don't treat me like this, you know it's better if we separate for a while, we need distance. Toji, what are you saying? Rias, I'm leaving. Going to his room where minutes later he came out with a suitcase. Rias, don't look for me, I have a lot to think about. Slamming the door shut, he formed a smile as he did so. Rias, it went well, right? Akino, a lot, but are you sure about doing this? What will your parents say? Rias, they'll support me, you'll see. I'll tell them that he wanted to have Hex out of the blue, and well, like a lady, I had to defend myself because I'm not ready to take that step without getting married first. Akino, wow, you're quite the liar, when not long ago you had a big satisfied smile on your face. Rias, what can I say anyway, let's go to the underworld. I have so much to explain and train for so that I can complete the mission. A few days later, a group was talking about trivial things until the door was destroyed. The group quickly took up attack positions until they saw Issei enter. There was complete silence because they found it difficult to believe since they had heard of his death. Issei. We come to visit you, my friends. Vali, what do you want? Issei, nothing important, I'm here as a dentist. I heard a dog has a bad tooth and I've come to remove it. Lefei, he's coming for his teeth because Issei, that's none of your business, you little witch. Lefei, I'm not small. Issei, your breasts, yes, but don't worry, they're cute. Arthur, how dare you say that in my presence? Issei, I'm in a bit of a hurry, you can call the dog, I have a lot to do. Lefei, it won't hurt, will it? Issei, if you want, just put him to sleep. Kuroka, how you're still alive is interesting, actually. Issei, you know what's interesting. Kuroka, what? Issei, I hope your sister will be just as good as you when she grows up. I'm already looking forward to her growing up so I can enjoy all of that. Kuroka, ha 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 ha, you are funny. Issei, you want to have a fun night, I'm curious about what some cats are capable of. Kuroka, we'll try it someday, giving him a wink. Issei, okay, I'll make some space in my schedule and getting back to the topic, call the dog. Vali, how dare you come here and start giving orders? Arthur, who do you think you are? Issei, handsome, powerful, amazing, very beautiful, I'm gorgeous, harmonious, I'm a good partner, mysterious, good person, detergent, very nice. Intelligent, not a jerk, irreverent, an exponent, very perfect, beautiful, very kind, acceptable, unattainable, reasonable, unquestionable, shocking, pleasant, impressive, amazing, unbreakable, challenging. Both Vali and Arthur felt a twitch in their eyes from what they had just heard. Biku just laughed as did Kuroka. Lefei for his part just called Fenrir where he put him to sleep. Later, Issei had what he wanted. He headed for the exit until someone stopped him. Issei, Offeyes, it's good to see you. Offeyes, Baka Red said it, how are you still alive? Issei, you see neither heaven nor hell wants me so I'm condemned to be here. Offeyes, think about it and well, don't do it. Issei, even if you say that, I'll do it. I never leave a mission unfinished. Don't worry, Offishin, now I have an idea of how that Red fights, giving him a few pats on the head. Issei, now that I see you better, you look cute in that uniform. Offeyes, thank you. Watching Issei walk away, she formed a small smile. A few days passed where Issei searched for the materials for his weapons until he obtained all the ones he wanted. He made his way to the house of Hephaestus where he knocked down the door as usual. Hephaestus, I've lost count of how many doors you owe me already. Issei, no idea, but here you go. It wasn't that easy. Giving him a sack with all the items, Hephaestus opened it and saw 2 jars, one of which caught his attention. Hephaestus, these flames are the flames of Incinerate Anthem. Issei, a friend helped me. Hephaestus, and what about this Medusa's eye? I thought it had been destroyed in your battle. Issei, a friend gave it to me, he was very kind. Hephaestus, I don't want to know, and how on earth did you get Samuel's fangs and all this blood? Issei, I know the owner of that dog in the blood well, I'll just say I ran a little, ha 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 ha. Hephaestus, you're one of the few people who comes and goes as if nothing's wrong. Issei, okay, and how long will it take you to do everything? Hephaestus, about 2 weeks without sleep. Issei, well, I wish you luck. Hephaestus, Issei, how are you still alive? Issei, these are the rewards for all my hard work. Hephaestus, what are your plans for the future? Are you only going to fight? Issei, when I died I talked a little with my killer and well it made me think and it's that I have no one. Hephaestus, that's true. Issei, how can you understand the feelings of someone who is alone? I've always been alone my whole life. Hephaestus, I'm not someone who would call himself romantic, but you must leave the past behind. Issei, maybe, but that will be someday. Right now I have so many things to do. Hephaestus, I understand. Issei, well, I'm leaving. I wish you all the best. Hephaestus, goodbye. Watching as Issei left the place where without thinking he started working. Issei, romance, that woman would be too stupid if she loved me. Elsewhere some women sneezed. Issei, well, I guess it's time to rest a bit before my weapons are ready. And then I'll go visit my family. It's time to put an end to all this, going aimlessly. Chapter 57. A few days passed during which Issei took his first vacation, spending most of his time at the beach enjoying the sun without a care in the world. But after a while he got bored, so he decided to return home, where upon arriving he only saw Yasaka in the living room reading a book. Issei and the brat. Yasaka, at school, she'll be happy to see you, you'll be waiting for her. Issei, I'll be leaving in a little while. I've been waiting for this day for a while and I can't be late. Yasaka, that sounds very important, she must be someone very nice for you to be so impatient. Issei, I suppose you will be very beautiful. Weapons. Yasaka, weapons. Issei, hahaha, you should have seen your face. While the jealousy is obvious, that Vicent song that says, "These jealousies hurt me, they drive me crazy," suits you. Yasaka, that's enough. Issei, you should know that I sleep with anyone. Not long ago I slept with Rias and Aquino. Yasaka, how is that possible? Issei, what things no? Yasaka, if you say so it must be true. I guess I'm not attractive enough for you to make a move. Well, you're right, I'm old and they're young. Issei, they're more than good, old lady, the more wrinkled the raisin, the better it tastes. Yasaka, that doesn't console me. Issei, I have so many ideas in my mind but I can't do anything. Yasaka, because. Issei, I know the brat is smart but I don't want her to see me in the middle of things either. Yasaka, I understand, how about a camp? Issei, if you say so. Receiving a message, he stood up to leave but Yasaka hugged him from behind. Issei, what are you doing? Yasaka, just a few minutes. Issei, I have things to do, there are debts to settle. Yasaka, Issei, I don't care if there's something you can't tell me, no matter what happens I'll always be by your side. Issei, seriously. Yasaka. Turning around to look at her while he stroked her cheek. Issei, then you can do something for me. Elsewhere, Issei again destroyed Hephaestus's gate, where the blacksmith said nothing. Issei, you know these have been the longest days of my life. Hephaestus, I can't create new weapons thanks to someone, you know how much I suffered. Issei, but you enjoyed it, didn't you? Hephaestus, I won't deny that. Issei, ha 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 ha. Hephaestus, first take the dagger. I don't know how you got the flesh of the great red dragon god, but I managed to combine it with Samuel's blood. If you only knew how close I came to dying because of it. Issei was examining the dagger with a smile as he liked it. Issei, not bad. Hephaestus, idiot, this is your sword. I made some changes since I know how much you like chains, and it's also made with Fenrir's teeth and Samuel's blood. Press that button. Issei, without saying anything, obeyed, causing part of the sword to fall to the ground, held by a chain. Issei, great. Hephaestus, obviously, who do you think made it? I won't lie, but I'm proud of this sword, and it's all thanks to your materials, like how you obtained one of the branches from the world tree Yggdrasil. Issei, secret I suppose, holding a green sword in his hands. Hephaestus, here are your 2 pistols, I changed the design a bit, now you can put more bullets in them. Issei, thank you so much. Hephaestus, I changed the design of the blades of chaos a bit, because again I don't know how you did it, but thanks to the core of an ice giant I managed to create one, and well, I collected a favor, I got the core of a fire beast, you're welcome. Issei, good job as always. Hephaestus, the staff you like so much is now similar, or rather much better, than the old monkeys. Issei, that's what I wanted to hear. Hephaestus, thanks to the flames I created 2 swords, one with the eye of Medusa and the other with a beast that was given to me that came from Tartarus. Issei, I'll have to go to Tartarus someday. Hephaestus, you will go there to die, not even the gods have the courage to go there. Issei, all the more reason, Hephaestus, because you don't keep everything. Issei, the tattoo's gone, give me another one. Hephaestus, I understand, which is good because it creates a much better one without any consequences. Taking Issei's arm to begin the work that lasted about 2 hours. Issei, I like it. Issei, well, thanks for everything, I owe you one. Hephaestus, I will keep that favor safe for the future. Issei, ha ha ha, whatever you say, see you later, now that I have everything in hand it's time to return a favor. Hephaestus, what will you do? Issei, you'll see later, just enjoy it, okay, leaving the place. The next day the Hyoudou family was having breakfast as usual until part of their house was destroyed, where Issei could be seen standing there with a smile. Garo, how is this possible? You should be dead. Issei, perhaps you're forgetting something. I'm Issei Fushiguro, the most powerful mercenary to have ever existed. I stopped the attack on Asgard, I almost killed Great Red in hand-to-hand combat, and I've killed so many gods I've lost count. This is what's going to happen, I'll give you the beating of your lives and you won't be able to do anything. You'll beg for mercy, but I'll keep going until I'm satisfied. Looking to the side where the butler was, Issei took out his chain to pull him towards him. Issei, it's been a while, I guess I'll start with you. Please, I was just following orders. Issei, your smile said something else at that moment. He plunged the sword into the man's abdomen and then began to raise it until the body was cut in 2. Issei, wow, that's a good edge. Mickey, why don't you just die already? Issei, nobody loves me, up or down, how sad. Sadu, you decided to attack the worst place. Snapping his fingers, he caused hundreds of people to begin arriving. Issei, I'm glad you called you all, even if you don't believe me, I remember each and every one of you and I'll do to you what you did to me. Mickey, you forget that we have allies. He created a magic circle in his ear, but it instantly dissipated. He tried again, but nothing worked, just like the others. They quickly spotted Issei, who had a smile on his face, implying that he was the one responsible. Flashback. Issei, then you can do something for me. Yasaka, tell me. Issei, I will attack my family. Yasaka, what will you do? Issei, many might kill them if they were me, but in my case it will be different. I will make them suffer slowly. And for that I want you to block all communication, create a barrier, and last but not least, ensure that all their allies can see what is about to happen to them. Can you do it? Yasaka, it's not easy. I'll ask for some favors regarding communication. Issei, you'll really support me in this. Yasaka, Issei, I've never loved anyone except my daughter. I was forced into marriage and suffered greatly, but thanks to her I pulled through. But when I first saw you I felt a stirring within me and I wanted to heed it. That's why I'll help you in any way I can. Issei, I don't know if you're blind or stupid for loving me, but what can I do? Yasaka, everything takes time and I will make that dark heart shine brightly. Issei, ha 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 ha. She burst into laughter while Yasaka wore a warm smile. End of flashback. Isabella remembered everything from the past where she couldn't bear to fall to her knees in fear because she noticed that Issei was serious this time. Issei, how about we play a family game? It's something I always wanted to do when I was little. I'll choose the game and whoever can stay on their feet the longest wins. It'll be fun, right, family, having a big smile. Chapter 58. Without thinking, the soldiers rushed at Issei, believing he could handle so many at once. But instead of seeing an expression of fear, they only continued to see her cheerful expression where she dropped two escapes being those of chaos. One group moved to the left and the other to the right, where they enveloped one group in ice, which shattered into hundreds of pieces when they hit the ground. The other group was engulfed in flames and could only scream in pain until they died and turned to dust. Issei, they really are idiots, ha 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 ha. Damned, going towards Issei with a small knife, but he grabbed his hand to look at the maid. Issei, it's been a while since I've seen you. I suppose you haven't forgotten the whippings you gave him. I will never forget one of my best days. Issei, I'm happy you didn't forget. Believe it or not, I cherished every scar they gave me. I won't lie, I suffered some in my battles, but theirs helped me through. Applying a little pressure, causing the woman to groan in pain, Issei exerted more force until he broke her hand, causing her to fall to her knees in pain. At that moment, Issei drew his sword to press the button, causing it to fall to the ground. Issei, believe me, I'm going to enjoy this. Raising the sword, the woman could only see Issei's big smile until she felt a great pain from the large wound Issei had made on her sword. The others, seeing this, came out of their shock to go against him, but Issei took out the sword made from the world tree to stick it in the ground, causing hundreds of roots to appear and grab each one of them. Issei, relax guys, everyone will get their turns, hitting her harder, making the woman's screams even louder. That's enough, it hurts, I'm sorry. Issei, it really hurts, then I'll give you medicine. Approaching her, he dropped a jar of salt and a glass of lemon, making the woman's screams even louder. Issei, that's the medicine you used to give me, but well, now that you're okay, we'll continue. He hit her faster and faster until after a few minutes, the maid's body was torn to pieces. Issei, I feel like I've taken off a shackle. Mickey, you damned monster, are people toys to you? Issei, I can only say that my parents created this monster, dropping a group of servants and guards. Issei, how could I forget the guys from my training sessions and we'll do well today? We were just following orders. Don't kill me. I have a family. Issei, bear deaf, I don't care what you say, your deaths are written. Sheathing his sword to take out his staff and turn it over multiple times. The group looked at each other and then created multiple spells which they launched against Issei, but he evaded them with great ease. He even let out yawns from how bored he was until he pointed his cane at them and then extended it, piercing one of them. Garu, you stole Sun Wukong's weapon. Issei, mine is not better at all. Moving it slightly to the right, causing it to extend and send the guard flying. Issei, great no, going against the rest of the group who could only scream for help, but in the end it was all in vain. A few minutes later, a woman was crawling towards the elderly while reaching out for help. Issei, you were affected by so many blows, have you forgotten that these guys only care about themselves? Isabella, no more deaths please. Issei, we're just starting the purge. Toji, let me go, I'll kill you with my own hands, you bastard. Issei, ha ha ha, you're light years away from that, you couldn't even handle my dog. Toji, let me go, you damned bastard, you useless piece of shit. Issei, they called me that because I'm weak. They mocked me for being weak. I'm ashamed of myself. If you're strong, if you have overwhelming strength, you'll face it with an advantage. When you're powerless, there's nothing you can do next to the strong, only tremble and stare in fear. You're paralyzed when you're weak. You can be wise, you can be creative, you can even be considerate, but when facing the strong, none of them will save you. Kindness won't save me, I must become stronger, that's why I came here to make them suffer. He plunged the sword into the maid's head while looking at Toji with a serious expression. Sadu, you won't get out of this, you forget who we are, our reputation has been built over hundreds of years. Issei, I'll think about that later. Are you relieved to know your teachers would come to kill me? Sadu, how do you know that? Issei, I also have contacts. Taking out her cell phone to look for something, she found it and showed Sadu a photo that shocked her when she saw Issei hugging Gurndal with a smile just like her. Issei, this woman is hot, isn't she? Tell me, are the other teachers like this? Sadu, damned Issei, ha 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 ha, turning around to continue their massacre where some took their deaths for granted, all they could do was accept their fate and lower their heads. Issei, noticing this, let out a sigh since it wasn't fun, so he just turned away. Upon seeing this, they formed a smile, thinking that he was leaving them alive, but hundreds of stakes appeared, piercing most of them, and the roots squeezed the rest until their bones shattered and they exploded completely, with blood pouring everywhere. Issei, well family, I guess it's just us left and we'll play. Letting them go, without hesitation they all created magic circles except for Isabella who was on the ground in fear. Upon seeing this, Issei launched an attack, but Toji activated his armor to stop him. The chestnut-haired man only saw Issei pull out a small dagger and smiled, thinking it was nothing. When he was about to hit him, Issei dodged the blow to take advantage and stabbed him in the abdomen, causing the armor to be destroyed and Toji to start screaming in pain. "Garou, you bastard, what did you do to my son?" Issei, he's stupid for wanting to be a dragon. Cleaning the blood from his dagger, Mickey, in a fit of rage, created more spells where Issei just stood there waiting, and when he was about to strike, he grabbed Toji by the hair and used him as a shield, receiving all the damage. When Mickey saw how injured his son was, he could only fall to his knees because of what he had done. Issei, wow, that's real motherly love. Sadu, I should have killed you then. Issei, you're right, but debts must be paid no matter how much time passes. Sadu, you should have stayed hidden until your last moments. Issei, I would have done it if you had only said the word I'm sorry. Sadu, you're such an idiot for thinking that. Issei, no one apologized for what they did to me, they only blamed me for how I reacted. And I realized that many people like to give but don't like to receive. They throw stones and hide their hands. And just to clarify, we're on equal footing here. We're applying Newton's third law. This law states that every action generates an equal and opposite reaction. In other words, whenever one object exerts a force on another, the latter will return a force of equal magnitude or greater. It depends on the person, the action, everything. Lifting up Toji, who was still conscious, to punch him in the face. Issei, in short, I'm just returning what you gave me. Garou, you only want revenge. Issei, you could call it that. Both Garou and Sadu went against Issei, improving their bodies with strength and agility to be able to hit him, but in the end it was all in vain. Issei, it's obvious how useless they are, giving Sadu a blow in the abdomen and one to Garou in the ribs, causing both of them to fall to their knees. Issei approached Toji and grabbed him by one leg to lift him up and begin to drop him from right to left. After leaving him embedded in the ground, Toji was barely still alive and Issei got down to his level. Issei, you say I'm an idiot, but you're more of one. You know, there's a song you should listen to and analyze a bit. It's by Lady Gaga, it's called Judas. I'll leave it as homework for when you wake up. Toji, who could barely hear, just closed his eyes. Issei stood up to go towards Isabella, who, seeing that he was going towards her, began to crawl towards the exit, but Issei grabbed her leg and brought her towards him. Issei, where are you going, Amato? Isabella, Oniachin, I'm sorry. Issei, wow, after so long you finally call me that, I think I'm going to cry, taking her by the cheeks with one hand to lift her up. Issei, where did that confident woman go? Right now I only see a baby crying for her mom. Garou, let her go. Issei, well, the truth is I used to be his biggest fan, dropping Isabella off to see her parents and Sadu together. Mickey, Issei's son. Issei, don't call me that and don't call me dear either, that's all in the past. I just wanted to be there for you, I wanted to be part of this family, and your response was, get out of here. We don't want useless people in the family. What? That disappointed me, but I learned an important lesson. You can't count on anyone, especially not your own blood. Drawing a sword to plunge it into Isabella's leg, who could only scream in pain as she felt the purple flames engulf her leg. Mickey, let my daughter go. Issei only went towards them to punch Mickey and grab Sadu by the neck and throw him far away where he became embedded in a wall, leaving only him and Garou. Issei, a father's duty is to guide his son to a better future. You know, if you had been a wise father, you would have sent me to an academy where I could learn swordsmanship and be of some use. Perhaps things would have been different until now. But pride and magic completely clouded your judgment, and here's the result. Garou looked around to see his eldest son unconscious against the wall, Toji on the floor in critical condition, his little girl screaming in pain, and finally his sword, which was lying unconscious. Garou. Issei just frowned as he punched him in the face, making him fall to the ground. Without hesitation, he began to hit him with all his might, causing blood to fall on his face. Issei, tell me you're proud of my father, tell me you're proud, tell me. Already somewhat annoyed while increasing his strength, a few seconds later he stood up, leaving Garou with one foot in the grave but still conscious. I walked towards Isabella to remove the sword from her already shattered leg.
Issei, anything to say, little sister?
Isabella, with what little strength she had, knelt down in tears and lowered her head. Isabella, I'm sorry. Issei, tell me how it feels to have someone with nothing special humiliate the great Hyoudou family whom even the gods respect. Isabella, we're useless. Issei, say what I want to hear, you know. Isabella, magic is the most useless thing in the world, we're a terrible family. Issei, it's not what I had in mind, but it'll do. Walking towards the exit to see that Sadu was conscious again, as was Mickey. Issei, 3 out of 5 is enough for me, drawing out an ordinary sword to stick it in the ground to attract attention. Issei, I accomplished what I wanted, so I'll say this now, I Issei Fushiguro retire from being a mercenary and everything else. This sword symbolizes that I've left my past behind. Let me tell you something, family, you'd better think twice or even 3 times before you do anything, because if you do, I'll be back and well, you can imagine. Your friends or allies might want to help, but if you try, I hope you're aware of the consequences because I'm capable of demanding favors that could lead to the destruction of your homes, and for what purpose? Just to help a bunch of useless people. Turning around. Issei, don't bother me and everything will be all right. It's time for me to start a new life too. They left completely, leaving a great silence among the three who could only analyze Issei's words.
Chapter 59.
Moments before the battle, many gods, mercenaries, and others were engaged in their own activities, some in meetings, others chatting, joking, drinking, and other things. Then out of nowhere, hundreds of holograms began to appear that no one understood until they saw an image of Issei standing there with a smile. No one could understand what was happening until they saw the Hyoudou family, something that worried many, especially the allies. The Gremories, who were talking about trivial things, didn't know what to say about the situation, especially Rias, because she was partly afraid that something might happen to Issei. Minutes passed and the massacre began, leaving many speechless at what they were seeing because they found it hard to believe that a single person would be able to keep one of the great families at bay. Hephaestus, who was in his workshop, remembered the words Issei had said to him before leaving. Hephaestus, that's why the rush to finish it quickly. I suppose it's time to close old wounds. Giving a slight smile to their best customer. Some of Hyoudou's allies began trying to communicate, but it was all in vain thanks to Yasaka, who was stopping all attempts at communication and also collecting some favors. Time passed, and many could only watch as Issei tortured and killed every resident of the mansion. Some gods called their best warriors to prepare and go help the Hyoudou until they saw that Issei released them, implying that their turn had come. Little by little they witnessed how a man with nothing special about him and with great skill was destroying a family with centuries of history, one of them being the Sekiryuutei, being the first to fall. Many felt sorry to see how others fell because they let themselves be guided by their fury, especially one person being Marioliona when she saw her students kneel in tears. Other teachers of Sadu and Toji were annoyed with Issei and his students for letting themselves be guided by the words of their rival. Rias, who was holding back the urge to form a big smile, could only celebrate internally. She thought Issei would finish off Toji, but she only heard what he said. Issei, you say I'm an idiot, but you're more of one. You know, there's a song you should listen to and analyze a bit. It's by Lady Gaga, it's called Judas. I'll leave it as homework for when you wake up. Rias looked around, noticing that her family was focused on the battle. She took out her cell phone to search for the song and save it to listen to later, as she didn't want to miss a single second of the show. When Issei finished his battle, he was about to leave when he stuck his sword in the ground and said a few words aloud, mostly to the people who were listening to him. Issei, I accomplished what I wanted, so I'll say this now. I, Issei Fushiguro, retire from being a mercenary and everything else. This sword symbolizes that I've left my past behind. Let me tell you something, family, you'd better think twice or even 3 times before you do anything, because if you do, I'll be back and well, you can imagine. Your friends or allies might want to help, but if you try, I hope you're aware of the consequences, because I'm capable of demanding favors that could lead to the destruction of your homes, and for what purpose? Just to help a bunch of useless people. Those who were about to leave to help the Hyoudou were stopped by their leaders, as some knew of Issei's reputation and knew that he was someone who always kept his word. The mercenaries, for their part, were speechless, as their best man had withdrawn. Rias just opened her eyes in surprise since she expected to hear those words but decided to resist calling him and asking why. Currently, Issei was leaving the Hyoudou mansion where he only took a few steps to see Yasaka with a slight smile. He walked just as she was standing face to face with him. Yasaka wiped his sweat and then gave him a hug. Yasaka, everything you said earlier is true. Issei, I did what I had to do, I won't lie. I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders like a rock suddenly turned to dust. Yasaka, what are your plans now? Issei, that depends on you and the brat. Upon hearing those words, Yasaka smiled and hugged Issei even tighter as she had longed to hear them. Later, most of the leaders met to discuss what they had just seen. Surzech, I know most of you are here to find out if we will do anything against Issei Fushiguro. Izanami, you're right, but it's not because of the bad guy here, but wouldn't it be better to do nothing? Azazel, what he said. Odin, many were ready to go and help, but if I hadn't said that, it would have been the start of a new war, and it would be very humiliating if we lost. Michael, because he thinks we would lose. I accept that young Issei has talent, but he couldn't handle so many at once. Odin, many people owe him favors. What kind of people would owe him a favor? Seraphal, you're right, just like Hela, who stopped us only so he could fight the boys at his leisure. Odin, exactly, she's one of those people who never asks for help, least of all from a human. Surzech, then all that's left is to cross our arms. Izanagi, that would be best. Azazel, don't know what state are you in? Azazel, they are being cared for by the best at Gregory. I won't lie, they were between life and death. If it hadn't been for Phoenix's tears that arrived in time, it would be a different story. Ajuka, I suppose we won't be able to have the services of the conductor in the future. Surzech, that's right, maybe I trained all those years just so I could take revenge. Azazel, if I had been him, perhaps I would have done the same. Odin, let's leave this aside. Since we're all in favor of not doing anything, it's best to leave. They all nodded, stood up, and went home. Issei and Yasaka were in the house until the door was opened by a small blonde girl who was surprised to see Issei. Kanu, I guess I'm really sleepy, I'm seeing hallucinations. Issei, I'm real, brat, taking her cheeks. Kanu, it hurts, but what a surprise. Issei, I'm retiring now, I have nothing to do. Kanu, really? Issei, that's right. Kanu, great then, why don't we travel the world as a family? Using his puppy dog eyes, but Issei still had his usual expression. Issei, do you want to cry or something? Kanu, doesn't it melt your heart to see me like this? Issei, not at all. Besides, I talked to her about it and that's what we had in mind. In the past, I couldn't because of my killing job and your mother because of the paperwork. Yasaka, where do you wish to go, my dear? Kanu, wherever we are, as long as we're all together, that's more than enough. Issei, I understand, we'll see later. Kanu smiled at her and went to her room to change. At that moment her cell phone rang and when she picked it up she saw it was Rias, so she left the house. Issei, what, Rias, is she really going to retire? Issei, yes, but that's no reason to be lazy. You said you'd be the best and you'd better live up to that. Rias, that's how it will be, but what will she do now? Issei, who knows, maybe one day I'll just get to where you are and relieve the stress of boredom. Rias, I understand, then I'll go train. Issei, good. Ending the call, Rias smiled as she listened to the last part, then put on her headphones and listened to the song she had saved earlier, wanting to know what it said. Venelana and Xiaudicus were on their way to Rias' room but couldn't find her, so they searched everywhere until they saw her training hard. Xiaudicus, she must be very upset about what happened to Toji. Venelana, she hasn't gone to see him yet, I suppose she wants revenge. Xiaudicus, if he doesn't ask for help, there's nothing we can do but wish him luck. Venelana, our daughter is strong, she will know how to get through this. Leaving the place with the thought that his daughter would have a serious expression while training since they could only see her back, but it was quite the opposite, she had a big smile.
Chapter 60.
2 days after Issei retired, many celebrated his departure, and most of the mercenaries began fighting to take his position as the best mercenary. Some still intended to kill him but decided against it, mostly out of fear. A redhead was walking towards his house until he saw to his right, mostly a basketball court, where he formed a smile upon seeing a black-haired man sitting there. He ran as fast as he could to stand in front of Issei with a big smile. Issei, are you sick or what? Milikas, ha 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 ha, I beat you. Issei, I know it's late because I had things to take care of. Milikas, it wouldn't be because she was hugging her pillow because of the tears. Issei, you've got some nerve talking to me like that. Milikas, I come from a great family, courage is what I must have the most. Issei, I've seen it, and believe it or not, I've been able to bring your family to its knees. Milikas, he knows that lying is bad. Issei, I'm tired of this and you sure do want it, brat. Milikas, he will do anything. Issei, I never lie. Milikas, you know I hardly have any time to spend with my father or mother and... He couldn't continue because Issei had his phone in front of Milikas playing the audio of a violin with a sad melody. Milikas, and that's because, Issei, get to the point, leave the useless stuff aside. Milikas, I want to see destruction, more specifically monster trucks destroying each other. Issei, I understand. Milikas, impossible, right? Issei, of course not. Milikas, I don't think my parents or grandparents would let me go out with a stranger. Issei, tell your aunt Milikas, and if she doesn't want to, Issei, easy, just go home and look for her, and when you find her just tell her to call me right away, and if she doesn't, well, she already knows. Milikas, how they are known. Issei, just go. He ran his hand over Milikas's hair and then left. Later, Milikas searched for Rias throughout the house as Issei had asked, until he found her in the gym. Milikas, aunt, Rias, Milikas, what's happening? Milikas, can we go out one of these days? I'm bored. Rias, it will be at another time, right now I am training very hard. Milikas, someone named Issei told me to call him in case you refused. Upon hearing that name, Rias quickly went to find her cell phone to call Issei, who answered immediately. Issei at the park at 10 a.m., ending the call. Rias, now that I think about it, I have time. Milikas, you're really great, but you told me earlier that you knew him. Could you tell me how? Rias, another time, now go do your homework so they'll give you permission too. Milikas, okay. The next morning, both redheads were waiting until they saw Issei arrive alone. Issei, okay, the show will start in 2 hours, so let's go. Rias, where to? Later, Rias could only watch with wide eyes as her nephew screamed at the top of his lungs about how the cars were destroying each other. Issei, not bad, right? Milikas, it's just as I imagined. Issei, you're welcome. Milikas, you're the best. Issei, don't tell me something I don't know. Milikas, I will never forget this day. Watching the destruction with great emotion, the hours passed until they decided to go home, where they walked for a few minutes, Issei carrying Milikas on his sword since he had fallen asleep. Rias, she likes children quite a lot. Issei, at first they're fun, but as they grow up most of them deserve to die despite the opportunities they're given, they don't know how to take advantage of them. Rias, what will he do now that he's not a mercenary? Issei, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders after doing that to my old family, now I have to experience new things. Rias, I understand. Issei, but as I said before, you continue with the plan just like the rest of us. I don't want my time to have been in vain. Rias, I train regularly. Issei, good, giving it to Milika's, then taking another path and going home. Upon arriving and opening the door, the first thing he saw was Kanu with a suitcase. Issei, and that makes 10. Wow, where do you get so many clothes? Kanu, girl stuff, hehehe. Issei, this is all that's needed, taking a card out of his pocket. Kanu, humiliating the poor. Issei, my poor underwear, you're rolling in money, your mother has lived longer than the dinosaurs, and in all that time don't tell me she hasn't saved a single penny. Yasaka, you're really good at complimenting a woman. Issei, words just flow like the wind. Yasaka, and where will we go first? Issei, I don't care, I've already met everyone in the world. Kanu, then let's go to the beach. Issei, again. Kanu, and as many times as necessary. Issei, but we'll go to another country because of the waves. Kanu, much better. Issei, then let's charge. Kanu, but before we leave we can go for a walk to reminisce about old times. Issei, okay. Kanu, let's go. Taking Issei and Yasaka's hands, she began to walk, something she had always longed for. They strolled through several places and enjoyed a few snacks amid laughter. At the hospital, Isabella was in her room hugging her legs because every time she closed her eyes, the first thing that came to mind was the moment of the torture that Issei gave to both her and her family. The door was opened. Isabella looked in that direction to see that it was her teacher.
Isabella, Sensei Gr.
All she received was a big slap, something that shocked Isabella, who slowly turned her head with her hand on her cheek. Isabella, because Sensei, Marioliona, isn't it obvious that I trained an idiot? Isabella, but he is stronger. Marioliona, I would hit you again, but that would only make you even more of an idiot than you already are. Isabella, why does she tell me that? Marioliona, tell me one thing, Isabella, in the past, who was stronger, Issei or you? Isabella, what's that about? Marioliona responds. Isabella, me? Marioliona, tell me what Issei did. Did he start crying or complain about how weak he was? Of course not. He found a way to make himself weak so they could see that even someone without talent can humiliate them, and in the worst way. Isabella, what's the point? Marioliona, you had never suffered a defeat or humiliation until you saw Issei again. Now you know what you need to improve. Train hard, improve your weaknesses so that next time no one can humiliate you like that. Isabella, I did everything I could. Marioliona, that's your problem. When you say I can't, you give up. But Issei, on the other hand, when he said I can't, didn't try any harder. Isabella, and how does she know all that? Marioliona, a warrior's eyes reveal many things. Besides the fact that he's researching with the mercenaries, he's both loved and hated, but the point is he never gave up. You will. Isabella remembered at that moment every humiliation she had inflicted on Issei and how, despite everything she did to him, he continued to hold his head high. Isabella, help me again, Sensei. Lowering her head, Marioliona formed a wide smile. Sadu, for his part, went to Asgard to seek help, and after a few blows from Thor, he decided to resume training him since the Valkyries were still on a mission, and Gurndal was not in the mood at that moment. Toji stood before a great creature, none other than the most powerful being, Great Red. The dark-haired man was bowing. Toji, please train me. Big Red, for what reason? Toji, I want to defeat Issei, you know him. Besides, Drake informed me that you killed him. How is it possible that he is alive? Big Red, I'm curious to know too. But I'm not going to train you. Toji, because, Great Red, Issei died on his feet, which means that it's better to live with dignity, with freedom, without oppressive ties, without being controlled by anyone, to live as one should in absolute freedom, to create a beautiful world in which one can live better. Toji, but he's a murderer, he hurt my family. Great Red, he only returned something that was given to him in the past. He has my respect because despite his injuries, he kept fighting without complaining, never begging for mercy or anything like that. Let me tell you something, Toji, leave the past behind and think about the future instead. Toji, and how will I take care of my family from now on? Big Red, only you know that answer. Don't look for something you already know in someone else. Besides, he's already retired, which means he wants a normal life. Toji, after all the damage he did, Big Red, you'd better go home or find your teachers, but you should know that they'll tell you the same thing. Toji, lie. Turning around, he found himself facing a dimensional rift that allowed him to return home. A month later, many were training, others were having a good time, mostly Issei, who at that moment was walking alongside Kanu and Yasaka after another great day. Issei, I'm hungry. Kanu, I understand now. Issei, and what will you do? Kanu, I'll think about it, but before that I want you to tell me something. Stopping in his tracks, he then stood in front of Issei with a smile. Kanu, tell me, do you wish to be my real father? Issei, what's that about? Kanu, just answer yes. Issei extended his hand in response, which made Kanu happy, but instantly Issei erased his smile when he saw a bullet pierce the little kitsune's head. Yasaka slowly lowered her gaze only to see her daughter lying on the ground with lifeless eyes and a lot of blood coming out of her. Issei, for his part, continued with his hand outstretched, which began to tremble before he clenched his fist. He looked in the direction the bullet came from and saw a man who started to run. Issei did the same, jumping through trees at great speed in search of his goal, until he found the man to stand in front of him and grab him by the neck. Issei, who sent you? You know it's confidential. Issei, answer me right now while I'm still managing to hold on. We're mercenaries, director, so you know how things are. Issei, fine, whatever you want. He put pressure on the neck where the man was hitting Issei in the face, but he couldn't move it from its place. On the contrary, he only managed to make Issei apply more pressure. The guilt will follow you, he told her with a smile until he died. Issei just kept his head down, and after a few minutes of standing there, he decided to go back only to see Yasaka trying to heal her daughter, but to no avail and also bursting into tears. Issei, she's dead. Yasaka, it's a lie, tell me it's not true. Issei. Yasaka, because she didn't do anything wrong. But Issei just kept his gaze lowered. Yasaka stood up to grab Issei's shirt. Yasaka, tell me sniff sniff why my daughter sniff sniff who did it. Issei, I don't know, I couldn't get that information, but I saw his weapon and it was special, especially the bullets were made so that they couldn't even be detected, you know what I mean. Yasaka, I didn't feel anything but my daughter. Releasing Issei to take Kunu in his arms. Issei took a breath and then let it out. Issei simply turned around, leaving Yasaka to release all her pain. With each step, Issei's veins bulged with fury, and he wore an expression of intense hatred towards the person who had done such a thing, implying that Issei Fushiguro, or better known as the conductor, had returned.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.